YouTube's up. Which is up. Okay. Neat. That's so cool. This one. Yes. Raw. Get him. Why are you standing so close to them? The bloody fins. Why is there no ice on the ground? Get him! Are they grizzlies? They look like grizzlies. I thought grizzlies were a North American bear. Are they everywhere? Am I wrong? It would make sense that they were in Finland. No, I was right. It is a North American bear. Okay, it's just a brown bear. Not a grizzly. They're so adorable.
You fool.
Look at these
those
cunts.
look like grizzlies?
I don't know what
You
fucking
idiot.
grizzly look like.
You idiot.
Look at these adorable fucks. He won't hurt you. Look at him. Look at his fuzzy ears. Ooh, he's got his ear. That looks like it hurts. Yeah, punch him. They're really not fucking around here. Hey, look, another bear. Why are there so many bears?
Probably what they're fighting over.
Oh, you reckon it's a female out the back?
Or that could be a female, and that's a younger bear.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Shut up, Ginger.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
Who?
Ben, how's New York doing?
A little politics here, Tommy. A little.
So last Friday we did an episode about this surprise Israeli attack on Iran. If you want more of the backstory into how that all went down, listen to that episode. But this is going to be more of an update on what things have happened since that time. So as of Sunday, the IDF confirmed that they had hit over 170 Iranian targets and more than 720 military infrastructure components. Bloomberg reported that Iran has launched around 370 ballistic missiles towards Israel, with around 30 hitting targets.
We got possible confirmation of hypersonic use. Some missile called the Fatah 1, I think, is what I saw. Hypersonic. Granted, it did come from the Iranian government, but
Ayatollah Khamenei tweeted almost every day, death to Israel.
I don't care.
I want to see no nuclear weapon in Iran.
I want to see no nuclear weapons in the world. That'd be neat. How about we take Israel's nuclear weapons by force, because they are the literal rogue terrorist state that they think Iran is going to be with the nuclear weapon. Literally, Israel is that rogue nuclear state, and they should have their nukes taken from them. So intense.
And our focus remains on the ongoing conflict in West Asia. It's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that has now confirmed firing a Fateh 1 hypersonic missile at Israel, which also marks the first recorded use of this missile in the ongoing conflict. The IRGC claims that this launch signals the beginning of the end for Israel's air defense systems.
That's what they always say.
We extend our congratulations to the devoted commanders and fighters of the IRGC Aerospace Force over the 11th wave of the proud Operation True Promise 3, carried out using first-generation Fatah missiles that marks the beginning of the end for the so-called legendary air defenses of the Zionist army and the confusion and self-harm among the Zionist thugs.
How do they say Zionist in Persian? Is it like, do they have an actual word for it? I'm going to ask Pega. That's interesting.
Let's quickly understand what is the Fateh 1 missile, how dangerous it is. The missile was first unveiled in 2023 and is Iran's first hypersonic weapon. Named by Iran's supreme leader, the Fateh 1 is a two-stage solid-fueled, precision-guided missile. The IRGC has called the missile Israel's Striker. During its unveiling, Tehran even displayed a massive banner that was written in Hebrew, which read 400 seconds to Tel Aviv. Iran claims the precision-guided hypersonic missile has a range of 1,400 kilometers.
Watch out.
And is capable of
It's
penetrating
the Iranian
all
military.
defense shields. Fateh's top speed is reported to be
Watch out, they're going to get you.
high and is roughly around 16,000 to 18,000 kilometers per hour. It is...
It's... This is like, China's choreographed dance fighting. Hell yeah!
It says, on this video, it says Pakistani commandos, but I swear this is Iran.
It could be either. They're both absurd.
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
Why is he on the ground?
That looked very Iranian uniform. Does it not?
Yeah, you did it. Good job, guys.
Hell yeah, guys. Well done. I didn't realize the video is still playing. We can have two sources now. Hell yeah.
This BB motherfucker better not blow up my nuclear shit. Alright, calm down. Coming in with the drums at the end there on the silent video.
Okay, so Persian does have a word for Zionist. It's very similar. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it, but it's spelt like this, apparently, because I was trying to hear it, but the voiceover was too loud. So it is this in Persian. So if you ever see an Iranian say this, you know what they're talking about.
The missiles were fired at Jerusalem during Iran's attack on Israel on 1st of October last year. Hypersonic missiles are the ones that fly at least 5 times faster than the speed of sound, and on a complex trajectory, both of these capabilities make these missiles difficult to intercept.
Any moment here, we're going to...
Not wrong one. Not Fox
Put on,
News.
put on Iron Brown.
As of this recording, Iran is taking...
Don't worry, I got that. I want to get these guys first, and then I'll put Iron Brown on, because I do have his here as well. I
Put
think.
him on while the chinchillas are out.
Are they out now?
Yes.
Which one specifically?
There's a new one about...
Two Crazy Bros?
No, there's a new RM Brown about Iran and MAGA.
Less than 8 hours ago?
Maybe.
The Dum Dum War Report? We watched
Yes.
that one. We watched that one.
No, less than 8 hours ago. Yes.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, man. What's up? Hey, man. How are you?
I had this queued for later, because it's Tucker Carlson and...
Yeah, don't worry about
Ted
it.
Cruz, right?
Don't worry about it.
Dude.
Right. No way. Really? Oh, for real?
Oh, for real? Oh, for real?
No way, man.
Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Right, man.
We're gonna know what side this is going. We're gonna know if there's enough momentum on our side to actually win.
Yeah, it's a spiritual thing, and you can. I texted my wife this morning.
Finally,
second this administration is gone, I'm never coming back here, and I'm gonna got here in 1985. And
what happened to your lip, man?
Shocking.
You feel that though when you hear.
Oh, yeah, it's just dark. It's super
Calm
dark.
down. Hey,
where I live.
Hey, calm down, or I'm doing a citizen's arrest on you, man.
You're terrible. You're a moron.
Okay, wow. What the hell is this? Let me look. Hold on, I gotta look the way I look at things. Let me look at. What the hell is this? Oh, this is Tucker T. Carlstone III talking to this guy, Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon, 1 million views in under a day.
Did you post on Twitter?
According to the law of news, which is if it's
Earlier.
got views, it's news. This is news.
What was the response to Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you were complicit in the war?
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen.
And quickly,
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube. You're terrible. You're a moron.
Yeah.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
Wind burned her a little bit. Sniffing. Okay, sorry. What the hell does this say?
I'm getting pretty bored of seeing the same footage of Tel Aviv being hit. Like, can we get new footage, please?
Taking to Truth Social, Trump posted about Carlston. Okay, let's check that out. Yeah, sniffing. What does it say? What the hell does it say? Somebody please, somebody explain to Kooky Tucker Carlston.
You're a moron.
Explain to him that
You're a moron.
To Kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, okay? Tell Kooky Tucker to stop
Sniffing.
Where should we tell him that?
That's on YouTube.
Okay, little side note here, guys. We like to learn and expand our knowledge and grow on this channel.
I did not know this.
Why is this guy named Tucker? We've all been wondering. They thought he was going to be a dog, and they turned out to be human. He turned out to be a person, but they already picked the name. We already picked it.
So that's what has happened there.
What was I just talking about? Oh, right, Steve Bannon and this guy Tuckster. Even the president of the United States, it's a very prestigious, if you don't know about it, it's a very prestigious position in the government. And he's pissed off about this. So let's check that out.
Remember when everybody knew their neighborhood butcher? You look back and you feel like, oh, there was something really important about that, knowing the person who cut your meat.
When did that happen?
That never happened. Literally in any country ever. Maybe in medieval times. Maybe.
And at some point, your grandpa...
Okay, exactly.
Like maybe,
thank God, man. Thank God
maybe there's a guy who like...
But wait, there's a problem.
You know, like...
Oh, no.
The American
when you go to the deli and pull a number... maybe there's like a deli guy and he's got a bit of an eccentric personality.
Sure.
You know?
Sure,
and
sure.
He might know some of the customers by first name. You know, like a character.
Yes, yes.
At the store. You know, probably an Italian who's loud.
I love Guido.
Or a Greek.
He gives me
a Greek guy.
The best cheese.
I bet. Like a Greek guy at the deli. I bet he's a guy that people would know from the first name.
Welcome back, my friend.
Bags you're likely to buy.
I fucking love me a Greek shop owner.
At some big stores were made in China. An American flag made in China? Come on.
American flag made in China. You really need to...
Cut your meat.
On that
That's awesome. No, you know, why is that a bad
Pure
thing?
talk.
That's awesome.
What?
Having your flag manufactured by other countries.
It is pretty baller.
That's power.
There is something about a handmade, locally created flag. Like the flag that I have, which I actually don't know where the fuck it is. I bought it when I was like 17. I went specifically to a place that made hand-stitched proper flags, and I spent real money on it. None of this $5 shit. But I found out at the same time because I wanted the Air Force flag because the light blue Air Force flag is kind of cool. I'll show you. And I kind of wanted the set, so the national flag, naval flag, and the Air Force flag. So the Air Force one is that. Granted, the fucking Union Jack retaining the dark blue while they're changing this to light blue, awful design. Awful design language. But if we... Australian Navy flag. But the white one, the Navy one, ooh. The Navy one is neat. Make that the national flag. That's great. Like, fuck the Australian flag. This is so much better. Like, fuck that blue. But, they were made by a company called Mitchell & Mitchell, I think. But they're locally made, Melbourne made, so I was like, fuck it.
taken about 224 casualties. In Israel, 24 casualties. So some real damage happening so far. Much of Israel's nuclear infrastructure has taken a beating, like the Natanz enrichment site, the Isfahan site. There's lots of missile and military infrastructure that's gotten hit. And Israel has killed a number of additional Iranian military and intelligence leaders. Trump and Israeli officials now say they have taken out all of Iran's air defense systems and they can fly over the country at will. The Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. intelligence thinks Israel has set Iran's nuclear work back by about 5 to 6 months. And
True.
while
I
you know,
forgot.
U.S. and Israel...
Wrong one.
I don't care about these homos.
America's wire.
Okay, anyway, guys, come on.
Yes, I
let's
went to
get
the wrong
serious.
video.
We
Relax.
all need to
cut your meat
and get to it. Here we go.
And some momentum and put them on their back leg, their back foot in the next 200 days. Nothing in America is going to change.
And we should be clear about who's serving its interests. Tom Cotton, who's the chairman of the Senate Intel Committee, the Select Committee on Intelligence,
who
was one of the primary drivers of secrecy around the Kennedy files. So Tom Cotton, I think, was born in the 80s, and I like Tom Cotton a lot. I know him.
Okay.
I know his wife, who worked at CIA. Nice, super nice people.
Great guy.
But when it came down to it, when Trump gets elected and gets inaugurated in January, Tom Cotton's he's denied this, but he's lying because it's true. I know for a fact. Tom Cotton's running around being like, well, whatever we do, we can't put people in place. We're going to declass.
Okay, this is kind of a pattern in this interview. Remember that. Check this out.
But some of it's taking place totally in public, the Tom Cotton stuff, and it grieves me to say this because I like Tom, and I think he's smart, really smart, actually, and a good guy in a lot of ways.
Best
but
guy.
he's acting on behalf of CIA, not on behalf of the people of Arkansas.
Okay,
obviously.
so maybe not the
But
best
then there's
guy.
Lindsey Graham, who's
Now,
like,
okay, whoa. Now
Nuke
that's
Israel.
a cool guy.
Cut your meat.
Out in public, like there's no kind of hiding who Lindsey Graham is, and what is that?
Yeah,
What's
he
the
said
deal
nuke
with Lindsey?
Gaza.
Well, let me just say, I've known Lindsey for 25 years, and
Wow.
Oh my God.
it's impossible not to like Lindsey Graham. He's one of the most charming, funny.
What?
He's just a wonderful person to travel with.
I don't think funny is the right attributor to give to somebody who is genetically and like fundamentally just a gigantic cunt.
Okay.
Like,
So,
fuck that guy.
the main thing I want to look at is the Ted Cruz interview. And then once we're done looking at that, there's another video that we might watch with Moon.
Okay.
He's the most charming person in the world. I'll just say it because it's just true. I like him. If he was here, I would be having fun with Lindsey
He's
Graham.
the most handsome too.
But
Yeah, I
Cut
bet you
your
would.
meat.
You know this guy. You know this guy's hilarious. He's cute. He's funny. You know, one time I was talking to him, and he looks at me and he goes, "You know what you need to do? You need to
cut your meat."
But his effect on the United States is so
I knew
destructive.
exactly that's what he was
I
going to
don't understand what that is. What is his motive? You know him well, of course, because you're.
Well, I know.
Carl Rove, who was my neighbor and always got along with him.
Yeah.
Again, perfectly charming
Didn't
guy,
ask.
sort of. Very, not a good person at all, but smart and Carl. But
Clever,
after that,
handsome.
that was the moment I realized it was
Right.
the Greenville, South Carolina debate that
Okay.
all that mattered. And it also comes from people I know really well.
Right.
And that Ari Fleischer, who I've never, respected, but I always liked him. And he wrote something. Somebody sent me this thing yesterday,
How
and
many
I'm
times
just
you
a
gonna do
carnival
this?
barker. And
He does this like the whole time. This is what I call a laugh out loud good interview. The whole time Tucker Carlson's like, man, I love these guys. These are my bros. These are great guys, man. These are the funniest guys. These are the coolest guys. Okay, I know all these guys are the most charming guys. These are terrible guys, man. I love these guys.
These guys.
Cool is not enough to describe them, okay? Funny, cute. I mean, you go out with these guys. Oh, man. They're terrible, man. These guys are a disaster. These guys are creeps. They're awesome.
You know? What?
Is willing to say something which Tucker Carlson, of all people, is saying.
What, Aaron?
Shortly before that broadcast, Steve Bannon went on to the Tucker Carlson podcast.
Okay.
There he outlined how we are seeing the exact same playbook from the Iraq War being used all over again.
Okay. Mistake, but it was horrible. We allowed the architects of the Iraq War, who gravely injured the United States, got all these people killed, Americans killed,
Absolutely, man.
To continue to advance. They were never held to account for what they did.
Cut
ever,
your meat.
At all. Well, and they became the head of the World Bank. Like, how did we do that?
The specter of that.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, bro. That's a good question, man. How did all this crap happen? How did we get into that Iraq war mess? That's sick, man. This has this has 156 views. I had to really dig to find this. This is called, what the hell is this goddamn stupid called? What the hell is this goddamn stupid thing called? Crossfire. Cross toilets. This is called Iraq, the deadline. Whoa, the final hour. Jesus. God damn it, man. Check this out. How did this happen? How do we get tricked into this crap?
Hi, I'm Jillian Frumkin from Buffalo Grove, Illinois.
How you
we
doing?
continue to hear about steps that will be taken after the U.S. wins the war, but what will define a win?
Well, General Clark, I thought, was wonderfully eloquent about that. I mean, we have very, very high objectives our president has set. It's not only to depose Saddam Hussein, it's not only to disarm his weapons of mass destruction, but it is to bring a democracy and freedom to the Iraqi people, which is a very important, noble goal, but I think it's going to be awfully difficult to pull off.
You know when something was recorded by how they pronounce Saddam.
He stood up and he said,
"You're a moron."
Well, I think the lives of everyone in Iraq are going to be improved the moment Saddam Hussein leaves, and that's a win. Yes.
Okay. What was that? If you couldn't hear what he's saying, he said,
"Cut your meat."
That's on YouTube.
You got to be careful, Tucker Carlson, because
that's on YouTube. We allowed the architects of the Iraq War, who gravely injured the United States, got all these people killed, Americans killed.
No, they did not.
To continue to advance. They were never held to account for what they did.
You can't talk about them like that.
Well, and they became the head of the World Bank.
Well, I think the lives of everyone in Iraq are going to be improved the moment Saddam Hussein leaves.
This is exactly the same pitch as the Iraq War.
No, it is
Weapons
not.
of mass destruction.
Oh, I know.
You have to get it. So they understand one thing. They think the playbook works. This is why we have to stop it now. If we don't stop it now, it's going to work all the time. They think that playbook of lulling the American people to sleep and telling them there's these evil people that have to be taken down, and if they're taken down, everything's going to be fine after that, and that we face an apocalypse if that doesn't happen.
That's on YouTube.
What's on YouTube?
Cut your meat.
Okay. Okay, I'll check that out. I watched all 1 hour and 18 minutes of this. Oh, sorry, like 45 minutes. 2X style, I do. You know, the whole time he's like, these guys, man. These guys are the best guys. They're the coolest guys. They're disgusting, also. They're my best friends. They're awful. Also, can you believe these sickos lied us into this war in the early 2000s? I mean me. I'm talking about me, by the way, on that too. Hey, shut up, man.
Hey, shut up. Give this guy a break, though.
There's no way that he could have known.
There's no way that he could have known, man.
You know, now he knows. He's like, oh, man, look. I'm going to kind of leave out that I was a big part of the propaganda for that. I'm going to leave that one out. It's only got 100 views on YouTube, you know. Leave that out. But we got to give this guy a break because, you know, nobody knew, man. Nobody knew that these people were lying. And he's all pissed off about this now. Him and Steve Bannon, they're all pissed off. Oh, man, they lied about that thing. That Iraq war thing. They were lying. But, hey, you know, now we know. Now we know. Nobody knew back then.
Cut your meat.
Scooter. Janine's interview with O'Reilly on March 6, 2003 was so brilliant that we're still talking about it 11 years later. Has Bill ever called to apologize?
No. Actually, I was on his show like 5 times, so I don't know which particular one, but there was the one where I said I would, if I was wrong about Iraq, and I actually hoped that I would apologize to Lynn Cheney, something like that.
Right.
And he said something like, if this takes longer than a month, I will apologize.
No, I'm not sure if that was that one, but I know that, and then he said I don't even know if he offered to apologize, but he, on multiple occasions on his show, called on me to apologize because I was so wrong about Iraq, and then Joe Scarborough gave me the Black Crow Award.
We've devolved, and that's why I'm not kidding.
You better take
As
it seriously,
Elon
man.
was the special government employee to do Doge to try to get waste, fraud, and abuse.
Right.
I think because we're at war now, and the war we're at is an internal war.
We're at war
It's
now.
an internal war with this.
A what, Steve?
We're at war now.
An eternal war?
Yeah, between good and evil.
Say, which ideology subsisted off war again? To specifically feed its isolationist population?
My favorite is everyone posting the me fighting in World War III because Beyonce wanted to elect a woman. And it's just old memes from when Kamala was running.
Yeah. That's about what I would expect.
Apparatus that we finally have a leader that will have the back of people that will go in because he wants it taken down.
It's weird.
I think he's getting terrible advice around that.
Okay, guys, this is serious. Take this seriously. Guys, you need to
cut your meat
and get serious. I've seen a lot of headlines and YouTube videos about this where they're like, oh my God, wow, this is amazing. Oh, this is crazy. You know, these what would you call them? Conservative influencers. Oh God, they're breaking ranks. They didn't want war. Now they're like, this is the same old crap all over again, man.
They're breaking. They're not going in lockstep, man.
They're breaking away. They're sick of
the fucking conservatives confused. Politicians lied again. Whoa.
But really, I watched this whole interview. It's what, an hour and 18 minutes long, and basically they're doing they're doing like the social media version of what Tucker Carlson was doing in the early 2000s. You know, back then he like got his orders. Hey, go sell this goddamn thing.
Maybe it was a different video, but
now, the new version of that is like, hey man, we don't
Tim
like
Pool
the wars, and we were saying this guy's gonna stop
that he
wars.
put in
now
one of
that's
these.
Clearly not true. He's gonna go in there. He's gonna fight.
But
that
I
deep
assume
state.
it's this one because it's Tim Pool talking about Steve Bannon.
I guess I don't know. No, maybe he is fighting them. It's just he's defeating them, but not right now. Is that okay? It is funny. I think this is why I like watching all this conservative media, because it's just like trying to watch somebody get out of some trap or something. Trying to watch like a mouse get out of one of those mazes or whatever the hell that crap is. It's like trying to watch somebody
cut your meat.
You know, because they're like, oh man, this guy's gonna fight the deep state, man. And then Trump goes on social media is like, Kooky Tucker, he's got a dog's name. Tell him that he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. We gotta go in there. Full war in there. So now what do you do? Now what do you say? Oh, he was blackmailed and bribed? No, I can't. I can't say that either. That's really what this whole 1 million views in under a day video is. It's not like interesting politically. You don't get any insights from it. It's not even what people are saying. Like, oh, there's a split. There's a split in the crap, man. No, it's just two guys, two media perverts trying to figure out how to lose as little of their audience as possible. That's pretty much it.
Right now, you have Wall Street, you have big tech, you have big agriculture,
no, you
have
not.
big pharma, you have the big healthcare industry, you have the defense contractors, you have the concentration of these massive industries that have every lobbyist.
Hurdles that are insurmountable.
This is the regulatory capital.
I'm living that in something that we're doing on the side. And
what is it? What are you working
just find
on,
out that
why
it's
keeping it so secret?
Crazy.
That concentration of power.
Oh my God.
Regulatory capture
Calm
and
down.
really regulatory merger. That's what we have, and that's what President Trump, the promise of President Trump,
is to
break that. The American people don't want it. They hate it.
Finally.
Now, they need the tools to do it, and that's why I think this next couple...
Okay, Steve. So, no, where people don't want no regulation, they have been convinced by idiots like you who benefit from a lack of regulation, while they get fucked over by a lack of regulation, you see? Because if the government should exist, the only thing that it should do is make sure that pieces of shit like you don't fuck people over like they have been for America's entire fucking history. That's the reality of it. Not whatever perverted, brain-fucked conservative theory that you have. It's wrong. You're an idiot. But you already know that because you're a manipulative little snake.
100 days coming after the 10th anniversary.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, hell yeah, that's Steve Bannon. My favorite thing about Stephen James Bannon is he's got the like pens. He's always got the pens like in his shirt, you know. He's always got the three pens. They call him Stevie 3 pens.
Diapers?
And the reason he has those pens in there is because somebody might be like, Steve, quick, write something down. He's like,
Steve, my dry cleaning needs to be picked up immediately. What's the address? So that's what that is, man. So, but anyway, Steven and the other guy, they're going on and on droning. People are saying, nah, I don't believe that. I think this is a great discussion. But these guys are for normal people, okay? Normal people are sick of all this kind of crap. And clearly the guy that they like, who they have to say they like for their audience, he's not maybe what is the solution. Because he's calling them both morons. So what do we do? Should people do what they've always done, you know, to make any progress in the world? You know, like the civil rights movement, getting out there, protesting. That's probably the answer, right? Right?
But I want to ask you about what's happening in California. It does seem like
Queen.
Resisting federal authority on immigration is an act of sedition more profound than anything they did at Fort Sumter in 1861.
Throw them in jail.
And this is not resolved. Like, what are we watching right now in California with Gavin Newsom?
You're from D.C. I'm from Richmond. Yep. I'm raised in Richmond. And I keep telling people, I thought we settled this about federal law and states' rights and succession in the mid-1860s. We had a civil war to determine the outcome of this. We've had that discussion. We've had that argument. It's been settled. Right. I said that
boy. The Civil War was about states' rights. Interesting. What part of those states' rights were the millions of enslaved people? Was that inconsequential? The Civil War didn't happen because states like South Carolina relied 100% on slave income, and if slavery was outlawed, the entire state's income would collapse. I'm sure that Alabama, what are the other ones around there? Mississippi, all had similar things, but like, yeah,
it's so funny
states' rights
that they're now like, well, you lost the Civil War, so states' rights don't matter. It's like, these are the people now arguing about the Civil War, like, from how the libs have been arguing, being like...
Yeah. It's very funny. But, I mean, what are you going to do? You can't stop it. Like, they're going to do this regardless. The only thing we can do is sit here and say, no, it wasn't. It literally wasn't. The 10th
But it's just funny now they want to flip it and take the other side.
Yes, because they're fascists. Like, this is what they do. They just manipulate whatever the information they have to flip it to try and convince their stupid fucking brain-fucked audience to just blindly believe whatever they say. It's absurd. And I'm sick of dealing with these fucking people. I have zero chill. If anybody is saying anything about any kind of information narrative and they are showing any sign that they have no clue what they're fucking talking about or they're being fed information, it's a shut the fuck up. It's don't talk ever. Shut up.
This President Trump in the first term, that this whole thing of sanctuary cities and sanctuary states is absolutely a neo-Confederate, mentality that you can have. Gavin Newsom.
Great idea,
Have
Steve.
you said that on War Room?
Yeah.
Oh, and California are not trying to secede. They are rightfully operating within the 10th Amendment. But, you guys are constitutionalists. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes,
Great idea, Neo-Confederate. He's so smart.
It's a neo-Confederate.
It is. That's
Absolutely.
exactly
Hey,
what
shut
it
up,
is.
Tucker!
I'm stealing that, by the way.
Let that guy talk,
so good.
goddamn you.
Jackson, look, you had this thing
Go
before
ahead.
the Civil War
Go ahead,
with
Steve. Sorry
Andrew
about that.
Jackson and John C. Calhoun.
Yeah.
On tariffs.
Not a great
where
source.
Sorry about that guy,
The landed
Steve.
aristocracy in South Carolina
Calm
were
down.
totally focused on that, and President Trump actually implementing the deportations of mass deportations.
Okay.
And all of a sudden this thing breaks out in Persia, in the Middle East, and now the whole country is just focused on that. It's almost like a time diversion to get our attention.
Feel that way.
Because
I too also fucking hate these people.
BB gave it up.
Okay, hold on. I gotta see that reaction from Tucker again. Good God.
It's almost like a time diversion to get our attention.
Feel that way.
Because BB gave
You should go even harder with that. This seems like a diversion. I don't know. There's something about it. Seems like a diversion. What the fuck?
Cut your meat.
Oh, God damn it. Let's check this out.
Watch it.
Look at my penis.
Cut your
Watch.
meat.
Oh,
That's
yes,
right.
here it is,
When that
finally.
sound
I was about to
plays,
say,
you know
watch,
it's
he
a
had to cut
newsman
the
alert.
Daily Show part
It's a
out.
full-on newsman alert. Check out what this goddamn guy's talking about.
Jon Stewart.
Who?
Jon Stewart. Very critical of the U.S. getting involved in a war in Iran.
Right.
Except he spends his time discrediting right-wing voices that want us to avoid war
I
with
hate these
Iran.
people.
Okay.
I wonder why that is. Well, my friends,
Okay.
I will play the clip.
Okay, this is funny. The newsman. What the hell is he talking about? Oh, he's talking about some Jon Stewart clip. I went and watched this Jon Stewart clip, and he's basically just saying, like, oh, yeah, there's some anti-Iran war with Iran right-wingers, or at least they say they are. And he's like, okay, that's good. That's a good position. But they're not really anti-military, anti-war, because they want the military to go, I don't know, round up protesters or something, so whatever. Nothing shocking, pretty obvious point there. Tim Pool's gonna absolutely dunk on the ass of, what the hell is the goddamn guy's name?
But Jon Stewart is a hypocrite and a liar.
Whoa! That's a lot, man.
The MAGA mindset appears to be, we didn't vote for foreign wars. Okay. We voted for civil war.
Ah, but he's lying.
The battle for America was going to take place in Los Angeles. The only way to win here is to double.
Hey, Tim. I'm not sure you're aware of this. He's a comedian. His show is comedic. So it's kind of funny that you're here crying about a dude making jokes on your behalf, by the way, which is why you're here doing this, because there's nothing more obvious than someone who just can't help but prove exactly what the person is talking about. It's so funny. Because, and then they're like, oh no, that's not why I'm here. Okay. That's why
No, he's a comedy understander.
Premium. He also premium fascism understander.
Double and triple down.
Not once did Steve Bannon say in that clip, deploy the military. He simply said, this is war. We've got to double and triple down. What does that mean? It's all pulled out of context, and this is the dirty game Jon Stewart plays. Jon, stop being so scummy. But you know what the problem is? That's what his show is and always has been.
Oh, man, this guy.
What, a comedy show? Making fun of right-wingers doing dumb shit? Yeah, it has been.
Guy rules. Okay, so if you didn't catch what Tim Pool was saying there, he's like, hey, man, this Jon Stewart, what did he called him, a scumbag? He called him a... pendejo. Because he's like, Steve Bannon never said in that clip that he wants the military to get these protesters. Okay, again, I did watch this whole 1 hour, 18-minute Tucker Carlson thing. Here's Steve Bannon.
The day after this stuff happened over that weekend was President Trump ought to triple the ICE raids, and he ought to go to he ought to go to schools. Hey, they got to go.
Did you hear that ICE is running out of money? They're burning money so quickly they're about to run out. They're
hilarious.
potentially in breach of funding legislations, and the leadership of Department of Homeland Security could face jail, which is very funny. But under the Trump administration, doubt it.
Right, they have to go, and it's not pleasant. We got to be very humane about it, but you have to have a show of force. And if you need to send in the Army, if you need to send in federalized National Guard, we have to do it. California is the railhead of this.
Got it.
That's why you have to.
Okay. Hey, shut up, Steve, man. You're gonna make Tim Pool look bad. Oh, no, wait. He said in that clip. So he gave himself maybe a little out of some kind.
The MAGA mindset appears to be, we didn't vote for foreign wars. We voted for civil war.
Ah, but he's lying.
The battle for America was going to...
Did you hear the people laughing, Tim?
Because you're a joke.
To take place in Los Angeles. The only way to win here is to double and triple down.
Not once did Steve Bannon say in that clip, deploy the military. He simply said, this is war. We've got...
Pretty sure he said you need to send the military as a show of force. But okay.
To double and triple down. What does that mean?
And if you need to send in the army, if you need to send it federalized National Guard,
We're doing child abuse right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This guy, he is a little kid. I think you have to mark when you upload a YouTube video. Are you making fun of little kids in this video? And I'm gonna have to check yes. I'm gonna get flagged.
Orville Faubus, who was the governor of Arkansas in 1956, presides over the state that refuses to desegregate.
Right.
After the Supreme Court says you have to desegregate in Brown
Don't
versus
like
Board.
where you're going with this, Tucker.
And Dwight Eisenhower was not a liberal.
Right.
Says you can't ignore federal authority on a federal issue. This is a Supreme Court decision. And he sends the 101st Airborne to Little Rock to Central High School and says, sorry, you're going to desegregate. Now, whatever you think of that, it's kind of disgusting in certain
Tucker
ways,
Canadian?
but it's also essential
Wait. Yeah, so I have been...
Jack?
What?
Is Tucker Carlson Canadian?
I don't think so.
But he said sorry.
He's been spending too much time with Jordan Peterson. Maybe that's what it is. These fucking people. My God.
And seeing a bunch of videos and stories and stuff. They're like, wow, there's a split, you know? They're like, oh, wow, there's a split. These guys, they're anti-war. You know, maybe they are. Maybe they're like, even though this guy was one of the main salespeople of the Iraq War, you know, he's like, well, I really learned my lesson from that. You know, I guess we could give them some credit for that, but also, like, they're also nut jobs. Like, these are two nut jobs. Hey, I don't know, what's the difference? I don't know, what's the difference? What's the difference between the government saying, hey, you can't do segregation anymore, which... Did I mishear him? He said might be disgusting. What's the difference between that and the government making people do segregation? Why are they mad about this? You know, yeah, they're nut jobs. These are lunatics. Oh, there's a MAGA split or whatever. You know,
sorry.
Especially these guys, these like propagandists. These are crazy people. These are, you know. Okay, so everybody's making videos about this video with Stephen Banyan, and Tucker.
Cut your meat.
No, I won't, man. I take my meat uncut.
Cut your meat.
Shut up.
Show me the proof, dumbass.
Everybody's been responding to this. Here's one of the better ones. Here we go. Oh, this guy's still on YouTube. Dave Rubin. Okay, let's check that out.
So now I want to connect this to Trump's response because
Absolutely.
Trump is the leader of MAGA.
He better not be.
And I think he now has a threat within MAGA and America First. I don't think...
Okay.
The left is no longer a threat in some sense. Yes, they're apoplectic, they're crazy, we're going to get to what they're doing on the streets and all those things, but we know their numbers are dumping out. But the number one threat, it seems to me, for MAGA, will be this thing that Tucker represents, unfortunately. Doesn't mean you have to be for war. Have you ever once...
a person of
the fascist and the
nationalists
are splitting.
Hey, Jesus, man, can I get a word in edgewise?
I really gotta
cut your meat
just to get a word in here. He's public enemy #1, man.
For a war with Iran. Now, would I don't have a problem, as I said, with Israel doing what it thinks it has to do existentially, which is the same.
That was shocking. Okay, so there we go, guys. You know, I think the big takeaway from all this is if you need a pen, hit up Steve Bannon. He's got 3 of them at all times. You know, if there's a pen emergency, Steve will be able to help you out. Guys, it's... well, guys, it's Wednesday.
Not the best, not the worst. It's just, can't pick a side.
Fence sitter of the week. Days. Wednesday. Wednesday's too afraid to commit to anything. Wednesday, get it together and...
Cut your meat.
Forces. No, not that one. Nuclear strike. Run. put this on. I'll find that interview.
Israeli missile defense systems have intercepted the majority of Iran's missiles. Dozens have gotten through, and they've hit in major population centers like Tel Aviv. And so, Ben, as of 2 p.m. Tuesday Pacific time, when we're recording this is not just an active war, but one that is growing and one that is clearly now a regime change operation, not just a limited strike on nuclear infrastructure. We know this because there are all these reports that Trump vetoed an Israeli plan to kill the supreme leader of Iran. So you don't get more regime changey than that. And the big question now is whether the United States is going to get directly involved in offensive military operations, meaning are we going to bomb Iran ourselves? So on Monday night, Trump left the G7 meetings in Canada early to head back to Washington for meetings about Iran. Earlier today, Axios reported that, quote, Trump is seriously considering joining the war and launching a U.S. strike against Iran's nuclear facilities, especially its underground enrichment facility in Fordow. That is the facility we talked about on Friday that's buried deep into the side of a mountain, and military experts think can only be destroyed by a series of bombing raids with America's massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, which can only be carried by U.S. bombers. Israeli officials tell Axios they believe Trump is going to join the fight. We'll see. That could be wish casting. But if Trump does get more involved, it will likely be because of the inexorable push towards war that presidents of the United States feel because of voices like this.
If diplomacy is not successful and we left with the option of force, I would urge President Trump to go all in to make sure that when this operation is over, there's nothing left standing in Iran regarding their nuclear program.
Well, as President Trump said on Friday morning that he had given Iran 60 days to make a deal, and that was day 61.
Talks on day 63. You know that. I mean, this wasn't really a hard deadline.
He gave them 60 days, and on day 61, the strikes began.
You know, sometimes when you see evil, it's actually evil.
Who's this shit?
Wouldn't Israel be doing the United States and the West a favor by taking them out? And if we had an ally country that's trying to destroy the regime, or at least their nuclear weapons, I think we'd be appreciative of that, don't you?
Eat my whole ass, Mark.
So that was Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator Tom Cotton, and then radio host, Fox News personality Mark Levin. Boy, Tucker Carlson is right. He has a horrible voice. So, Ben, we're going to dig into lots of different pieces of all of this. But I just want to start by asking you about any kind of big picture takeaways from you since we talked on Friday, and then
talk about a fucking nuke. So drop Lindsey Graham on Tehran. Easy. Problem solved. Yeah, throw Ted Cruz in there too. Fuck it.
Kind of where you are on whether you think Trump is going to get us directly involved in this war
Already
offensively or not.
Yeah, a couple big picture things. I mean, first, I think
B-2s landed in Pakistan. Saw in Israel. Pretty cool. From what I've seen.
I think it's really important to say that there's no reason that this war had to happen now. I'm struck, Tommy, that since Israel launched what it called a preemptive strike, they didn't even go through the exercise of putting out cooked up intelligence suggesting that the Iranians were just about to weaponize, a nuclear weapon. Iran has had, for people who don't follow this closely, Iran has had a nuclear program for decades.
I was wrong.
Bibi Netanyahu has been warning about them being on the precipice of having a nuclear weapon for as long as I can remember. And nothing changed between the day before this strike happened, the day after. So there was no reason for this to happen now. Israel was not any less secure, the day that they took the strike than they were the last 10 years, right? So this is entirely a war of choice launched by Israel, ostensibly against a nuclear program. Second thing is, this is very much feeling like a regime change operation. And we have to emphasize that too, because if they were just hitting the nuclear facilities, just even hitting nuclear and ballistic missile facilities, that would be one thing. I still wouldn't think that was a good idea. And frankly, that would only at this point have set the Iranian nuclear program back a few months. They're not hitting just those targets. They hit the television station. What does the television station have to do with the nuclear program? They are just killing
Wouldn't you like to know?
And scientists, including generals that are not involved in the nuclear program. What does that have to do with setting back the nuclear program? They were hitting oil facilities, right? So this feels very much like Israel has like a target list that includes people and infrastructure And,
Okay, it seems the B2s were deployed to Diego Garcia. And whoever I saw saying it was Pakistan is retarded. Granted, I saw it last night, so I hadn't checked. This was from 4 days ago.
What does Bricks News say?
Let me check. Yeah, the official Bricks news source. Praising North Korea. More praising of North Korea. Something about Israel. There's something about Russia defending Iran. More Russia. More cringe. Just pro-Iranian stuff, as you would expect. Wrong one.
Aspects of the regime, including media, and they're just hitting it all. And the fact that they want to kill the supreme leader, I mean, we are in a new world here. I mean, whatever you think of the supreme leader, and no, I'm not a fan of his. We're now just in the place where we assassinate the leaders of other governments. We just decapitate regimes and preemptive wars. That is a wholly new place to be here. It seems like Israel is, again, treating the Iranian regime like it's Hezbollah, right? Like they're just going through it like it's a series of personality-based assassinations. But the problem is this regime runs a very large and important state, right? With huge resources, with tens of millions of people. And so what you've not heard from Israel is any description of where this ends, where this goes. I mean, the things that are the most eerie to me, because there's a lot of echoes of the Iraq War here, Tommy, and we're going to unpack some of those. But you see some people, I saw Newt Gingrich, tweeting something like, "Oh my God, I know. Now is the time for there to be like a secular, moderate, inclusive government in Iran." Like, where is that government going to come from, right? So to me, it's very alarming. We're a week into this thing, and it's just on a rapid escalatory cycle. And it feels to me like Donald Trump is getting pulled into this.
I don't know if I sent it to you, but I was
he couldn't stand up.
Fucking dying at a post that Heavy shared of what's her name? The idiot.
Syrian girl?
No.
There's a lot of idiots.
The Iran idiot.
Oh, Naya Berg or whatever the fuck her name is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of a few.
She's really dumb.
Iranian diaspora Jewish. I'm so pro-Israel. I was talking to Pega, asking about what options there are. Basically, there are none. The option is collapse and hope and pray, or return the monarchy. That's the options. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool situation for the Iranian people.
To Bibi Netanyahu, he's afraid to do that. He was too weak to stand up to Bibi Netanyahu.
The king of Iran will address the Iranian nation 9 p.m. local time. That's about an hour from now. The Heavy post, king of Iran in quotes.
That's amazing.
His own diplomacy got derailed. That's bullshit that we gave diplomacy a chance. We didn't. The Iranians were trying to make a deal. And then Israel killed the guy who was trying to negotiate the deal.
Yeah.
And he's afraid. He's more afraid of Fox News and Lindsey Graham and Bibi Netanyahu than he is of his own base, who he promised that he wouldn't do this. And it's a scary place for us to be.
Yeah. So the Wall Street Journal just had a piece that posted a couple hours ago about kind of where the U.S. and Iran and Israel differ on the intelligence case. And it said, before launching its attack on Iran last week, Israel provided the U.S. with intelligence it deemed alarming. Tehran was conducting renewed research useful for a nuclear weapon, including an explosive triggering system. But U.S. officials briefed by the Israelis weren't convinced that the information pointed to a decision by Tehran to build a bomb. It sounded like they were doing research. New York Times had sort of similar reporting, like the U.S. is not aware of new intelligence showing Iran is rushing to get a bomb. And I think that's very important because, one, I mean, obviously it's the entire pretext for the war, but two, Netanyahu was on Fox News over the weekend and on countless news channels just lying and saying that Israel had to act now because Iran was rushing to get a bomb, when, the U.S. intelligence timeline is still like, yeah, it'll take 1 to 2 weeks to produce enough weapons-grade uranium for a nuke, and then but then you'd have to go through the weaponization process. It could take much, much longer to get it on a warhead and then to get it on a missile that could hit targets. So we're talking about a process that would take, like 6 months to up to 3 years, according to like whichever intelligence assessment you believe. But Netanyahu is just kind of like yada, yada, yada-ing those details and claiming there was some sort of imminent threat he had to neutralize. And the Times also reported, Ben, that U.S. intelligence, like late last month, figured out that Israel was planning an imminent attack with or without us. And they say Trump warned Netanyahu not to do anything and not to screw up his diplomatic efforts. But basically, like, Bibi just didn't care and Trump was too weak to make him listen. So, like, all of that bullshit we were talking about last week about how, there was this elaborate ruse between the U.S. and the Israelis where they were just, it was like designed to fool the Iranians. That was total bullshit. Like, the Times reported that Mr. Trump was still stressing the importance of giving diplomacy a chance, and while doing so was not intended to deceive the Iranians about the immediacy of a potential attack, but the possibility that it might deceive them was like a welcome side effect. So in other words, Trump sincerely wanted diplomacy. The fact that he kept talking about it certainly does seem to have convinced some of these Iranian generals and scientists and people that they were safe, sleeping at their homes rather than going to a bunker. But this was not 5D chess as we expected.
Yeah, and just to put a point on the intelligence thing, because it really is important. I mean, it's amazing to me that we, nobody even feels compelled to have to make this case anymore. You need to go through several steps to acquire a nuclear weapon. You need to acquire enough nuclear fuel, and that requires its own breakout. That you're rushing to enrich uranium at a high percentile, so that.
I think it's entirely possible, but at the same time, like, we've seen this policy in the past where Gaddafi, Assad, Saddam, they all claim that they have like these advanced programs. Like, if Iran truly was pursuing nukes, what would that accomplish for them? And, do they really believe they could do it covertly? Because it would instigate strikes and regime change. So I think because the IRGC is totally bitch mode, I think it's not within their personality to do like hardcore shit like that. They're too scared to do something like that.
You can have enough fuel for a bomb. You need to know how to weaponize that nuclear material, which we don't know that the Iranians, I mean, in the past, the assessment has been that they didn't have the capacity to weaponize. But then you have, as you said, go through this process, which takes months, to miniaturize the fuel, put it on a warhead, all this stuff, right? The reason that's important is that Israel had plenty of time, plenty of decision space to do this. And instead, they did it to derail Donald Trump's diplomacy. And like, every now and then we give ourselves this allowance. Like, imagine if a Democratic president got humiliated like that. Well, I guess Joe Biden did, so we can imagine it because it just happened.
It's funny because I was just
Bibi
thinking
Netanyahu
about this. About how
Trump, an even worse
Trump
version.
literally like told Bibi to go fuck himself a few weeks ago.
That's true.
Now he has to figure out how to come out on top of this.
Yeah, you know what you do? You go, no problem. No more bombs, no more missiles, no more weapons.
That's not
Suck a
gonna
dick.
happen.
Enjoy your time.
I think at this point,
you picked a war. Enjoy
I
fighting
think
it
at this
yourself.
point, instead of Trump looking humiliated, he's gonna be like, it was actually our plan all along.
Well, that's the way they're going.
And I think that he will drop bombs on Iran.
Yeah, I'm expecting it.
But we already do that.
2 days.
It's just more public, publicly dropping bombs on Iran.
Yeah.
What he did to Biden, because with Biden it was just like, I'm just going to ignore what you say about Gaza and take all your weapons and bomb people there. But here he wants the U.S. to come in the war that he started over the objections of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, it feels like he's getting pushed that way. That story was amazing because basically the reporting was that Donald Trump thought the war looked good on Fox News, and that he was watching Fox News and why? Because Fox News doesn't tell you the full story. Fox News gives you this completely airbrushed version where Israel looks like they're in the most ingenious military operation ever, and Donald Trump's like, well, I want to be a part of that, And this is a crazy way to make decisions
Family Guy
about
Fox
war
News
and peace.
thing?
The American people, where are they in this?
They've done it
Donald
a few
Trump
times. Which one?
I'm pulling it up.
That's fucking crazy. So my mate bought a Switch, right? And he bought it off Amazon. And you would expect, right, the box to come as the box is, right? Like that. See how it says model on the bottom? So the ones that he got sent have Chinese on them and must be not the right model. Now, if you got sent that and you expect the box that is on the screen, would you return it? I'd return it. Like, what the fuck, Amazon?
It's got spyware in it.
I'll never get past the guards. God, the Fox News must be so loud in there.
Transgender immigrants are dropping sexy M&Ms from Chinese balloons.
This is worth being disowned by my family.
You know her. Fucking awesome. Is that a new one? I haven't seen that.
I don't know.
Has not really spoken at length to us about,
Hilarious.
we usually would expect presidents to give speeches about what would be our objectives here, what would be the legal basis for launching this military strike, what's the end game, what's the risk, preparing people for, oil prices to go up and for our service members in the region to be at risk. They're not even communicating any of this.
Hey, you know how you don't put service members at risk? You pull all support from Israel and let them fight their own fucking war.
You make it mandatory to be gay.
That too. Like Thailand. I think it's Thailand. Is it Thailand? Do you not know about this? Oh my god. Hold on a second.
You must kiss to be in our military.
What you're witnessing here is not a competition, but rather the unique conscription process in Thailand. Unlike any other country, Thailand uses a lottery system for conscription. Young people take turns drawing from a green jar, and their fate hinges on the choice of a black or red card. A black card means exemption, downs, happiness, emotions, mandatory enlistment. So every year, you can see a range of emotions during this process, scenes of sadness, breakdowns, happiness, excitement, and even pride. The tension is palpable as the lottery takes place in public, with
And that wasn't pride as in, I'm proud that I'm not going to the army.
catcalling and baiting adding to the atmosphere. In many neighborhoods, the occasion has become an afternoon's entertainment, complete with stalls selling ice cream and sunflower seeds for snacking. Such is the drama of this event that in recent years, many Thai television stations have started live broadcasting it through a red card crossly here.
I need to find something better than this.
As he nervously walks up to the jar, with a soft gesture he reaches into it. He then pulls out a small piece of paper and carefully hands it to a guard.
Why can I not find this? Thailand men acting gay draft.
He became the exorcist. He went straight exorcist.
There is so many hilarious videos.
So what does this have to do with them being gay?
Because they act gay to try and avoid the draft, because I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to be gay in the military in Thailand. So they try and act as gay as possible.
Did you fact check this?
Yes, I'm pretty sure this is well known. Thailand men act gay to avoid draft. Men assigned male at birth are required to participate in conscription at 21 unless they are exempt. Only way to be exempt is a medical history proving a gender identity disorder. This has led some to act or appear in a way that suggests they are transgender or gay in a way to attempt to be classified as having mental disorder and avoid the draft. Why are they screaming? That would have hurt. Is it really? That's so interesting. So interesting. Transgender
Like,
or gay in a way to attempt to be classified as having mental disorder.
it's just the background noise that will, because I'll have the dashboard open.
Why are these trans women going viral outside a military recruitment centre in Thailand? You are watching footage from Thailand's annual conscription lottery, where a group of transgender women known as angels are taking the internet by storm. Thailand's annual military conscription event is a highly anticipated moment for Thai men aged 21 to 26. Each year they gather at local recruitment centres to determine their fate.
It's some Hunger Games shit. It's like, you turn 21 to 26, your name's in that bucket.
Through a national lottery. Everyone receives an envelope, and inside is either a red card or a black card. Red means you've been selected for military service, while black means you're exempt. However, a new viral tradition has emerged within Thailand's trans community. While transgender individuals are still required to show up in person to the draft lottery, they can be exempt from service if they provide a gender reassignment certificate or relevant medical documents. Each year, trans women across the country head to recruitment centres to submit their paperwork, often turning the moment into a celebration, complete with photo shoots, proudly holding their certificates outside the recruitment centre. While it remains illegal for trans people to serve in Thailand's military, this annual tradition has turned into a powerful symbol of pride for the country's trans community.
Change video in a second. Got it.
Only a couple of weeks ago, American intervention in Iran would have been unthinkable.
No, it wasn't. Okay. Enough of the gays.
biggest stories of the 50
Why not watch
biggest
the full
stories
thing?
that we have going on is, of course,
You want to watch the whole thing? It's 2 hours.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna play this first.
of course, the potential for the United States to get involved in a war with Iran. And it is creating some fissures on the right. I think we talked about this yesterday. The reason why we're seeing these fissures is because I think of the size and the nature of the size of the right-wing media now and the nature of media writ large. Because many of these fissures existed in the run-up to the Iraq War, but they were much more marginalized. But now marginal fissures can push to the center more because of the nature of social media.
I mean, Fox News used to be the only show in town with all that funding behind it, and you have...
Where the fuck? Whatever. Yes, Thailand does gay very well. If Thailand wasn't so connected to the CCP now, I would love to go to Thailand. Not anymore.
Tucker Carlson is backed by Elon Musk's money here, right?
Yes.
He has his show on X. You got, I mean, the Daily Wire is falling apart, but you have the PBD guys. Who knows how much money they're getting from right-wing sources? There's just a lot of them. That you can be a little bit more bespoke with your right-wing reactionary content now.
And we should say, I think I mentioned this yesterday.
And like, left-wing reactionary content is still just we support Russia, China, and Iran. Like, you're just boring imperialists. At least the right wing has some variety.
Janine Garofalo, I had co-hosted with Tucker Carlson.
Co-hosted with Tucker Carlson.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the time to have this conversation. It's good to be with you. So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran? Somebody else in charge. How do you get there?
Genius.
Wow.
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us? Or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us. And
definitely the latter is better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power and I want our friends in power.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
And we've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there.
Hey, you know you had a fucking opportunity, dickheads. He lost the fucking election. You could have backed them. You could have supported it, but you let it go. And guess what? Maduro is still in power because you guys missed the opportunity. So if you hate Venezuela and fucking Maduro that much, and you guys are the imperialists you claim you are, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, the cunt literally lost. He stole that election from the Venezuelan people.
Yeah, but that would mean America spreads democracy and actually defends democracy.
It actually does what they say. That would be absurd.
There.
Yeah. I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
Yeah, we have. And I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm
there's all kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of efforts.
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of your ancestors, Cuba, 1959, we've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So I mean, both agree it's hard.
Bro called him a secret commie.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask.
He was like,
how do
you're
we
not
produce
white?
that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran,
Do it.
saying you're for regime change, I don't.
Show them a bit of their own medicine. Invade their country and say, we are reclaiming China for Taiwan.
Don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to
Campaign for the Three Gorges Dam.
America. So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once. Okay. I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for.
Drop guns.
All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy.
Well, this is what I said before. So I was talking to Pega about what the options are for the Iranian people. And at this point, there are none. So, really, it's like a rock
I
and a hard
disagree.
place. Well, like, when I say no options, like, as they stand right now, like, obviously, if time passes, this war happens, someone will come out of the conflict to take the power. Now, what I'm saying right now is that if Ted Cruz and his regime change thing is actually what the goal was, right now, there is no real option unless they reinstall the monarchy. Is basically what Pegasus was saying. But go on. What's some other options?
Oh, I just don't think it's out of the ordinary that like the government is like I've been saying the government's gonna fall for a long time.
A while, yeah.
And I have seen enough and specifically covered enough in that specific region that I can predict a few things.
Okay, go on.
That would definitely happen. I know that for a fact Al-Qaeda wants a war there. And they want to use it to reignite themselves. As far as we know, Saif al-Adel has been in Iran
Who is?
forever.
Is AQ guy?
Yeah, so he's the caretaker. So whenever the leaders die, he's the one who takes over until a new guy's elected.
Okay, so the interim sort of. I mean,
yeah.
caretaker
So
is a perfect,
when
a perfect
9/11
title for it.
happened, he was like the 7th most powerful guy, and within 2 years, he was the 3rd most powerful.
Oh shit.
So he's kind of like the Mullah Baradar of Al Qaeda.
Okay.
But the last time we've seen him photographed,
it
was in Iran.
Ah, interesting.
He
Hello, new
was a
person.
colonel in the
Welcome.
Egyptian military as well. So
Okay.
he is basically the military commander of Al Qaeda. And that's who people were expecting to be the emir.
Yeah.
But he stayed in that caretaker role.
Instead of taking the top spot.
It is believed. Al-Qaeda
it
hasn't
seems-
really made an announcement about it.
Well,
which
if
could
it
mean that
was-
there's internal divisions. And there has been
What's his-
internal
what's his
divisions in Al-Qaeda since the beginning.
What's his name? Hamza? Hamza bin Laden? What's his,
Yeah.
what's his son name? What are we talking about? We are talking about Al-Qaeda and other options. So we're basically theorizing that in the event that what Ted Cruz is saying here, which is regime change, right? Regime change works. Iran falls, or the Republic falls, more or less. What other options are there? So, I was talking to one of our Persian friends about the options for the Iranian people at the moment. She believes that there is only one option, really, and that's the Shah's son. But from what she was telling me,
no,
he seems to be a bit of a pussy and not actually willing to step up.
There will be a monarchy party.
Interesting.
In the fucking Senate when they fucking elect a new government.
And
so
he'll
there'll
come
be a
back then?
pro-monarchy party that, I mean, this is Afghanistan as well. One of the like most morally correct factions in the like since the Mujahideen days was this party that's like a liberation party, and they're like they're pro-monarchy, like going back to the Afghan monarchy, but they're also like the most libertarian of the Afghan mainstay parties. They're irrelevant and tiny.
Yeah.
But it is a pro-monarchy party.
Okay.
And so you'll see that these pro-monarchy parties will be allowed to exist. Pro-Shia parties will be allowed to exist. So we can safely assume that the current status quo government will have about a third of the government when a successionary state comes in.
Yeah. None of this is really relevant, I don't think. The daughter marrying an Israeli is not really a problem because the whole idea is to diffuse this problem, right? So if the Shah comes in, the Shah was always pro-Israel, was he not? Or not necessarily?
Okay, we can look at an interview about that.
Is it the same interview? I just can't remember what his stance was. It wasn't necessarily like death to Israel like it is with the Ayatollahs, but
no,
I don't think he was necessarily best mates with them.
This idea that he was like an American stooge is kind of... That's like saying MBS is an American stooge. I think if there was one person you would compare him to, it would be MBS.
Okay.
He's the same type of like crazy, you know, where he is really good at smiling and looking good on cameras and for leaders.
Well, yeah.
But like, you know, he cuts people up. You know what I mean?
Yes, okay, yeah. Typical monarch. What else we got here? Dude's a joke. Dad has balls went against the West at the end. I mean, I think that was mostly because he just got paranoid.
Who?
The Shah.
What about him?
He just got real like hermit.
I mean, he was
towards
dying.
the end. Yeah.
He had cancer
Northern
and was
Alliance,
dying.
Headed by Masood. You might have been talking about the party, the pro-monarchy party.
No, it's a Sufi party. It's not a Masood party.
Okay.
I would have to look it up, but it is like one of the Peshawar 7 parties.
Okay.
They even fly like a black standard, but they're like not a they're not like they're like the only party that's really not Muslim Brotherhood. And the guy who runs it is a political elite in Afghanistan. Like he I think it's Ghani or Jelani or something. It's like Ghani.
I'll tell you what though, we haven't had a new chatter.
I'll look at it in a second here.
No, like we haven't had a new chatter that's been able to talk with us like this for a minute. So it's actually very refreshing. Most of the people that come in are fucking mouth breathers. So this is a nice change.
Yeah, Jack. Can you just go to Wikipedia, type in Peshawar 7, and go to Wikipedia.
I couldn't be bothered. If you're wondering why I'm standing, I couldn't be fucked. I couldn't be fucked sitting down today, so I'm standing. I'll sit down later. The Afghan Mujahideen.
Yeah, and then just bring it up so all 7 are on the screen there.
Well, the Wikipedia doesn't show 7, it's just a group of the Afghan Mujahideen.
It should be lower. It will be like... It's like in the... Yep, keep going. Right here.
Anti-communism.
So there's a black flag in there. Go up. You're going past it. See these flags? Groups. Afghan...
Yeah.
So political Islamists, not those ones, the ones below those. There's 3
Afghan
below.
Traditionalists?
Those ones.
Harakat Inqilab Islami, Revolutionary Islamic Movement
Yeah, so
of
that's
Afghanistan.
Muhammad, Nebi Muhammad, right?
Yep.
So that's the guy who did the Kami faction. So
Okay.
he was one of the
Maoists?
first Mujahideen. It was both. It was like the other socialist party that was ousted, and the Maoist along with him and his party, along with the Mujahideen. Sigbatullah Mujahideen.
They got
those
such
2
fucking
parties
great names. Like,
were
if you're gonna
the
be a
first
fucking
one. So it's that
terrorist-
last one. Saeed Ahmad Jalani or something.
Saeed Ahmad Gailani?
Yeah, is that it says it's a monarchy party, right?
Islamic mystical figure,
Yep.
rejecting both communism and fundamentalism, Pashtun nationalism, and a return to the monarchy. Yep.
So, like I said, click that party.
And that's
because they still exist.
Mali? Millie.
Dope ass logo too, but you'll look
That is
at
a
it
cool
says
logo.
like became a different party.
That is a
You know,
fucking
because
cool
like
logo.
parties evolve and shit.
Yeah. I really should learn how to say all these fucking words.
I mean, Sigbatullah Mujahideen took me a while to get.
Millie Ye Islami. Okay. Sure. Why not? That is fucking gangster.
Right? Isn't that awesome?
What a
They have a
sick flag.
Facebook page, I believe.
That is awesome.
But they're like not a banned political party. They still technically exist in the Taliban government.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't say closed. It does say right-wing Afghan nationalism, Pashtun interests. I mean, you could claim that it's a left-wing nationalism.
But you see what I mean? This is the most libertarian.
Yeah, that's so
party.
interesting.
Right? So this is what I'm saying is like this is what we could see in Iran is like the sun could back one of these parties or one of those parties could back a return.
Yeah, true. Very interesting. It's like
But
an Arabic Proud
there's
Boys
just
logo.
no
That's
way.
what I thought.
There's no way. Like, when does a return to monarchy happen? You know, after this amount of time, there's just no way it's happening.
I don't know, man. Who fucking knows? Like, people are looking for shit, and because nobody actually thinks maybe we should make something up, because at this point, who gives a fuck? Nothing's worked. Let's try something else. But what the fuck do I know?
But like these guys were literal Mujahideen.
I see. I see. Yes. I've been wanting to utilize the Twitter a bit better. But it's just like it's not worth it unless you pay. Like Twitter's so fucked now. But I wanna turn the Twitter, so I'm gonna delete Twitter my personal account off my phone, and I'm gonna use the 5th gen account to like post news and stuff, and I'm gonna use that to information gather and write articles and shit as well. So follow
But
the 5th
also,
gen Twitter.
you'll notice this party doesn't have fucking war crimes and shit associated with it
True.
either. But there's video of him, like, you know, one of the guys who's in the family who runs this party. There's video of him in Kandahar.
Yep.
That I've seen from the 70s and shit.
So they participated in Kuwait against Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of Afghan mujahideen were anti-Saddam.
Ooh, gross. Disgusting. What would you
that's
rather? That or this one? That's much fucking cooler.
Yeah, and also, like, Afghanistan in the past, like, they have had just all black flags for a
Fuck
few
yeah.
of their past flags. Like, one of them literally is just a black flag.
That's epic.
But that's
Fucking
why,
cool country.
like, if you look at not the Taliban flag, but the modern Afghan flag, the seal, I believe black is center on it.
Let's see. There's a hyperlink. Islamic
Yep,
Emirate
that's
of
the
Afghanistan.
Taliban one.
Yeah.
Not that one.
There's a cool flag too.
Well, yeah. But even the Taliban's emblem is on other flags of different groups. You gotta go to the government of Afghanistan. I'm out of that game, so.
Which one?
Oh, so it's not black in the center. I
Red in
wasn't
the center.
sure. I couldn't remember. Because that seal is on past flags as well. And even the Taliban's emblem, I want to say the Mujahideen government had their seal.
Interesting.
Like the Muslim Brotherhood factions.
Mm.
I don't know exactly what it is, but I recognize the symbols, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, so with the Mujahideen government
Interesting.
in Afghanistan, they...
Is that the Uyghur flag's the blue with the...
Yeah, the Uyghur flag
Islamic
is
crescent.
hard as fuck.
It's a good flag.
Crimea, I like Crimea's flag as well.
I don't
But
know
then
what
I also like the...
Oh, it's like a thick French flag. Or Dutch. It's like a thick reverse Dutch flag. Nice. Fuck the Dutch. I can say that. I'm Dutch.
Policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border.
Go
check
tell
this out.
people, please go tell people to join the chat. I want to talk with people and talk shit and learn stuff. Like
full screen this
tell
real quick.
people
I
to
got it,
come join
actually.
the fucking. I'll stay standing. I'll get on my soapbox. I'll get
So-
a fucking box and I'll literally stand on it. I don't give a fuck.
Like the CIA people say Hamza bin Laden runs Al Qaeda, but Wikipedia still has Saif al-Adel as the de facto leader right now because Al Qaeda has not made a public statement. The point is that if insurgency happens in Iran, you can guarantee Al Qaeda is going to try to capitalize on it. That's the only point I was trying to make.
Love that.
But
We love that.
I think
Prime subs are great. We love frying
I
stuff.
think
Thank you. we don't have the
the
alarms
system
and
that
shit set
Iran
up.
has, like, or the way it
What
was
system?
set up, the way it was supposed to have, the Khomeini system, the Mujahideen government in Afghanistan, that's the system that, like, there's this interview with Masood by these Japanese filmmakers during it's one of the few years of the Mujahideen government we have, because it's like the worst years of Afghanistan and nobody was there anymore.
Okay.
But they interview him, and they describe his style of government as a Khomeini style system.
Huh.
Because they want a council to approve presidential candidates.
Okay.
Right? So I don't expect that Khomeiniist system to go anywhere. It's just the Ayatollah I expect to disappear. And that's...
Yeah.
The Khomeiniist system is like more about the Islamic Republic, the way they function as a democracy. It's not about the supreme leadership. So if you really just remove that, you can expect parties like that, like a pro-monarchy party, like IRGC, Basiji, you know, style, like Nashibi order. If you're in Iraq, that's what they became, the Ba'athist. Stuff like that. It would be a multi-party system.
Then people would be driven to the arms of Al Qaeda. Well, Al Qaeda would love that.
So I think probably the current like establishment would kind of form an opposition government inside a new cabinet.
Okay.
Right? So like all the other political factions would be like, you would also have ethnic factions, right? Like there would be a Azeri party, a Kurdish party, a Baloch party, right? And people in those regions would vote for those parties, and those parties would coalition, right? So like in Iraq, for example, there's minor parties of those ethnic parties, and those minor parties are the ones that are in the unity government that the Iranian-backed candidate picks up. So he has representatives in all those different minor parties, but they're still like of different ethnic backgrounds that gave him enough to have the majority in parliament.
Okay.
So that's the type of stuff you'll see, is that the current establishment will take these minority parties inside minority parties. So the opposition in Balochistan, they would back, while the main party in Balochistan would coalition with the other main parties elsewhere. Right? And then you would probably, like, the other, like, big dominant party would be like a Persian nationalist type party.
Yes, as you would expect. Because there would be... I don't imagine...
I just think that we've seen enough with Iraq, Syria, even Lebanon, Afghanistan. We've seen enough Libya as well. Like we could assume that won't happen, where two different sides are backing, like Turkey is backing one side and Russia's backing one side. You know. By the way, did you know Azerbaijan was letting Israel fucking launch shit out of their country?
Seriously?
Yeah. Pretty funny, huh?
Not a surprise.
But, you know, these parties would exert influence.
Yeah.
Like Turkey would exert influence into Iran. Like the oil deals that come out would most likely favor Turkey.
Whoa.
But the infrastructure that's already been established, like you know, it's gone now, but they had the highway to Syria basically from Iran. So like there's a pipeline there that can just open straight to Turkey.
It was pre-set up, right? That's half the reason why they
basically
wanted
So like
Kurdistan?
Turkey benefits greatly because they have a lot of influence in Syria, which is where the other end of the pipeline would go.
Yeah.
So this whole we don't have options things, I think it's very silly.
Yeah.
Like this whole Leninist idea where you need somebody to lead the opposition.
Yeah. Depends. Depends on the country and the people and what they want. Goofy ass light settings.
The less influence the IRGC has, the better.
Kill him. Bomb him.
And the absolute crisis we're facing. And
that this is happening.
Iran?
I mean, if you go back and you look at interviews that, like, Altex we were doing where we were talking about Iran, and I would say things like, you can't necessarily beat the IRGC, so there were the party that comes into Iran, they would have to concession to former IRGC guys. Because even if you topple the regime, the IRGC still exists throughout the region.
It's an institution, you can't really get rid of it.
Israel has spent like 2 years decapitating all these IRGC assets.
They have.
So, and then Assad's gone. So, really, like, Iran has more influence in Iraq than it does in their own country right now.
Damn.
Because Israel controls the skies in their country.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, multi-ethnic democracy is fucking horrendous for these countries.
We've been
but
saying this for a
what's
while.
important is that those smaller ethnic parties are just going to be minority parties that coalition with the main party anyway.
Yeah, but this is why, if the Kurds wanted to be ideologically imperialist, if you want to call it that,
like Iran's already set up with these provinces and divisions anyway.
And, like, Kurdistan is already in Iran, sorry. It wouldn't be... I feel like it wouldn't be that much to be like, hey, why not try this? And be like, well, democratic confederalism has, like, worked pretty fine here. Why not try it? And
well,
if it doesn't work, change
it just depends how much...
Do you drop out? He dropped. What'd you say?
I'm waiting. Okay.
You're back.
It depends how much influence local things have. Like,
yeah.
So for, like, a lot of people in Afghanistan, like, obviously the main city is where a lot of people are, but all the, the flyover states of Afghanistan,
yeah,
like, their life
isn't
doesn't
it like
really
3
change.
cities? Isn't Afghanistan like 3 cities?
There's a
and
few,
that's it?
but the point is that, like, all those rural people who are completely agrarian, like, shit doesn't change for them.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, well,
basically, where the Kurds
problem,
are in Iran, that northern edge of Iran is the only thing that matters when it comes to Iran. The rest of Iran is pretty sparsely populated, right? So, like, the political elite are going to be centered in that region no matter what happens. And so that makes it also less likely to have, like, a Libya situation where you have 2 capital cities that can divide the country.
Yes. Even though they are looking to move their capital from Tehran.
Yeah, to run away from all the population that can actually overthrow them.
Moving into the southern coast, which could be interesting.
But anyway, I'm not shocked Israel got to this point where we're fucking bombing Iran. They
inevitable.
Had been killing the IRGC. As I've been saying, it would be difficult to do regime change in Iran if the IRGC was still around. And I didn't think you could really do anything about them, but I guess they're trying to.
Well, see, this is the thing, though, right? I don't think democratic confederalism is that susceptible to foreign influence because, theoretically, because it is decentralized, one compromised group or, like, 5 out of 50 is not going to matter. So, like, they can have their backing, that's fine. But as long as they are working within the framework to do whatever's necessary to keep the system together, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Like, the Kurds get American backing, but does that make them assets? No, it just makes them working with the US because it benefits them. Like, it's... I don't understand why people have this opposition to, like, ethnically oppressed people choosing an empire. Like, of course they're going to pick a fucking empire. What are they going to do? Fight by themselves? Like, they're literally, like... We'll stick on the Kurdish example, but, like, Turkey has been constantly trying to fuck the Kurds. Of course they're going to go with the US. I'm surprised they didn't go to Russia. I'm surprised they didn't go to China.
Actually,
considering that Turkey is NATO.
The PKK, the reason why they were founded as a Marxist party is because they were trying to appeal to the Soviet Union. That's why they immediately abandoned Marxism.
Yeah.
They were just wearing Marxist hats, going, "Hello, Soviet Union," because they believed that they could potentially be annexed by the Soviet Union.
Yes, that's right.
But the Soviet Union was already like fucking crippled and like falling apart by the time they were formed.
Mm-hmm. It was like 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's not
80s.
Yeah. Like I just don't think it's that easy of a system to compromise as it is like a central system like the US, right? I mean, look at how easy it was for information warfare to compromise the entire conservative side of the American politics. Like, it's crazy how prominent just like information warfare narratives are within conservatives. It's fucking crazy. And it's just like innocuous shit that shouldn't matter too. But it builds and builds and builds and builds. And it culminates in this like brain-fucked entire half of the country. And it's not even just America, it's the world. It's Australia too, it's the UK, it's Europe, it's the entire white world. Like, they are incredibly compromised because they've been convinced that all their problems come from the fucking migrants coming into their country, caused by the wars that they started. So it's like...
Kill Whitey.
It's a self-own. But like, they're so susceptible, and it's the same with like people who are so adamantly like anti-America. The people who use like imperial core sort of stuff. Those people are so susceptible to counter-American propaganda that they will... Like, I've seen feminists who claim to be hardcore communist feminists backing Iran. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, it's just it's this kind of like susceptibility that we want to try and help people get over. Like, it's... And I'm still susceptible to stuff as well, especially with stuff that I'm not, like, super familiar with. So I've, like the B-2s in Pakistan thing earlier, like, I didn't look at that, I just saw that, and then I looked it up. Not true, right? The F-35 shit that happened, that Iran's like, we shot down an F-35? Well, it didn't even fucking look like an F-35. But, like, also it's huge. But all of this stuff, like... Look at the people. Look at the... How are you so susceptible to this shit? It's just... Like, I get it. I get the opposition to the United States and their imperialism. I understand. But the existence of America as an imperialist state does not discount the existence of other imperialist states. This is what I've been desperately trying to get through to people, is that, like, just because one exists doesn't mean you can't focus on the others. It's like... with Gaza and the people who have the Congo and Sudanese flags in their fucking bios. Like, you don't fucking give a shit. You're doing this because PSL and the people connected to PSL have told you to put these flags in the fucking bio because it's like, oh, these are the oppressed people of the world. Do you even fucking know what's happening in Sudan? Half the population of Australia is internally displaced in that fucking country. A genocide is happening in the same place 20 fucking years later. And nobody gives a fuck.
Never ended, really.
No, not really. And nobody gives a fuck because
just
Gaza's
waves.
happening. Right? And this is not saying don't care about Gaza, right? This is not saying that. This is saying that you don't need to isolate your fucking support to a single cause. You just don't have to. You can look at Greta. She's literally doing it in real life, and you aren't able to actually fucking support multiple things at once. She's mentioned the Baloch people.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who the fuck talks about them? Are you kidding? And you're giving me the excuse that you can't
we do.
Focus? Like, get that shit out of my face. Fuck off. What, you couldn't tell I'm Australian? But like, it's so frustrating. Like, and I posted something on Twitter, and it's my favorite meme. It's the "fuck your team," and it's just burning flags. Somebody was like, "Oh, it's America and Iran. Pick your sides." I'm like, it's imperialist versus the people. There is only one side to take.
Yeah,
and
people get mad because they'll be like, "What side of the conflict are you on?" And I'll say, "The people," and they'll be like, "You have to pick a side."
Exactly. It's so frustrating. Has a friend had this exact convo with me, this exact cadence about a month ago. Is he from Melbourne? The really hardcore accent, unlike the US, which is very funny actually, because you know how they say that Australia is upside down, right? And just for the meme. Oh, I lost it. Just for the meme. I'm gonna put my camera upside down.
Requesting sentry.
See if it works.
Sending down sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Nothing's working. Logitech, there we go. Does it not work upside down? What is happening?
Calling down fortifications.
The joke did not work. It seems to break if you turn it upside down. Oh, there you go, we're upside down. Okay, so unlike the United States, where the accents get thicker the lower you go, Australia is the opposite. The further down you go, the more soft the accent gets. If you go to Queensland, they've got like typical bogan shit that you would expect, like unintelligible, sorry is the word, unintelligible unless you are Australian. Kind of like the hard South, you really can't understand them unless you're like American. Similar thing. Anyway, the meme has been done. That was funny. Now I have to fix my camera. It's great. There was one video that I found which I might, if I can find it, I'll bring it up because it is funny.
Out of ammo.
Give me a minute. Couple things. There we go.
Bueno, mate. This is Chad. He's from America.
Oh, good day, mate. Nice to meet you. Chazzy, mate. How are you? How you going, mate? Yeah, good to have you down here. Yeah, fun. Everything all right? Bit of a day for it. A couple of baby longs in the morning. Never went astray, mate. Help yourself in the fridge, eh? Showing your hand. He's a good lad. He's a good hard worker. Works well with his hands. Not such a big leg of hand like you, though, mate. We have to get your bloody rouse about in the shearing shed, mate. Yeah. Got much experience working with your hands, buddy?
Well, do ya?
What are you, mate? America.
How much did you get of that?
0.
0? Great. Prove my point. Oh, I'm not sure whether I told anybody, but I have been looking for this video since I deleted it.
I sneak and I creep
I'm the Shadow Man. I'll eat all your apples. I'm the Shadow Man. I'll steal your book. I'm the Shadow Man. Look at my fingers. I'm the Shadow Man. I'm going to plunge the world into darkness.
There he is, kids! The Shadow Man!
We gotta stay on task,
Be
bro.
careful.
Look, it's important.
We have a 2-hour video to get
And
through.
show you his fingers!
Look at my fingers.
It's the end.
No!
The end is important.
I'm going to plunge the world into darkness.
No, you won't. Oxos will protect us. We shine a light upon you.
The light. I'm the Shadow Man. I sneak.
I mean, trying to find that for so long.
I see it and live it every day. In COVID, in fact, you may recall.
Yes. The Nightman. That's what reminded me of it. We watched it the other day. John brought it up the other day. And I'm like, oh my god, I need to find this video. It took me about 2 weeks and it came up. Fuck yeah. The light.
Call in the middle of the COVID lockdown. I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you.
I can't tell you what that show is. I can't tell you when it's from. I can't tell you what it's from. I can't tell you who made it. All I know is it's fucking awesome.
And said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying. No, I mean, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing, in a way that we desperately, desperately needed. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people have perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham and George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one.
You're from the Tea
way
Party.
I view my own foreign policy.
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
Binary?
People sort of naturally fall into, I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously, and I think that's naive and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist.
Okay, but one more.
What did he dream? A bottle or a gun? That big sack of trees.
Stop!
Pop like a
Stop!
sun. Up to the
Stop!
run check, chuck it
Stop!
on a foul.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that? I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention should be the vital national security interest of the United States. How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually...
What do you mean? It's the best song ever.
I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where he understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. that weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So, going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
So, just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I think it's the definition of it.
It's hardly breaking news that the U.S. dollar has been gravely devalued by...
Actually, that's very interesting. What's it like actively seeing the country become Nazis? That's kind of interesting. Also, is Tommy Robinson still in the UK fucking around, or has he been like completely deported
I
to Russia?
thought he was exiled.
Because like, the UK really needs to deal with Tommy Robinson before he creates race riots. It's fucking ridiculous.
Washington money printing.
What kind of brown? Because I imagine a lot of, like Australia, there's a lot of Indian, Pakistani, Afghan, like Middle Eastern in the UK. I'm not sure though. Like, where's your family from? Were you born in the UK? That's an interesting question too. And if so, it's like a shiny Pokemon. Okay, so South Asia. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so what I would expect in the UK. Okay, yeah, because there's actually a lot of fervor in Australia against the Indians and Pakistanis coming here, but that's a lot of it's to do with like immigration rackets, where and this is like officially, right? Where officially there's a lot of immigration rackets where people from India and Pakistan, but more India, will come over, start a business, bring a bunch of people over, and then they basically just funding their families in India, which, whatever, who gives a shit, right? They're working, who gives a shit? But the similar shit like, yeah, see, it mustn't be a singular issue. It must be like an economic thing in India, maybe. I'm not sure. I would have to look into it. There's obviously explainers why they're doing it. I don't particularly give much of a fuck because I don't care. But a lot of people do care because it's like they are falsely attributing the problems of the country to migrants, just like America, just like the UK. And well, let's just say we were very lucky that the parties that lost, that got dumpstered, are the exact kind of parties which would have set up essentially pogroms. So Australia's dodged that for a little bit longer, but for how long? Who fucking knows?
You print money out of thin air and the currency becomes weaker. You can purchase less with the same amount. The entire system...
Shut up.
So I think we are, and from what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest, and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going...
Aren't the North Indians like the Sikhs? The Punjab region? They got the turbans. They got the cool warrior people. Isn't that North Indian?
to engage in an unbelievably
North
small
India.
strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to have lunatics who hate us in charge? Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge. Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that.
Who gives a shit? Fuck Assad. Literally.
How's
who
it
gives
now?
a fuck? Pretty great, apparently.
And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. What the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine. But we agreed with that position for different reasons. What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because...
we are incredibly aware of Hindu nationalism and how fucked the Hindu nationalists are. There was some cool stuff that I saw from up in that area where some of the Punjab people and Muslims from across the way that got separated by the division line. What's it called? What's the line called?
Partition.
Partition line. Divided by the partition line, and they actually, them and their families have dedicated themselves and their communities to upholding, maintaining, and basically caring for the Sikh and Hindu and Muslim places of faith, which that's pretty fucking cool. Like, outside of all of that shit, the fact that that still exists is pretty cool.
Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge.
Go ahead, Tucker. Finish the statement.
Assad, a religious leader? You should kill yourself.
Of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like
look,
a win.
one of the things you said is he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take a...
Who was affiliated with ISIS. So let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a...
He was talking about Assad. I was correct.
No, he's not.
The secular leader...
Yes.
Is
it's
talking
Assad.
about Assad.
You were
That's
saying
what I
he was
mean.
religious.
No, that... I misheard the word. But yes, I was
Assad
correct in
is
assuming
secular.
that he was talking about Assad, and that Assad going and having the Al-Qaeda affiliates, ISIS affiliates, whoever the fuck it is, who gives a shit, is somehow worse, is an objectively fucking harebrained take. Like, maybe those hair plugs you got in Turkey penetrated your brain and gave you brain damage. Because Jesus fucking Christ. What are you going to do next, Tucker? Oh, Assad never dropped those chemical weapons. Look, here's the OECD report.
Religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you...
Every fucking time, man. Every fucking time. It's always the Christian nationalism. It's not happening.
Said, as you said, he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you...
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah.
No, you know, it's funny though, right? They're complaining about the Alawites, the Christians in Syria. And this is literally no different to white conservatives in Western countries crying about black people getting rights because they've had it so good for so long. They had the Assads protecting them for how long? 40 years? 50 years? Something like that? And now all of a sudden, oh no, we're at threat. Fuck off. How about that?
When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting...
It's like when, what do the progressive libs say? When equality feels like oppression. Well, that too. I mean, the Alawites were literally spent, what, 50 years slaughtering Syrians? Pretty cool. I'm definitely sympathetic to them.
Interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah. They took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and
Did Israel ever bomb Assad?
All the time.
Mm.
Bomb the current admin too.
But it was mostly because he didn't bomb back, right?
They would hit certain targets. Depends.
Were they hitting his targets
It was
specifically,
normally very close to the border.
Yeah, okay. So, like, Golan Heights region?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, it's not really... So, just general Israeli
I just shot a bush
imperialism.
and it hurt me.
General Israeli imperialism rather than direct attacking Assad. Just taking what they can because they can.
I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey or NATO ally Turkey played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us.
Yeah, I enjoyed how Netanyahu committed a war crime on American soil and left with billions of US dollars. Very fucking cool. So cool.
I would put Assad in the category of...
One dude, 300 civilians. Off American soil. Very cool.
An unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad...
Thanks, Biden.
I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also opposed the Iraq War. I think the Iraq War was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans.
What's going on?
And mind you,
this
how the heck does
screen?
that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so, and it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan?
What is the plan?
And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think... With Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know, so, right? But other than that, I don't hear anything. I disagree with at all.
Yeah,
sounds like we're in a complete agreement.
I don't know what happened in Syria. I don't know. But they're killing Christians. You fucking idiot.
I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That...
Bruv, the Soviet Union collapsed itself.
Dude, don't take
What do you
credit
mean?
from Gorbachev, bro. That's fucked up.
Come on. Give the man some credit.
Yeah.
He did what America failed to do in 50 years. In under 10, I want to say. Yeah, if anything, you guys should have given him a citizenship. You know, thanks for taking down our biggest alternate empire. Now we have to deal with their romantic nationalist fascists, but they're gone. Now we're the sole empire. Oh, wait. Russia still exists. China still exists. Iran, Israel, Europe, Turkey. They got some imperialism going on. Who else is out there taking shit?
Ouch.
ISIS. They're imperialist. Who else? Who else is out there doing some cheeky imperialism? Australia,
Everyone.
actually. Everyone. Literally everyone. France.
Turkey.
Yep. Rwanda? They're doing it.
Rwanda, yeah.
Who else? Let's see if we can get all the list.
Somehow Libya.
Are they?
I mean, Haftar, yeah. Haftar is like the Azawad's militia in
India. How could we forget India?
the Azawad militia that were just in Mali.
Yes,
that
true,
right.
true,
so
true.
they're Tuaregs.
Yes, from Libya, of course. Yep. Interesting.
So
okay.
Somehow Libya, not even a stable state, still doing imperialism.
Anyone else in the Middle East? Not really.
Jordan,
sure.
Saudi Arabia,
Sure. Yeah, Saudis. Yeah. Okay.
Dubai, UAE.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can probably just generally say the Gulf states, minus Yemen.
I love UAE foreign policy because it's just pick the incorrect position and then lose. The morally incorrect position and then lose.
Every single time. What else? So, of India. Vietnam, no. Philippines, no. China, no. Japan, maybe. Maybe Japan.
Cultural.
Yeah, cultural imperialism.
They do it kind of chill.
Who else? Who else? We might have exhausted the list. I'm
Kicked
sure there's
from
more.
the group.
Who else is there? Am I missing anything? Europe? No. Europe, I think in general. Generally, we can just say Europe. No, I think that's all. Generally, don't side with those fucking states.
That was the most consequential step for
Brazil,
U.S. national
yes.
security interests.
Yes, BRICS, Brazil, of course. Mexico, obviously. Mexico sending all the migrants.
Of our lifetimes.
Okay.
And
so you would classify that as a regime change that we affected?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you and I are in my office. We're sitting next to a painting of Reagan in front of the Brandenburg Gate. And up top are the words, "Tear down this wall," in German, in the style of the graffiti.
Right.
And I think those are the most important words any leader has said in modern times. And if you look at how Reagan waged the Cold War, and
Ethiopia, Eritrea is probably a better marker there. The Ethiopian regime, you could maybe argue, is doing internal imperialism, which is called fascism. But
Kenya.
Yeah, Kenya.
They're deployed in Haiti right now.
Yep. But that is humanitarian. Is that it? Is that imperialism?
Humanitarian. Come on.
Well, it's a military force, but Haiti's
police.
fucked.
It's police actually.
True.
It's
I've always
just
forget
law
about
enforcement.
them. Well, in that case, then Somalia is also imperialist because they're trying to incorporate Somaliland. So there you go. There's another two. So Ethiopia. I forgot it already. What's it called? Somalia. That one. This is really interesting, actually, thinking what countries are actually doing some form of imperialism. And it really depends on your distinct, like, definition of imperialism. Because a lot of people have the definition of imperialism that's like, if it's not America, it's not imperialist.
Yeah, that's called Leninist.
That's objectively a fucking stupid position to take. And that is, honestly, that is one of my biggest oppositions with Marxist-Leninists. And if they just drop that whole thing, I got no problem with them. It's literally just, they are obsessed with defending imperialists that are against America. It's wild. The Discord should be, if you scroll down, it should be on the links there for the link tree in the all our stuff. It should be there. But I'm going to double check because I haven't looked at the link tree for a minute. Our Discord is not there.
There's something here.
I will get the link. If Revy was here, the link would already be in the chat. But they hate us.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Reagan is very much my model for how to... I actually think how Reagan took on the Soviet Union is exactly how we should take on China. Now, starting from the point, look, Reagan was not an interventionist. In 8 years, the biggest country Reagan ever invaded was Grenada. He was very reluctant to use U.S. military force.
He didn't respond after the 83 barracks bombings.
You're right. Yeah, he made the judgment that the risk exceeded the benefits. And that's a very rational decision to make. And it's reflected. Trump has made those same decisions where he is willing.
Generally, anybody who says anything outside of Reagan caused all of the problems in the United States, it all stems from him, is objectively incorrect, and should not be listened to. Like, literally, Reagan privatized everything, and all of the problems that all the Americans are dealing with right now stem from him and Donald Trump continuing on his shitty policies. So, fuck Reagan. I agree. Fuck Reagan. Fuck Thatcher. They deserve to be in the ground where they are.
Pee on him.
Evil, evil, cunty human beings.
To use military force, but he very much asks, okay, is this good or bad for America? Does this endanger U.S. servicemen and women or not? And one of the points about the Cold War, look, nobody in their right mind wanted a shooting war between America and the Soviet Union, the two biggest nuclear powers on Earth.
I might do the standy thing a bit more. I'm having fun.
As long as you play the video. How far into this are we?
Firing bullets at each other is really unhealthy for human beings. Same thing's true with China. Nobody with any sense says, hey, let's go to war with China. That's really dumb, and a whole lot of people could die. But the Cold War showed we've got lots of tools short of...
Oh, if I happened upon a memorial or gravestones of theirs, I would shit on it. Awful, awful, scum human beings.
Send in the Marines to fight against a regime.
Just like
and one of the most important tools is the bully pulpit. And so when I say I support regime change, I actually think just simply laying out what the Ayatollah does. And so I spend a lot of time, I speak to Iranian dissident groups. I speak out against...
Bruv, Thatcher started the fucking Falklands War. Fuck that bitch. She almost used a fucking nuke. I think that was Thatcher. Am I off? Or is my history correct?
That was her.
Fuck yeah. I'm getting better at this.
Human rights abuses. I think shining a light on the depravity of leaders is a...
Look, man, cutting milk in schools, not a bad thing. It's better than whatever fucking Reagan did. I'm pretty sure that was Reagan. Let me double check that. Government cheese. Policy. Let me see if I'm accurate here. It was Reagan! Woo! Fuck Reagan. Like, cutting milk from schools or subsidizing the entire dairy industry so you have an entire bunker worth of cheese that'll never use it all. What's better? And now, and I've said this plenty, but China is doing government cheese policies with EVs. And if we know about government cheese policies...
Oh my god!
you know
We
why
don't have
that's
time
bad.
for this shit. You talk about it every show.
I'm only fucking talking about it now.
A really powerful tool that America has.
Should we limit our activity to that?
It depends. Again,
because the U.S. government pays opposition groups, militarized opposition groups in Iran to overthrow the government. We've done it in a lot of different places, as you know. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's very different from what you're describing. You're saying we're making a moral case, as we did for 7 years with the Soviets. Our system works, yours doesn't.
Yep.
And I think we made a credible case for that, and we beat them over 70 years economically.
And that was a huge part of it.
Right. I think everyone would agree that was the main part of it. We didn't beat them in Vietnam.
Right.
North Korea.
The main part of it, but it was tied to a military buildup. So I think it was two things. It was one, the clarity. So Reagan came in, and he described the Soviet Union as an evil empire.
Right.
And all of the intelligentsia in D.C., all the Democrats, all the media, they're like, what a horrible thing to say. You can't say that. Reagan went to the United Kingdom, and he said, Marxism, Leninism will end up on the ash heap of history. People were horrified. They asked him, all right, what's your strategy in the Cold War? He said, very simple. We win, they lose. And that was all viewed as sort of a Philistine simplicity.
Dumb thing to say.
And I think it was exactly right. And laying that out, speaking... Do you know the backstory behind the Berlin Wall speech?
I do, yes.
You probably know Peter Robinson, who was the speechwriter.
Yes.
So 3 times the State Department deleted those words from that speech. And 3 times Reagan wrote it back. And the State Department argued, they said, Mr. President, you can't say this. This is too bellicose, this is too provocative. And my favorite, they said, this is too unrealistic. The Berlin Wall will stand till the end of time. And Reagan said, look, this is the whole point of the speech. And less than 3 years after Reagan gave that speech, the Berlin Wall was torn to the ground. And it wasn't knocked down by American Army tanks. We didn't shoot missiles at it. It was shining truth and light that tore it down. It was also rebuilding the American military. It was what was...
It was the fall of the Soviet Union, you fucking doofus.
Then pejoratively called Star Wars, where the Soviet Union, their economy couldn't match our...
Oh my god, I can't believe the Berlin Wall came down when Germany got reunified. You fucking idiot. Oh, you mean this big wall dividing the city between 2 empires? One empire's dead and the city and the wall falls? Oh my god.
Our military buildup, and it
Fucking
bankrupted.
idiots.
That's an example of peace through strength.
I wonder, I mean, is there anybody who was alive in 1989 who wouldn't trade that America for the one we live in now? There's not one person, I don't think.
Oh, sure.
But, I mean, just the basic metrics, debt, suicide rate, life expectancy. It was, I wonder why, after that victory, America didn't thrive in the way that we thought that it would, that I thought that it would. My family was involved in that. I mean, we were very focused on it in my house. Like, we won. And I wonder 2 things. Why didn't the United States kind of declare victory and make some sort of arrangement with Russia that allowed like, mutual prosperity rather than continuing a Cold War? And second, I wonder why the United States didn't get a lot better. Like, why don't we have better infrastructure? Why don't we have fewer homeless? Why do we have all these drugs? Like, if we won, why does our country look like this? I walked across the Union Station this morning, as you do, I'm sure, every day. And all those people lying in the street and sleeping outside. It's like, what is that?
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. Walk through Oakland or Philadelphia. Yeah,
oh my
good
God.
luck. So most people, when they think about this, want to carry a firearm, and a lot of us do.
Oh my God, this product will
massive
literally
consequences
get
for that.
people
Ask
killed.
Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse got off in the end, but he was innocent from the first moment. It was obvious on video that he was facing life in prison anyway. That's what the end part
forces in our society. Some of it is politics and some of it is culture. And one of the mistakes people make in politics is thinking everything is politics. So the political answer, which I happen to believe, is we went much further down the road of liberalism. You look at Bill Clinton, who inherited the peace dividend of the Cold War being over and moved us more to the left, and then Obama accelerated it a lot. And so there are lots of bad economic policies, but I also think they're cultural things. You know, the loss of faith,
I agree with
the loss
all of
family.
That. I know what you're going to say, and I agree 100%. I bet there's not one word that I would disagree with. All I'm saying is, like, I think it's important to step back and ask.
But I actually think Russia has very little to do with it. So,
well, that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, which is, like, we're all sort of focused on beating our adversaries abroad, but what is victory worth if our own country becomes what it is now? And maybe we're spending a little too much time focused abroad and not enough time focused on the people sleeping outside Union Station.
So, look, I absolutely think we need to focus at home, emphatically, and we need to focus on prosperity. We need to focus on reducing the debt, reducing spending, empowering people, low taxes, small businesses. American free enterprise. It's the most powerful force for fighting poverty the world has ever seen. I'm 1,000% there. I also recognize it is a dangerous world.
USA.
And part of the responsibility of leaders, part of President Trump's responsibility, is to keep America safe. Let's go back to where we started.
But can I ask, you've been in the district a long time in D.C., so have I. And the city's way more dangerous, and Congress runs this.
No, it's a complete crapple.
So I'm saying, like, no Iranian's ever going to kill me. I could get carjacked here. And I just don't understand how the Congress could run the city and focus on the dangers of Iran when the city is like garbage. It's garbage.
But Congress doesn't run the city. We could.
Congress does run the city. It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, but they've given home rule, so it's a Democrat.
You can take it back. You control the Congress.
I'd vote for it, but it is a question of math.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, why? How can people ignore? It's like, if my own kids are drug addicts, but I'm focused on my neighbor's kids, it's like I'm neglecting my own kids. And there's a sense in which the Congress is neglecting the country that elected them in favor of this relentless focus on other people's problems. That's the way it feels as an American.
Drugs for kids.
There are lots of problems in America that we need to fix. Why is D.C. a pit? Because you have a mayor and a Democrat city council that won't let police officers arrest bad guys. And in every city you see across the country, whether it's New York, whether it's Chicago, whether it's L.A., whether it's San Francisco, if you have Democrats, we see the L.A. riots, where they won't let people be arrested. All right.
Then why not work in regime change here? Why not use the bully pulpit?
I do. What do you think I do every day?
I've never seen a Republican senator say
Hey, what do you think I do every day?
Morning over people dying of drug
What do you
disease.
think I do every day?
Down unless they fix it. They're mad about Putin.
I'm trying, Tucker. You don't understand.
Look, in terms of regime change, let's talk this week. The riots in L.A., I've made very clear that the cause of those riots are Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And when you elect communists who hate America, who...
Hey, Ted. Tell me. When ICE went into California, were they doing it legitimately with actual cops arresting people and processing people with due process and putting them through courts? Or was it a state terror campaign designed specifically to hit California because this was always going to be the result? And as a result, because California has a track record with violently opposing federal forces trying to overreach, that this would be a perfect justification to launch the military against American civilians. Now, you know, that's just my theory. I can't prove that that was Trump's goal, purpose, and outcome here. But it really seems quite likely that this is the case, because the response in California was a bare minimum. It wasn't even that much. It really wasn't that violent. And we spoke about this the last couple times. Is it really was quite tame, yet Trump still escalated. So if the protests were relatively tame, and as a result, National Guard got nationalized, and the Marines got sent in, who's escalating this exactly? Because it doesn't seem like it's the protesters. Almost never, actually, are the protesters escalating it. Most of the time, if you just leave them be, they won't do anything. They won't burn shit, they won't do anything. But when you reach consensus to release riot police against people who are telling you to fuck off, what do you think is going to happen? Really? This is Donald Trump needing to subdue California to prove to his base that he deserves their support. Instead, he couldn't subdue California, so he invades Iran. Classic fascist.
Stop law enforcement from arresting criminals. You get what you get on the street.
Man, I agree.
My in-laws are Californians, and they're wonderful people. Heidi grew up on the Central Coast of California, and I remember I was texting with my mother-in-law, and I think I sent her a video of criminals going into a store and just looting in California. And her response, she said something like, well, this is really terrible. I wish we could, it's a shame we can't do anything about this. I said, yes, you can. Go in and arrest them. Throw their butts in jail, put them in handcuffs, 100%. And it stops.
Yeah, like it is purely a theory based off what I've seen, that this was the entire goal. Trump was never not going to send in the National Guard. He was never not going to send in the Marines. Because, and it really, It culminated for me when I found out that Stephen Miller issued a 3,000 per day arrest fucking quota for migrants. And then he's like, oh, go to Home Depot and shit. Fuck it. Just arrest anybody. Literally a blanket sweep. Nazi shit. Literal Nazi shit. Like, just send cunts in, get people, and no due process. So what the fuck is, like, what recourse do you have? Oh, you're brown in America, in California? Black bagged. Not unmarked cars, black bags, buses, 2 federal buildings. Kidnappings. They are literally kidnapping people on state authority. They should have burnt that fucking city to the ground. But they didn't. And that's why I say it was a reserved response. Because you should respond to state terror. You can't let it happen.
Exactly. And so we know how to fix these things. And D.C. is, I think D.C. voted, if I remember right, 92% Democrat.
Yeah, see, that
Democrat policy.
Like, that's exactly right, right? Just because you are brown, you are a suspect. It's literally back to Japanese internment levels. And surprise, surprise, same policy has been invoked. So, you know, are we looking at history? Are we paying attention? Are we watching? How long until camps come? They're probably already there.
Policies don't work, and they destroy every community that they are in charge of.
Then why don't Republicans assert their constitutional authority over the city? Don't they control the Congress?
Well, this is the thing, right? I saw Stephen Miller post something about how many migrants Biden let in or some shit. And one of his fucking supporters is like, hey, Grok, is this true? And it comes back and says, no, Stephen Miller is lying. The actual number is like much, much lower because of deportations and people who leave. So realistically, the number is actually much, much lower because they only look at the numbers who came through. They don't look at the numbers who left. They don't look at the numbers who didn't stay. They don't look at the numbers of people who were naturalized, who became citizens, who became whatever. They just look at the raw number. Raw number. People came in, get people out. It's indiscriminate, and that's why it's the problem.
Yes, I'd be all for it.
Who's against it?
Susan Collins is really vocally against it. So on questions of home rule...
Well, at the start of the stream, I was reading an article about an Australian writer who had lived in the States for like 6 years or something. Went back to Australia last year and went back to America for a holiday. Rejected. Deported. Didn't even get allowed in.
This guy wants to get on the tank emplacement.
He was a Columbia student and had written on his own personal blog about Mahmoud Khalil. And they claim it was because he lied about drugs. Certainly seems like it might be not that.
So, for example, let's take an issue you and I care a lot about, the COVID lockdowns. I had a couple of years ago in the middle of them. D.C. was proposing, the D.C. school district was proposing throwing out of school any child that was not vaccinated. And at the time, if I remember correctly, it was something like 40% of the African-American students in D.C. were not vaccinated. So we're talking about literally throwing out 40% of the kids in public school. And so I had a vote on the Senate floor to say, look, they can't throw kids out of school for this. And we ended up having a big argument, and part of the argument was home rule, where there was, and Susan was the most vocal Republican that's like, no, we have to let D.C. run. And I'm like, why? Constitution gives us the power to do it. And it ended up, by the way, every single Democrat, all of them, voted in favor of the D.C. public schools being able to throw out 40% of the black kids from school. And I said, look, you throw a kid out of school, you got a 14, 15-year-old boy, you throw him out of school, you know what's going to happen next. He's going to join a gang, he's going to engage in crimes, he's going to engage in drugs. He could be dead within 5 years if that kid doesn't get an education. And the Democrats were more than happy to say, we don't care. Right now, our religion is get the vaccine or to hell with you.
But can you see, I mean, once again, I couldn't agree with you more, but can you feel the frustration of people, including your voters, every American, at the emphasis on foreign countries and the threat we supposedly face, a lot of which is fake, obviously, over the kind of slowly unfolding tragedy of what's happening to our country.
Obviously.
The dollars
Which
spent,
is
the
fake.
aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we have nothing to do with. The endless support for Israel, very expensive. When people are literally buying groceries on credit in the United States, can you feel like it's nothing against Ukraine or Israel or any other
All
country?
right, let's stop. You said the support for Israel very expensive. How much support do we give to Israel?
Well, you tell me. You vote for it.
Yeah, it's about $3 billion a year. It's the military assistance.
Is that the only assistance?
Yeah, we just have military assistance. Israel does not have additional assistance. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, and
Hey, that's a lie, Teddy boy. Let's see. List of military weapons packages sent to Israel during their bombing of Gaza. Let's see if somebody's done this.
Yeah, but they paid for a lot of those.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's talking about what we actually give for free.
Okay. Netanyahu bombs Nasrallah. Leaves with aid. $6 billion aid Israel September 2024. US aid to Israel in 4 charts. Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of US aid, totaling more than $300 billion. And that's since 46 to 2024. So what? Let's see. Let's go 350 billion. Divide what? 60, 70, 80 years. Stupid math.
You will never destroy our way of life.
About 4.4 billion a year for 80 years. I don't know about you. Why the fuck is America giving that much money? Like, imagine 350 extra billion dollars injected into American infrastructure as opposed to Israel. Do you think America would have better infrastructure? Maybe. Okay. US has provided significant military aid since the 70s. Huh. Wow, would you look at that? Up. And up? Ah. Well, it appears that that 3 billion number may be wrong. Top recipients of US arms sales? 53 billion per year. Oh, sorry. This is total arms sale. Saudi Arabia. Fucking
Yeah,
killing
Saudi
it.
Arabia is number 1, 25 bill a year.
Fucking
Egypt's number 10.
epic. Egypt says it's 7th overall in time. So it's over 70 years. Australia is close to Israel. Interesting. Cool. Any conditions or restrictions attached to age? Transfer of US military equipment to Israel as to other foreign governments are subject to relevant US and international law. The president must notify Congress before selling. Or service valued to be above $1 billion threshold, a certain dollar threshold. The lawmakers are allowed to a period to review the sale. For transactions in Israel and other close US allies, the threshold that triggers a 15-day congressional review from 25 million to 300 million, depending on defense articles or service. Congress can block a sale through a joint resolution, although this has never happened, because of course it hasn't. The United States cannot provide a security assistance to foreign governments or groups that commit gross human rights violations. Well, let me tell
Who's
you,
the number one
Council on
arms
Foreign
buyer?
Relations. Boy, is that a lie. Moreover, the Biden administration announced in 23 that it would not provide arms to recipients deemed likely to commit serious human rights violations.
We're
Well,
upgrading our
Biden,
partnership with the UAE.
boy. Well, I think we well and truly figured out that these people are completely and utterly full of shit. Thanks, Ted.
It's $3 billion a year.
My whole ass.
So what is it
Ted.
costing to support the bombing campaign to protect Israel right now from Iran?
So I don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. Let's go back to the touchstone.
See, that is something I never actually considered. The debt forgiveness? Yes. I'm not sure what they do with that, but if that is true, then, awkward.
But on foreign policy, American interests. Our support, our military support for Israel is massively in America's national security
But what
interest,
does it
and
cost?
it benefits us enormously.
Well, before we can make independent judgments about whether or not that's true, and I'm certainly open to it, I think we need to know what it costs. So what's the annual cost of defending Israel? Do you know?
$3 billion a
Saw
year.
that coming.
I actually loathe how many people have been posting videos about this praising Tucker Carlson. Stop that.
Oh, I know, right?
Please stop that.
Majority
Like, I saw
report.
Occupy fucking Democrats of all fucking places defending Tucker Carlson, being like, oh,
Majority
we rep
report.
Ted Cruz. Yeah, I saw that as well. Fucking ridiculous. Like, can we not? Like, you can say Ted Cruz got destroyed without sucking Tucker Carlson's dick. Like, fuck that guy.
No, that's the aid. But I mean, the cost of the weapons, for example, the cost of U.S. personnel there, the cost of moving ships to the region, which we're doing right now, the cost of moving tankers to the region, all of that. Do we know what the cost is?
So look, the last week, I don't know, and there's some lag when the administration, under the Constitution, the commander-in-chief has control of the armed forces, and so President Trump has made some decisions that we'll know the cost over time, but I don't know the last week. I don't have visibility on that. The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel, it would cost, I don't know, $30 billion, $300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other, and I assume all of our allies spy on us.
That's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't.
To be a conservative, a prerequisite is naivety. What are you talking about? You literally have to be uninformed to be a conservative. What do you mean?
Don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work.
That's communism. Well, technically Marxism.
As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's
why the free market
conservative to
works.
pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us, and I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that. And
by the way,
I'm not mad at them, but you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know, hold on, I want to know your attitude. You said that you're guiding...
Tucker, don't you understand? There's a Foreign Agent Registration Act that you can just register and be an active foreign agent inside the United States legally. Take money, spy, all of that legally. What do you mean? You fucking dickhead.
Principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding.
I think it literally is called the Foreign Agents Registration Act.
overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest.
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place.
What benefits come from the $330 billion spent on Israel military aid in 50 years? What comes from that? What benefit has the US gotten other than endless money pits and death from Israel's support?
Place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, "You're not allowed to spy on us"? I'm sorry, I know why you want.
Not exactly. John can probably talk more, but we've paused enough.
So I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to. Sure. And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. Is that? It's kind of weird not.
You should watch our 9/11 episode.
I do 9/11 stuff every year on 9/11.
We have plenty of content on the page about 9/11. We have our episode that we spoke with Adam Fitzgerald, who runs like a realist 9/11 channel, and we go through why it happened, how it happened, who was behind it, who was actually behind it. It also has the best thumbnail we've ever made.
I don't know. The Europe tier list is pretty good.
Which one?
Europe tier list.
That is true. That is very true. I'm talking specifically the Altec ones, though. I think it's pretty up there.
Not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think.
Well, I'm not for that at all. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their. You know, we're not their most meaningful sponsor.
Why you talk like that?
Yeah. I was just double checking. Yeah, because there's a lot of people who will literally say that like fucking Israel did 9/11 and shit. Well, why does ISIS never attack Israel? That sort of shit. But they're usually like deeply uninformed Iranian agent types, sort of. You know, and based off the discussions that we had earlier, I was not expecting that.
We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
I gotta say, and this is, it's weird.
Oh, no, I know. That's why it's funny. Because, like, there's people that genuinely believe this, that ISIS was a Mossad op. Like, it's fucking crazy.
We're talking about isolation. It's the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are, and like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess... No. I'm hardly the one who... I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
How much
AIPAC, a lot of times,
has Ted Cruz...
AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
America has thousands of colleges and universities, and a lot of them, unfortunately, are basically just scams. It's one of those things nobody really wants to
Shut up.
Most productive entities. .com
deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All the time.
Name one.
Okay.
Ted Cruz from Texas has taken $1.9 million from AIPAC. Very cool. You know who's taken the most?
AOC. What?
Nope.
But the commies told me that she's evil.
Joe Biden. 4.3.
I mean, he's been in Congress for ever.
This is 1990 to 2024.
Yeah, he was in Congress that entire time. You know?
Yeah. So much money. well, we got to invade Bosnia because genocide. Israel, fund that genocide.
Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on APAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive.
History? I don't care.
Look at
It
this.
gets-
No.
I'm not gonna
I
simple.
want to get to the core question. APAC is lobbying for a foreign government, and I don't. It's not. It's
No.
lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
So it's lobbying for Israel.
Okay.
And
So it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
it wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but
Wait, you didn't know? You didn't know about Biden taking APAC money?
Yeah, he loved the Jews.
Yeah. Big Israel guy. Why do you think Netanyahu so easily got all that money from him? He paid him. He bought him. Yeah, this is what Russia bought with Trump. Same shit. Yeah. Just not how much. The actual Track APAC website, yeah. I was using opensecrets.org. Yeah, over 30 years, that makes sense. That's what I think that's what the APAC tracker numbers are as well. I think it's an over time number, not a specific this time they raised money. So anytime I see the Track APAC account posting about APAC and the money that they give, I always assumed that it was like overall total money. But yeah, lots of money. And think about it. Great investment. Biden gave them like tens of billions.
Yeah.
Like incredible investment for Israel. Like if you are Israel, if you are the state of Israel, the best thing you could have done was buy somebody like Joe Biden. Or even Ted Cruz. Or anybody who would ascend. Like if Israel has the intel that they have and the connections that they have inside the United States, it wouldn't be too hard for them to figure out who would be next and to then buy them out. Like China has been trying to woo Gavin Newsom, which is concerning. But we'll see what happens. Update. President Biden has received 11 million from the pro-Israel lobby. The total includes available data from his Senate
Talk about a
career,
hypothetical with Gavin
3
Newsom, right?
presidential campaigns from the previous Senate total. Interesting. So APAC tracks his presidential campaigns too. Interesting.
Let's just pretend we're in a reality where Gavin Newsom has won the election.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, just kind of, in your own mind, assume what happened between now and then.
Mm-hmm.
Would then be the forward? Now and when?
Yes. Now and when?
Anyway.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Anyway, obviously, he can run on a big economic recovery thing.
Yep.
Right? And basically destroying Trump's tariffs policy. Literally, the Democrats have an immediate win with an anti-tariff rhetoric, you know? So he's definitely gonna fucking open up a shitload of trade to China.
And that's fine. Like that's what you would expect, right? But I would expect him to also pull the EV tariffs and all that shit as well, because he's gone over there and sucked down the propaganda. Like he's totally on board.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the detriment to American.
That's what I'm
and
saying, though.
Specifically, Californian
the Democrats
EV
are definitely going to
companies.
do this anti-tariff policy for their next run.
They have to. But if I was to assume Gavin Newsom positions himself to win, the only way I can see Gavin Newsom doing that is to properly position himself against Trump with this whole California thing. Reclaim the National Guard to California's control because they didn't go through the correct channels to nationalize it. That's a good way to counter his authority. Then withdraw the National Guard and show the Californian people that you're on their side. And then eject ICE. And then you've got a fucking path in my opinion. That's the path he needs to take, but I don't think he's going to take it. And I'm sure that they have other less confrontational ways to do it while also fondling the security state. But that's just my theory. Because I don't expect Gavin Newsom to actually take a proper authoritative stance against Donald Trump. He would have done it already. Like, he sued him, but what's that going to do? The court's feckless at this point. Like, clearly Trump doesn't give a shit about the courts.
It's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if you...
Not true.
No. And
how much contact...
Here's my prediction. AIPAC lobbies for the interests of Israeli Americans. That's what I imagine he's going to go
Do you
with.
think AIPAC leaders have for the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure. Like if...
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
Okay, but AIPAC are Americans,
but
they're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous?
I saw a meme the other day it said Israelis. It says Israelis, and in quotes it says, "We have nowhere to go. Where do you want us to go?" After one bomb drops, and it's just a picture of a people with a bunch of passports. As soon as the bomb drops, they're fucking gone. Oh, but we can't go anywhere. Oh, you're all dual citizens though, so you do have somewhere to go. Cool. Probably America too. There's probably a lot going to America.
They just had foreign governments lobby the United States. They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
and
what you're saying is false.
Why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions, and you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and being
isolationist
feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back.
Also, I just wanted to mention, I want to try and turn the Discord into like an internal sort of think the guess, where everybody kind of puts in and like contributes to figuring out narratives and all that sort of shit. I want to kind of make it like
That's kind of what it already is.
Yeah, I know, but I want to I want to grow it and make it bigger so there's more than just you contributing. That's mostly what I want to do. So I'm going to start posting more. I'm going to start reading more articles and posting stuff, and hopefully we can. And I need to do the rules. I need to do all that stuff. I need to figure all that out because I want to keep news articles in the news section, and I want to keep discussions in the discussion areas, and keep it really like tight and good and easy for people to come in and integrate. Off topic, but is the U.S. If the U.S. partakes in directly bombing Iran, how does Iran respond? They don't.
How are they supposed to bomb U.S. assets in the fucking Middle East like they already do?
Yeah, like they're not going to do anything.
That's the thing, is the U.S. has always had the leverage edge in this relationship. That's why the U.S. is allowed to bomb anything, right? And Iran has shown that when they strike outside that golden zone, like when they hit the tower that killed American service members.
Yeah, you get boned.
Yeah. So the U.S. has always had the ability to escalate. Iran hasn't. So they could do more attacks like that where they attack American bases and stuff, but they're going to be on high alert anyway. And that tower attack, it was like a fluke, you know? Like they were preparing for a landing from another drone that they were piloting.
They came out and they're like, sorry, don't hurt us. We're dissolving.
Yeah.
That was the funniest part of that whole thing.
I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And
It's a
the
shame
second
they
term
weren't
is when
killed.
Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
Of course they did.
And they failed. And I was the leader.
Because remember, they're not lobbying for Israel. And Israel has never once said anything about stopping Iran from getting nuclear weapons at any cost. Never. But AIPAC, they're American.
Leading opponent of the Iran nuclear
Oh, I know. They definitely failed, yes.
They failed, and what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat. When I got here, there used to be real bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel, or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said, I'm a Democrat first, to hell with Israel. And then I watched as AIPAC, every one of those Democrats got reelected, and AIPAC did nothing about it. And it dramatically reduced AIPAC's influence.
I
It would
agree.
be,
I
would be
watched
as
it
if-
happen.
And by the way, I told AIPAC, I said, look, the analogy,
Ted
if the
Cruz
NRA
is making Obama
was supporting a bunch of
sound
politicians
real
that cared about
bait.
the Second Amendment, and you had politicians that vote to confiscate people's guns, and the NRA turned around and raised money
like
for the
Trump.
people who voted to confiscate guns, you know what? No one would ever care what they said again.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all, because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. Do they talk with them? I don't know what they do. I can
But
tell
why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government...
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time. I
Of
talk
course
with,
you do.
with
Of course you
foreign
do.
countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of a foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working from Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And if I don't, I can go to jail.
Foreign
People have gone to
Agents
jail.
Act
People I
from
know.
Russia so bad.
I'm just changing the title of the Twitch. I had to look up what the Russian translation of Tucker would be.
Cuck. Cucker.
Well, I tried.
So I don't understand why we don't.
I tried to put Cucker Tarlson, but it wouldn't let me put Cuck. Just very annoying. So I made his first name Russian, and now it's Russian Carlson. And Cancun Cruise.
Don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. They're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
Yeah, I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, so in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who'll host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city,
right?
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship.
Yeah.
And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check, and you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. I know what it looks like.
But that...
I'm fucking hilarious.
I thought we were laughing at Tucker here.
No, I'm just laughing at myself because I was trying to remember how Russian last names work, and you just put an A for the female last names.
Yeah, that's why I always say Lukashenko, because it specifically would bother him specifically.
Well, I did the same thing basically with Tucker's last name. I was like Carlsonov, so I'm like Carlsonova. Nice. So now it's a Russian translation of Tucker and a Russian last name.
Yeah, like that song.
It's not, and by the way,
you know that song?
There's no...
Which one?
I'll send it to you. I'll post it in chat too so everyone can hear it. It's a fucking banger.
Representative of the Israeli government there you have when you're in Dallas,
This
you're
is
meeting
such a
with...
false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is
I
are
love this
AIPAC's goals
artist.
shaped by
So,
the...
like, for a minute, like, it's different now, but, like, after Lady Gaga's second album, there was a lot of, like, Gaga clones, right? And they came and went, but this is like a Gaga clone type musician who's like stuck with it, and I think she's like really good. Does that work? There's that North Star Radio. Did I copy it? Yeah, that's North Star Radio. I didn't copy the right link. That's the video I was looking at for Ethan. This one? No.
No, it's the correct link.
Oh, okay. I just see radio in it. Anyway, that song's fire.
Okay, I'll have a look.
Goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay,
that's
that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you that question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Hey, are they shaped by? Is that?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking
to
with them?
represent
Yes.
the
Is
Israeli
Israel
government?
directing them? What are you want to talk about? FARA, the law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they're not lobbying on behalf of them. Do they care about them? Yes, but.
Or do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics?
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries,
hardly an obsession.
This is cope. This is what happens when you back somebody into a corner when they try and die on a hill. This is cope. I experienced this a lot when I call communists who support fascists and have overwhelming romantic nationalism within their person fascists. They start getting very defensive and they start coping. This is what is happening right now.
But Lenin said...
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now.
See, and now... Exactly. Actually, I'm completely with Tucker here, actually. Like, don't fucking whataboutism me here, cunt. This is not some whataboutism shit. The subject is... Jew. The audio didn't come through. Jew. Audio busted. Remove. Let's try it again. Where'd you put those?
You press D. For D's nuts.
The audio's kind of coming through.
It's coming through.
I can barely hear it. The fuck? Weird.
Fine for me.
Okay. Very weird. But yeah, you don't respond to a discussion that's clearly about one thing with, oh, but you don't ask this about this, you don't say this about this. This is a really bad thing to do, especially to somebody who's bringing it up as a single subject. And it's like, I used to entertain these side tangents, but I found a much easier way to deal with this is to just be like, okay, you want to talk about that, we can, but how about we stay on topic this time? And we stay here. And they never do. They never continue the subject. They always change it. So you just keep going, what does this have to do with Israel? Right? That's all you need to do. And honestly, if Tucker Carlson was just like, what does this have to do with Israel? It would make Ted Cruz malfunction.
Yeah. Senator, you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have.
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and It's interesting you're trying to derail my
I
questions by
haven't,
calling
my
me an
friend.
anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews.
Him a feline.
There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking
And by the way,
you,
you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
See, this is why you just say, what does this have to do with Israel? What does the UK, what does any other country in the world have to do with Israel when we are talking about AIPAC inside the United States? What does this have to do with Israel? And don't let him get off the subject. You act like a cunt. And you just make sure that they either buckle or they give in and they it results in them actually talking about the subject. They never talk about the subject.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran, and so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran.
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise, and I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions in a straightforward, rational way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
Shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
You just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is run.
You want to count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What
Yeah,
about
I did call you a sleazy feline. I did do that.
But, like, we're literally saying in real time why you do not entertain
and Ted is like,
whataboutism.
you called me this. Yeah, in response to you saying he was an anti-Semite.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why you do not entertain whataboutisms, because it's a derailment tactic. As he said, like, he's actively aware of the derailment tactic, but he still went into it. This is the problem, because you can't resist it. Like, he is clearly personally insulted by what he implied. Whether he is or not is not relevant, because I would expect him to put on a play as a manipulation tactic, because he probably is an anti-Semite. But, like, this is why you don't entertain it, because they control it from them. You've ceded control of the interview to Ted Cruz now.
This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government.
Thank you.
And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other.
Thank you. This is exactly what I say to nationalists when they conflate my criticism of their government with their fucking race. Fuck off. That is Nazi shit. Eat a dick. Like, what do you say? Eat my whole ass?
Yeah, it's from that. Hey! Oh, he mad. He literally just became Taz. He was literally like horizontally running around his cage. You know? Like wall to wall.
Just jumping.
Just a continual rotation.
Hilarious.
I'm talking about the influence
Israel
of
and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking. Now, I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
except you don't want to do anything.
See, and now what you say when he brings that up is you stop. You stop. You purposefully make a fucking point of it. You stop. You look at him with your stupid little grin, and you go, what does that have to do with Israel and America?
Eat my whole ass.
Like, it's the only way to deal with these people, because they are, as I said, they're trying to take control of the interview because they realize they're on the back foot. You do not let them get off that back foot. If you're an actual proper journalist, this is what you look for. This is what you want. This is when you get good shit. You push them. You keep pushing them. They either leave or they give you what you want. So, do your job.
Decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question.
Come back
But let's try to.
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite?
Hi, Jose.
My name's Matt, Billy.
I know you're fairly new to the fry station.
Yep, living the dream, Billy.
You're doing a great job of keeping at least 3 orders ready at all times.
Thanks, Billy. Can't wait to put this on my resume.
But I also noticed you're over-salting the fries.
Hell no.
Now, you'd be more effective if you salted the fries this way.
Show me the light, oh greasy one.
Turn the salt shaker over one time only.
One turn, got it. Big dreams here, Billy.
Now, that provides our fries with the right taste McDonald's is looking for.
Sure thing, Billy. God forbid Karen gets too much sodium with her 9 a.m. Big Mac.
You can go ahead and waste these fries. Now, in the next batch, we'll do the salting together until you get a feel for it.
Yay, team salting. All my manifestations are coming true, Billy.
Great. I like the way you're using the salting technique we talked about earlier.
Thanks, Billy. Now fuck off.
Excellent work. Thanks for focusing on this.
Eat my whole ass, Billy.
Amazing.
Again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions.
Yes, that is
what I'm doing.
I'm just asking you questions.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature.
Picture the house of your dreams. Maybe it's got an
How
outdoor
many ads?
pool. Next, wireless from
A fun comedy about politics, and Eddie Murphy in the movie is a con man who gets elected to Congress, and he's literally a con man who. The congressman dies, he has the same name, and so he runs and they get elected. And there's a scene in the movie where Eddie Murphy is a freshman member of Congress, and he's sitting down with a sleazy lobbyist.
This is a fictional
and,
story.
He's asking the lobby. Let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came into the Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of it.
Here we go. So this one is the Israel in the Bible the same as the...
I wanted to hear about Eddie Murphy.
Ugh. We got... how funding Israel benefits the U.S.
How about that Eddie Murphy analogy? I want to hear how he got to that.
Member of Congress, and he's sitting down with a sleazy lobbyist. And he's asking the lobbyist, all right, what should my positions be on, I think they were talking about power plants and electrical transmission lines. And the lobbyist's like, well, what do you believe? And Eddie Murphy's comment said, I don't care. Whatever gets me the most money. I'll do whatever gets me the most money. And the lobbyist says, no. Pick a side. Doesn't matter what you pick. If you pick one side, we'll go shake down everyone who supports that side and they'll give you money. If you pick the other side, that's fine. We'll just go to the other side to shake down that. That's a little bit the way it works. And you often get leftists in the media who say, for example, if you support the Second Amendment, as you do and I do, well, you're just bought and paid for by the NRA. And that actually is backwards. I believe in the Second Amendment because I believe in the Constitution. Now, am I proud that the NRA...
So ban lobbying. Like, it's such an obvious fucking proposal. Ban the fucking lobbying.
But we gotta have money.
Like, keep fucking money out of politics. I don't
We've
understand
got
why
to
this is
have
so goddamn fucking complicated.
Money.
Like, as soon as you put money into politics, the politicians serve the money, not you.
Yeah, I like money.
Like, fuck it. Fuck it off.
Supports me, sure, because people who care about the Second Amendment want to support leaders who fight for it. But it gets it backward. Look, AIPAC, when I ran for the Senate, AIPAC didn't support me. I supported Israel before they supported me. I'm happy to have their support because they share my objective.
No, but you're missing it. I'm not suggesting that you're bought and paid for. I'm not saying that. I
want to go back and take
sincere.
I want to go back and take the transcript because you just said a minute ago, I'm slightly paraphrasing, but are you lobbying for a foreign government because they pay you a lot of money? That's basically what you said. So you are suggesting that.
Let me just be clear about what I think. Your views seem totally sincere. Yes. You take money from people who agree with you.
Yeah.
I believe that. I
take money from people who disagree with me.
I'm only trying to get to the question of to what extent is the U.S. government influenced by other governments? And it's a lot.
Of course.
It's hardly just Israel. It's hardly just Israel. I don't think Israel's the main one. There are lots of governments. China is a massive influence on the city.
And it's a huge problem.
As you know. I couldn't agree more. And there are lots of other. The UK.
Not Israel, though. No problems there. Actively supporting a genocidal
I think
rogue
that's whole
fascist state.
Tucker Carlson, he's a actual nationalist, you know?
True.
Which is a truly sinister place, in my opinion, as
ethnic Brit, I can say. I think that's my view. Maybe you disagree. I think
Ethnic Brit.
My God.
He's really doing the "you're a Cuban" shit, huh?
Yeah, he really is. That's not the W you think it is.
I think they're on the wrong.
Pretty sure Americans killed the British to make sure that they weren't.
No, all he's saying is, I'm a wasp. You're a greasy Hispanic. That's all he's doing.
Wrong path. I love
Whatever,
the Brits, but their government
without
has
even
gone
getting
off the
into that.
rails.
I'm just saying I don't think Israel's the only one. But it's the only one where you're instantly called an anti-Semite for asking questions. And it's also the only government that no one will ever criticize. And I find
criticize Israel every minute of every day. Like, the only government that people will not criticize, Rashida Tlaib just tweeted out calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal.
Rashida Tlaib? No,
you said no one will criticize.
No, I'm talking about Republicans that I would vote for, including you. And I'm saying, whatever. I don't even like talking about Israel. What I care about, I never do, because it's not worth being called anti-Semites from AIPAC recipients. But now we're on the verge of joining a war, and I just want to be clear about why we're doing this.
All right, so, and let's get into Iran momentarily, but you suggested it was a strange thing that I said a minute ago, that when I came into the Senate, I resolved that I was going to be the leading defender of Israel. And what you didn't ask is why.
Yeah, because you were elected to represent the Americans, you fucking idiot.
Why? So let me tell you why.
No, you said I was obsessed with Israel, and you had just told me that, like, your driving motive to get to the Senate was to defend Israel. I'm like, I don't think I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel.
Okay. And you know that. I said I resolved to be the leading defender of Israel, and you said your driving motive, the reason you're in the Senate.
You want to be the leading defender of Israel. I would think if I ran for Senate, I'd be like, there are people dying of drug IDs on the street.
My driving motive is to fight for Texas and America, and to fight for jobs, and to fight for the country.
This is embarrassing, Ted. This is truly, you should quit.
This guy, just don't forget, if Donald Trump didn't get into politics, this guy would have been president.
Constitution. And you played a very, very careful word game of a lie to
You're the one who said it, not me.
So you still haven't asked why, but I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
And the reason is twofold. Number one, as a Christian, growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed.
I don't care what cult indoctrinated you. You were elected to represent the American people, specifically Texas. Probably
Hang on,
half
can
of
we...
Texas.
We gotta do a biblical sourcing here.
Done.
Look, I spawned next to a vault. You gotta go in there and type in that passage to see if they're talking about Israel the person when that passage is there.
You'll have to do that.
And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
Let me
I
check.
can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis, but... So you're quoting a Bible phrase, you don't have context for it.
It's in Genesis.
It is in Genesis. I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonor you I will curse, and in you the families of the earth shall be blessed.
Okay, do you know who Israel is in the Bible?
Some dude. This verse
It's Abraham's son.
Often cited in discussion about the relationship between
It's
God and
literally
Israel.
Abraham's son. He's talking about Abraham's lineage in this passage. That's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, it says, I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonor you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. So it doesn't look like it actually mentions Israel at all.
Sending out an SOS.
But he's talking
this
about
verse is part
Israel
of God's
is Abraham's son.
covenant with Abraham, promising him promising him a great nation and blessing for all people through him. So, wrong. Right.
Where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
That's fucking
No, we're
cringe.
not.
That's literally the epitome of cringe. I support
Like I
genocide
said-
because Bible. Fuck
Like
you.
I said, in that passage, they're referring, like, I guarantee you this is, like, right after, like, the passage with Israel. So that passage is 12:3.
Yep.
Okay, so Jacob becomes Israel verse. Okay, so later he's named Israel
Okay.
in the Bible. So the passage about blessing Israel does come first.
It says, I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and your name will be a blessing. That's 12:2.
Mm-hmm.
And then Genesis 12:1. The Lord has said to Abram, go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. Okay, that's Genesis 30. Read full chapter. Okay, so it says, the Lord has said to Abram, go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curse you, I will curse, and all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. So Abram went as the Lord has told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, all the possessions they had accumulated, and the people they have acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh, of Shechem. It's a Jewish-ass word. At the time of the Canaanites were in the land, the Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring I will give this land. So he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on towards the hills of east of Bethel, which I assume is Bethlehem, and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built the altar to the Lord and called on the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued towards the Negev. Literally not a single mention of Israel in that entire mention. And that's reading 12:1 to 12:9. So, suck a dick.
What do you think is the first time Israel is mentioned in the Bible?
Not sure. First time Israel mentioned in Bill. Genesis 32:28.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Okay.
It's about wrestling with an angel, is it not?
Jacob prepares to meet Esau.
Yep, and then he wrestles what would become the Christian Satan.
Jacob wrestles with God.
Yep.
Is the first time.
He wrestles with an angel.
Mm-hmm. It says, that night Jacob got up and took 2 wives, his 2 female servants, his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of Jabbok. After he had sent them across the stream, he sent all of his possessions, so Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him till daybreak. When the man saw he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man. Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." The man asked, "What is your name?" Jacob answered. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." That's the first mention of Israel. It is
So not the nation, the
No.
person Israel.
How interesting. And it
Oh!
says, Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." He replied, Why do you ask my name?" Then blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, "It's because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared." The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. This is shit.
Yeah.
This is dog shit. Who
Yeah,
reads
it's bad.
this?
Isn't it much better when I just tell you
Therefore,
and
to
summarize
this day,
and
the
make it
Israelites-
actually like listenable?
Yes.
He wrestles with Satan.
So therefore, to this day, Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip, because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. Okay? Do Jews eat people? What is happening? What the fuck is going on? Tell me. Do you eat people? What is happening? What is this Bible verse?
That's about the creation of Israel.
Fucking, like, please, for the love of God, explain what the fuck that means.
I just told you, bro.
Israelites don't eat the tendon? What?
So look, bro, the son of Abraham, okay, the creator of the covenant, wrestles what will become the Christian Satan and gets the name Israel. Okay? The angel he is wrestling, the man he is wrestling, is what will later be retconned by Christianity into Satan.
Okay. So what's his... Does it actually get... Because from here, there was no name. What is Satan's name?
Samuel. It's like Samuel, but
it's like Samuel,
ending with an
sort of
EL.
thing. Ah.
So the EL means of God, right? So that's why it's Israel. It ends in the
Israel,
EL. That's
yep.
L.
Uh-huh.
Which is...
So I pronounced it correctly, technically. Israel.
Mm-hmm.
It's technically correct. Okay. Interesting. So... That's... Wait, wasn't there... an enemy in Hellboy called Samael?
Probably.
Something like that. I swear, one of like
yeah,
the creatures.
so it's also
the
like
creature
he'll
that,
also
like,
be the angel of
revives
death
itself.
and a lot of other things too. Same with Leviathan.
Okay, because I'm gonna double check that. I'm pretty sure it was the beast that revives itself.
But the whole point in like Judaism, right, is that they recognize that
I was right.
What gets retconned into Christian Satan. See, this is something that's like a flaw in Christianity, is that how could God create evil like the Satan? You know what I mean?
Well, it's a contradiction to what they're told.
Exactly. Right? So in Judaism,
what a sick creature.
This angel, its name literally translates to the venom of God, right? So he's like God's wrath. It's his divine duty through God to punish sin and to cut sin from like the souls of people. So like technically when Catholics go to confession, it would be these angels, the sin eaters, cutting the sin out of the soul. And that's it, and the reason he's called the venom is because, and then that gets to the burning of hell, because people would describe venom as fire inside them.
Yes.
So the venom eventually becomes fire later down the line in Christianity.
Interesting. That's so interesting. But yeah, this is the creature from the Hellboy movie. And I wasn't sure whether it was this one, but it makes sense that an angel of death would be able to revive itself, never die.
Mm-hmm.
It's a perfect name. It's so good. Can we talk about how good these fucking Hellboy movies are?
I mean,
Like,
I don't
they're so
remember them
good.
too much.
Like compared to
I
the
just
newer
remember
ones?
the car
Whoa.
flip.
Yes, where he punches the car.
I like the opening of Blade.
Opening of Blade.
Yeah,
It's not the Blood Club, is it?
it is. They're
It
like
is?
dancing,
Okay.
and all of a sudden the blood
Yep.
showers come on,
Yep.
and like
Yep.
regular
Yep.
people realize they're in a vampire club.
Yes.
Kick-ass opening.
It is a good scene. I haven't seen those for a minute.
Hold on. No. Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're
Blade
throwing out
2
theology, and I am a Christian, and I am
Kicks major ass, bro.
I really like Trinity.
Blade 2 is cool because you have Ron Perlman.
True. I'm fucking side tangent. You
Robo
what are the-
wants an Oreo.
What are the like demon hunter movies with the chick with the black hair?
Underworld.
Underworld. I like those movies too, but they're dog shit. They are awful, but I really like those movies.
to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And we're
What does that
told,
mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
I have a feeling that Tucker knows that he's wrong, and he's trying to draw it out.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis
Well, according to what we just read, the land was Canaan, and Israel was a guy. So it seems like you are justifying your bullshit with a book.
That's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
The nation was the Jewish people, similar to an indigenous nation.
Oh yeah,
is
and
my
again,
interpretation.
putting a lot of stress on what the word nation means here,
Yes.
Ted.
Yeah, like he's literally positioning it like the idea of nationalism existed when this was written.
Yeah. Well, God knows all, so nationalism did exist. Right? Because liberalism is the final order, and God always knew liberalism would be the final order.
Sure.
Before our 7 mountains come.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Then that's the real final order, because Judgment Day is after that.
Is that really their goal for capturing the 7
I mean,
fields is to bring about
they
the end
believe
days?
the whole backing of Israel. Okay, so this is another. Again, you need to understand some of the Bible stuff to understand these fruitcakes. So, well, let me just kill this flesh mob real quick. Okay. The place that you have to Google is called Megiddo. If you can't manage that, I'll get it.
I got an Outer Rim planet in Star Wars.
Okay, type in Bible. It's the because it's named after the Bible place in Star Wars.
Ah, okay. Hey, it's still a place.
Yes.
Neat. Is a kibbutz in northern Israel. Built
Yes,
in
but type in
1949.
ancient Megiddo Bible, and then images maybe, and you can see the ruins.
Sending down sentry.
This is some wacky shit I'm about to fucking reveal to you.
Like this one?
Yep. So the fundamentalists believe this is where the battle of end times will happen.
Okay. Sure.
Right? So this is where, like, Revelations, which is very well documented to be actually about the fall of the Roman Empire. They believe this is where it's going to take place. The angels are going to fight and shit here.
Yeah, okay. These people realize they're like, live their life based off, like, Hollywood stories, right?
Well, they're fundamentalists. They probably believe in dreams, like Bin Laden.
Nation
the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a
I'm not saying
democratic
he's a
country that
dictator.
elected.
He's the prime minister.
That is called an unforced error. That is called projection.
Right. But just like, you know, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern
This
Israel.
is
Yes,
silly.
and that is
You
that is
believe
Bro,
that's
this
what God was
silly
talking
to
about
him.
in Genesis.
I do, but
That country's existed since when?
for thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70
No, but
years.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is. So I don't know if we can...
I don't remember the scriptural citation. But, okay, I keep...
It's like Genesis 16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
We got it. It was 23, wasn't it?
No, that's Israel.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Hiding everything. That's not what I want. There we go.
Have been launched.
I need to remember that history is not the H.
Reporting to the front.
Okay, so Genesis 32:28. Is that what he's talking about? Israel? No. Genesis 2.
No,
Genesis
he's talking
12.
about the nation
12.
part.
Yes, 12. So it's Genesis 12. And in Genesis 12 to 12:9, doesn't say nation of Israel everywhere. It says Canaan.
All right, Tucker, you keep
It's a
interrupting me
little-
before I
No,
finish
it's
my
just
sentence.
important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... So you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But you... Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean,
if you
don't
accuse me of
be
anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
You're throwing...
I disagree. I actually appreciate the condescension from this interview. Like, this is how I would conduct this interview. Like, you are trying to play me for a fool. I'm gonna fuck with you. Hello.
Yeah,
we
fuck
needed
Ted
you
Cruz.
before for a Discord link, but you were not here. Getting drunk.
Fuck Ted
This stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about,
Okay,
but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay. I'm sorry, I want to be polite.
That is, for me, a personal motivation, but I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian. It's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected...
Don't get lippy with me, German.
I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I'm the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then,
Okay, and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Iran, I think...
No, that was all good. We had a new chatter. Someone from Twitter, actually. Someone that follows us on Twitter. A really fucking good discussion, actually. Very surprising. It's been a hot minute since we've had a new chatter that was able to have a proper discussion. So you missed us talking and theorizing about Iran and the potentiality for the Iranian people. Like, what are their options? Not much. Here's the conclusion.
No. It's gonna be a fucking Parliamentary.
Oh yeah, but like, how chaotic it's gonna be is to be determined. I hope they do. Fuck Sydney.
I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran.
Oops. My headphones died. Let's see how much this one has. Okay. I can hear again.
And I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Okay.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria. The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic.
Are the Germans off beer yet onto like vodka sodas and shit that everybody else is? What are they called? Seltzers in America. A fucking gangster. Was everybody still drinking beer?
But a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic because he's driven by religious fervor. When he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him. And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
So the president has said repeatedly Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he will do whatever it takes to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that like 100 times. He clearly means it. I think he will use force to effect that if he feels he has to. I think he's been really clear about that. I don't know, but it seems that way. Do you feel that? Do you think that's correct?
Whether he would use force to stop a nuclear weapon, I think he has put that option on the table.
He certainly suggests. I mean, I have literally no idea what's going to happen, but just reading his statements, he's made that really clear.
So what he has been very clear about, and I spoke with the president on Sunday, is he has been very clear to Iran that if they attack U.S. servicemen and women, there will be real consequences and I think very serious military response.
By the way, this is a sidebar, but I just can't resist. The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
but do you believe that's true?
Again, I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they had tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that... I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we...
Oh, my God. I think I just found why people have the belief that Seymour Hersh is reliable. He wrote about the Samson plan in the 90s.
Yeah, he's had good pieces.
But apparently there was a leak of the Samson option. And US cities are on that list, as well as European cities, which is pretty cool. So if that is true, I guess supporting Israel gets you nuked. Pretty neat.
Aren't we worth them already?
Okay, and I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that this clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to...
Okay. Now, I'm going to preface this by I don't know whether this is real or not. But apparently, there were leaks. And let's see if they have the English option here. Here we go. Okay. So the last slide is apparently the nuke that's going to be used and the targets. So we got Iran. Multiple cities: Isfahan, Mashhad, Tehran, Tabriz, Damascus, Latakia, Hamas, Lebanon, Beirut, Gaza, obviously, Cairo, Alexandria. Russia is Moscow, Kaliningrad, and Sevastopol. US is DC, New York, LA, and NORAD. China is Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou. And then it says Europe, NATO headquarters in Brussels, Berlin, and Paris. So yeah, kind of neat. Not all of them. The 400 kilotons, the Jericho 3s are going to Iran. The 200 to 400s, also Jericho 3s, are going to the European and American cities as well, apparently. The smaller yield ones are going to Middle Eastern countries, according to this, if it is accurate, if it is real.
Israel.
This is
Israel.
Basically, from what I read,
is real.
The time that this would be used is in the event of inevitable Israeli loss in any conflict, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why countries still support Israel.
Yeah, but this is like believing that Stalin would do this shit. Hitler would have. Hitler literally wanted to.
Yeah, and Netanyahu is today's Hitler. So, yeah, you tell me. I reckon he would fucking do it. He fucking would. The entire Likud Israeli-run rogue state is fucking totally someone I would expect to do this. They are fascists. They are psychos. They are fucking unhinged. But yeah, so that's apparently a real thing. So that's neat.
Men to do so.
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Butler, Pennsylvania
let's just put that aside.
What is BW? Surprised knew about nukes. I mean, what, the Israeli ones specifically?
I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there... Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes. That Iran is paying...
Iran? Let me just get something. Hold on.
They're gonna get you.
Where is it? Iran threatens Trump with video. You know the video I'm talking about. You might be able to find it faster. You know the animated video?
Yeah.
The Iranian one? Can you find that?
It doesn't matter.
People need to see it.
Paying for. And by the way,
when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. And let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempt.
Surely everybody is aware of, like, the nukes. Like, it's not, it's like an open secret.
Assassination, no. But they are also
like, Israel's ambiguity on the subject doesn't make them not have nuclear weapons. Like, everybody knows.
Actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term rather. John Bolton, when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump, and a guy named Brian Hook, who was Assistant Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration.
Wait, but hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal. What do you mean?
Why would it nuke itself? You talking about Gaza? They got to flatten it. They got to glass it for the future beachfront properties.
When no one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. The reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden administration.
They say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him, and they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it. And so they are actively trying. And in fact,
but what about Trump?
I'm fucking better than
you.
you.
There's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians.
Okay, so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay, and I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part.
Attempt? A shot wasn't fired. Like...
That he misspoke, but by the
It's all like, but what if he happened?
The way when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
That's fine.
And he was conflating it with the 2 attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress had.
They released a video, brother. His whole ass video. It's great.
As in the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now. We should, have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then
they
why
are
are we
enemies.
at war with them?
Well, we are trying to...
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder...
The use of nuclear weapons... See,
whatever
that's part
it
of the
takes.
problem of...
So what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegation seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
Can I ask something? And I mean this sincerely. So, all right, 20 years ago...
Now Tucker's on the more extreme side?
I think it's fair to say, in the interventionist world. You were a
big time.
You were a vocal defender of the Iraq War.
I was a promoter of the Iraq War.
And you now... And look, I think you were mistaken. I think you were mistaken. That's okay. Look, people change and learn, and that's part of the journey of being human. Your views have moved, though, in my view, they've gone way too far the other end. And so I'm
totally confused. I'm saying, hold on. Wait, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. I'm saying if it's true that Iran is trying to murder Trump, we need to move militarily against Iran immediately. That's not isolationism. That's that's a cult of violence, which I am calling for. If we believe that Iran is trying to murder our president, we need to strike Iran.
Okay, but isolationists say things like, well, then just nuke them, which is what you just said, which is kind of a weird...
Because I'm upset, because I'm taking you seriously. You don't take your own statements seriously.
I take my statements very seriously.
So I've asked you, where's the evidence this is true? And you said, well, they're trying to assassinate Brian Hook or something, which I'm against, by the way. I'm against hurting any American, period, no matter...
So you dispute that they're trying to murder...
I'm not disputing it at all.
And Bolton?
I'm not disputing it at all.
They literally arrested the hitman with Bolton.
I don't know why that's even relevant. I'm asking about the President of the United States.
Wait, it's not relevant that Iran hired hitmen to murder cabinet members in...
How would Donald Trump dying be bad exactly?
Tucker is based here, kinda.
Kill the president.
In Trump's administration, that doesn't go to
I've already said
that they're willing to spend money to do that.
Opposed to that.
What do you mean? In Minecraft? I didn't say it. Ben did. Ben Shapiro, what?
Kill
why?
the president.
What are you doing, Ben? Stop it.
Kill the president.
Jesus, Ben.
It's awful. I am against killing anybody, actually, and especially foreign government. Okay. I'm asking about your allegation and the Prime Minister of Israel's allegation that
is
let me be
that
clear,
Iran
I'm
is trying to
emphatically for
murder the
killing our enemies.
president.
Killing terrorists is a good thing. Killing people who are trying to murder Americans is a good thing. Because if you're America first, you want to protect America, and so killing Osama bin Laden was a fantastic.
But you don't
day
really
for the
believe.
world.
It is crazy how fast he switched. And this is why nuclear weapons should be completely dismantled and eliminated. Nobody should have them.
Believe that they're trying to murder Trump, or
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Then why aren't you calling for military action against Tehran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think.
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind.
No,
what are you saying?
They're a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to.
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying.
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop. Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They're close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look,
the
I believe
comedic timing. That was a literal,
Unreal.
like, a bad friend skit there. Like, that was an Andrew Santino-esque response from Tucker there.
It really was.
That was
Honestly.
fucking amazing.
Honestly, well done.
Hang on, go back. I want to see him do that again. What an
they're
asshole.
a weak country who is on its knees, and I think we need to.
Then why are we so afraid of them? Why are they the biggest threat if they're a weak country that's on its knees?
Because they're trying.
I'm trying to keep track.
They're trying to develop. Be a little less snarky.
I know, you're right. That is a problem that I have. I'm sorry.
They're trying to develop nuclear weapons. They are close to developing nuclear weapons. And even a weak country with a nuclear weapon. Look, I believe there is a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it either in Tel Aviv or New York or Los Angeles. And that would be utterly catastrophic. And I don't know. There's a very real possibility if the Ayatollah develops a nuclear weapon that he would detonate it
See, bro, this whole
either in Tel
interview is
Aviv or
gold.
New York or Los Angeles.
Hey, Tedos. Should I go back to the apparent leaks? Like, who is gonna nuke America again? The Islamic Republic? The regime? Okay. Sure.
Indirectly by bombing Israel.
Of course. You know, Israel, notorious internal state of the mainland United States.
And that would
Essentially
be
DC.
utterly catastrophic. And I don't know what the chances are of that. Let me compare and contrast Iran to North Korea.
Wait, can I just ask one last question about trying to
You
kill
can
the,
ask
the
any-
president? You sincerely believe, you promise, that right now the Iranian government is trying to murder our
Yes,
president.
yes.
You sincerely believe right now.
Absolutely.
And yet you are not calling for military action against the government that's trying to murder our president. Can you explain that?
Somebody needs to tell her that her pussy stinks.
I don't think they're very effective. I do think we should. By the way, America is.
You're willing to take that risk?
There's mosquitoes down there that are bigger terrorists than Boko Haram.
I think we should protect the president and we should take out our enemies.
Well, aren't
Israel
they,
is doing that right now.
But aren't they? Why would we outsource
And by
it to
the
Israel
way,
if
your
they're
first
trying
question
to?
was
why
why
would
are
we
you
have
for
Israel
regime
do it?
change? That's a pretty good example of why I'm for regime change.
Okay, so you're saying we should just go in and take out the government of Iran.
No.
Why would we outsource it to Israel if they're trying to murder our president? Okay, you sound like the isolationist.
What I'm saying on any military judgment is there needs to be a cost-benefit analysis of what are the risks versus what are the benefits. In this instance, I think it is enormously in America's interest to do what Israel is doing right now: take out Iran's senior military leadership and take out their nuclear capacity. That is benefiting America, and it is a good risk-reward. I would oppose invading Iran and putting boots on the ground to topple the government. If the risk got severe enough, I would support that, but I think the relative risk is not severe enough to justify that step at this time. What I would absolutely oppose under any circumstances is invading Iran and then staying and trying to turn them into a democracy. And part of where Iraq really went off the rails is not only did we topple someone who was fighting radical Islamic terrorists, who was a bad guy, but then we tried the vision of interventionists. It actually overlaps with the vision of a lot of Democrats. Let's go promote democracy in the world.
I agree.
And it is our military's job to kill the bad guys, to defend America. It's not their job to defend international norms. It's not their job. So I have zero desire for the U.S. military to turn Iran into Switzerland. Look, would it be nice if they suddenly became Switzerland? Sure. If I could wave a magic wand, great. But I'm not going to send your kids or my kids to be in front of guns to go make that happen.
Well, bless you for that. I think that is the lesson that I learned from Iraq. I promoted that war. Apparently, unlike you, I was dumber. And I think that you just articulated the main lesson of it, which is it's hard to do that, and we're not good at it. But
I will, and so we are agreeing on that. I will say as a corollary,
vehemently agreeing.
As a corollary, that doesn't mean that horrible, evil dictators are okay. And going back to Reagan and the Cold War, we have lots of weapons. I am happy to highlight the brutality, the oppression, the human rights abuses of regimes, even though I don't want to invade them, because I think the bully pulpit of American leadership is really powerful.
Tucker is dark woke.
I think dictatorships are terrified. So I've spent 13 years in the Senate. One of the things I do frequently is highlight dissidents in Iran and North Korea and China, in Venezuela. People are being tortured. Miriam Ibrahim in Sudan, who was sentenced to 100 lashes and then to be killed for the crime of being a Christian. And I repeatedly went to the Senate floor and shined a light on the government of Sudan. It was corrupt. It was evil. I practically begged Barack Obama, say her name. Ultimately,
I felt that way with the J6 prisoners. Yeah.
Look, yes.
Really?
And look, there is power to speaking out. And ultimately, the international, Obama never did say her name. He would not say her name. Ultimately, there was enough international.
Why not? He's African. Where's his birth certificate?
Condemnation, the government of Sudan let her go. And so she was not executed.
It was that he was Muslim, right? That his last name was Muhammad or some shit? What was that all about?
I mean, fucking... they still do it on Fox News.
Fucking
Barack
hilarious.
Hussein Obama. They say it every time.
And I met her. So she had a 2-year-old son, Martin, and she gave birth to a little girl named Maya. And she was in leg irons in prison waiting for the death sentence. They were not going to kill her until she gave birth. And they told her, we will not kill you if you will renounce Jesus. And she refused. And I met her. She was in D.C. speaking at a conference.
I don't understand. Just say it. What the fuck is your problem? Who gives a shit? Mackenzie, I can't lie. Fuck off. Just lie. Your life is literally hanging in the balance, and you can't go, fine. Am I supposed to care? Is this one person? You know there's 12.5 million displaced people in Sudan, right? This would have been 6 years after the genocide? You really... This is what we're complaining about? Did Bush talk about the Janjaweed? Did anybody...
I mean, Darfur was a big deal.
Like, what did the American... Like, I'm genuinely asking. Like, what was the American response to that?
Oh, it was pretty big.
Okay.
They did get involved in Darfur and shit, but they also... Like, the oil companies also caused Darfur.
Yes. Yeah. So it's like... You know, do I really give a fuck about this one anecdotal experience that you're talking about? Like, just because they're Christian? Fuck off. Seriously. Get fucked.
But the Christians in Syria...
Like, oh my god. Like, your only care is if they're Christian? Go fuck yourself.
So after she was released, obviously, and I asked her, she's a tiny woman, very small woman. I asked her, I said,
Smell, compact.
when you were in that prison cell with your kids,
nice
how did you have the strength not to just give in to despair? I mean, I've never been threatened with murder unless I renounced my faith. And she just said to me with a real peacefulness, she said, Jesus was with me.
But Jesus,
and I
fucking knew it every fucking time. If he's with you, just say the fucking words. Jesus.
Thankfully, you and I have not.
Literally. Fuck Jesus. Done. Then walk out and you're free. You still have your faith. Problem solved. I don't understand. Get a grip. I don't fucking understand religious people. I don't get it. John, why? Why do people do this? Why do they refuse to be like, I'm just gonna like fake renounce my faith to save my life. I'd rather die. Why? What is this? Like, what is it about religion that captures people so totally?
Joan of Arc and shit.
Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, if anybody in the chat is religious, please, why? What is the motivation? Why are you so
Because then
dedicated
you immediately go to heaven because you're a
for
martyr.
your faith? Is it literally that? It's a death cult? Like,
Yeah.
is that literally what it comes down to?
You
That it's
become
like,
a
oh,
saint.
Ridiculous. Fucking crazy.
That's why.
So
you know the fucking, we went over it, but there was those the murders in the Chechen war where they fucking killed them halal style.
Yes.
One of those murders, I think from the first war, he's like a unofficial venerated saint. I guess like the
Okay.
Orthodoxy doesn't venerate anyone.
Oh.
But like they say that he was killed by the Chechens because he didn't convert. There's no evidence this happened, by the way.
Yeah. But even then, just convert. And then when you're out free, leave. Like, I don't get it. Like, it's not that serious. It's a social club. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I've just gotten to the point where if I see somebody online being like, oh, Jesus says it's bad to be gay, I don't care what your fucking book says. Leave people alone. How fucking hard is it? Fuck off. And more people need to tell religious people that their beliefs are not projected onto people who don't believe, and you should fuck right off. I'm so sick of these people. Like, I'm not even against being religious. It's the religion. It's the organized religion and the culty aspect of it, and like the imperialist vibe of religion that just fucking rubs me the wrong way. Like, believe whatever you want, just let other people do whatever they want. It doesn't impact you at all. Fuck off.
Not face that circumstance. But I do think there is a responsibility.
There's still time.
There is, and I hope we don't. And actually, I'll use another example. John McCain, who you and I disagreed with on a lot of issues. I respected and admired him for his service and time as a prisoner of war. I think his policies I disagreed with vehemently and fought against them. But
he got captured? What a nerd.
the man fought for America, and he was thrown in prison, and he was tortured by Vietnam. And he was given the opportunity to be released early. And he turned it down because he thought it would be dishonorable to leave before his fellow servicemen and women. And when I first got here...
That has
and
nothing
Donald
to
Trump
do,
said he was a coward, bitch.
That literally has nothing to do with anything that you're about to say related to religion.
Or Israel.
Or Israel, yes.
Here.
There were no women there, but yes.
Okay, man, you're right. When I first got here, McCain hated my guts, and he actually referred to me and Rand as wacko birds.
I remember.
I have up on the shelf, I have a baseball cap that a grassroots supporter gave me with a picture of Daffy Duck labeled wacko birds, which I liked and laughed with. But when he did that,
didn't ask.
I went to the Senate
Eat my
floor,
whole ass, Ted.
and I gave a speech praising John McCain. And it was the day he had attacked me publicly. And it happened to be, it was the 40th anniversary of his release from the Hanoi Hilton. And I just talked about what a privilege it is to serve with someone who suffered for his country, who served. And I didn't get into where we disagreed on policy on that speech. I just said, the man is an American hero, and I'm proud to serve with him. But that was meant to be a statement also, that if you attack me, I'm going to praise you, not for things that are not praiseworthy. If I disagree with you, I will not be shy about saying it. But for things that are praiseworthy.
I remember that. It was 2013.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way. I went to his cell at the Hanoi Hilton, and
oh, wow.
I agree with you about McCain. I just want to end by asking you specifically about what's going to happen next in Iran and what should happen next. So you called for regime change. You said you don't favor the U.S. military participating in any kind of regime change. You said you don't think, and bless you for saying this, that the U.S. military should try and turn it into Belgium.
Yeah.
Thank God. But there is a third option where it turns into Syria, where it's this open wound and it causes massive migration and further destroys Europe, as Syria has.
Yeah.
And that's a huge cost, and where lots of people die and religious minorities get murdered in Syria again. Are you worried about that?
Sure. And listen, that lots of bad things.
Oh my god. The tacit Assad apology tied in is so painful. Stop it. He's gone. He's literally run away to Moscow. He's that much of a bitch. Why are you still supporting him?
Things can happen. But going back to what we talked about, the principle of defending America, I agree with President Trump that Iran with a nuclear weapon is an unacceptable risk to America, and we need to stop it.
But
I agree with President Trump, and I'll make a point.
But he's not for regime change.
He's not. So he and I disagree. Look, I think he thinks it would be better. He has not said he's for it. And you know what? Look, it is consequential when the President of the United States says, I'm for regime change. So I understand why he hasn't. What he has said is he's drawn a red line and said Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and the only acceptable outcome is complete dismantlement. So they have centrifuges. They're enriching uranium right now. They're trying to develop a nuclear weapon. He said they must have complete dismantlement. I led 52 senators, Republican senators, in a letter where we said we agree with President Trump. That's the red line, complete dismantlement. I agree with President Trump. I agree with him supporting Israel, taking out Iran's military leadership, taking out their nuclear capability. And I'll point out, look, if you look the first
Anti-war
term,
president.
I am hard-pressed to think of a single foreign policy decision Donald Trump made the first term that I disagree with. And that's not entirely accidental, because I spent a lot of time the first term in the Oval Office with him. And what happened in the first term often is you would have in the administration, you had interventionists in the administration, you had isolationists.
You know
and
my
they just
favorite part about Trump's first term was? Empowering Kim Jong-un. That was pretty cool.
agree. They would fight
South
within
Korea
the administration.
Orchestrated that.
And
yeah, but he was the one that fucked it up and made him look better.
Often what it would give is an
Also,
opportunity for me to come in and say, hey, there's a middle path.
Can we just, like, talk about how good the American and North Korean flags
Afterwards,
look
South
together?
Korea was like, we're sorry we orchestrated this. We didn't realize how big of an idiot he was.
Like, the US and the North Korean flags together go hard as fuck. And it'll never happen again. So, we have those pictures, and that's it. That's all we'll ever get. Instead, we just get China and North Korean flags, which is shit. Because the Chinese flag sucks.
Path here that President Trump agreed with frequently. And it's worth noting, in the first term, he most assuredly was not an isolationist. Look, he took out General Soleimani, which I emphatically agree with. And in fact, I introduced a resolution that we voted on the Senate floor commending him for taking out General Soleimani, who was the leader of...
You bitch!
That is by far our most niche soundbite, but is one of the best ones.
I'm heading your way.
Like, it's so used. It's insane. Like, how do we get so much use out of that?
Leader of the IRGC, and who was responsible for killing over 600 American servicemen and women.
Nice.
When Trump came in, ISIS had a caliphate that had grown up under Obama that was about the size of the state of Indiana. And Trump came in and utterly decimated them. He killed the terrorists, took away their caliphate.
No, he didn't.
Defeated them. And he also took out Baghdadi, the head of ISIS. I mean, those are not the actions of an isolationist. But at the same time,
I don't even know what isolationist is. It's just a slur designed to control. I mean, I've never been an isolationist. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, Rand Paul is my colleague. Rand is an isolationist.
Okay,
and Tucker, you've become one, and I don't mean it as a slur. You consistently say, you have said... Actually, I want to read from your newsletter, because if you ask what an isolationist is, your newsletter a couple of days ago, you wrote...
Bro just pulled documents out of his jacket. I'm fucking losing it.
Let me quote you. Actually...
This is one of the most ridiculous interviews I've ever watched.
Excuse me, princess.
Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership in Iran that will not be coming back, Trump said, following the strikes.
Right.
It's worth taking a step back. And
if he wanted to be real snarky, he would be like, yes, those are my words. I wrote them.
wondering how any of this helps the United States. We can't think of a single way. Okay, That to me is the essence of isolationism. And let me just ask you, when the Ayatollah chants death to America, I believe him. Do you not believe him? Do you think he doesn't mean it when he says death to America?
Well, I think he hates America, for sure. And I'm opposed to that.
And do you think he's willing to act on it? It's not just hate America. He also is leading a country and trying to develop a nuclear weapon.
Under certain circumstances, for sure. So the question is, do you act in a way that makes that more or less likely?
Curious question. Why? Maybe answer that question first before bombing Iran.
Bomb Iran?
That would be too hard. You know? If you asked why, you would have to face the fact that Iran and the Islamic Republic don't like America because they kind of been fucking with them forever. Their entire existence, essentially. Like, wait. What? Hold on.
Menace 1-5, rendezvous at the extraction point. Status confirmed. Squad is clear.
I know, I reread it. I'm like, flag? Fag. No, that can't be right. What the fuck is a Rhineland? Weird German words.
We must never allow
Oh my god.
dissidents to fill our hearts with fear.
Isn't that the Hungarian flag?
Their victory today is
Oh my god, it literally is the same. That's hilarious. That's so funny.
on the path of salvation.
Italy is horizontal, right?
You're horizontal.
Yeah, Italian.
AKA a slut.
Red, white, and green. Okay, so it's just reversed.
As long as there's even one Reaper left standing,
Mistaken.
you can bet they're still in the fight. Finger on the trigger.
Yes, red, white, and green. And it is a goddamn shitty green. Look at this. Dog shit green. Awful. Awful, awful green. What are you doing? Like, much better green. That's better. Much solid green. Good. Not garbage brown fucking dirt green. Good green. And a good red, too. Honestly, the German flag kind of goes hard. The scars look pretty sick.
And that's a tough call. It's something that you can debate. One of the ways you shut down debate is
Although, I will say this. The, is it the Prussian flag? Yes. The Prussian flag. That one, I think, is probably one of the coolest old flags. I think this is the one. Black, white, and black. Goes hard. Like, that's a sick flag. What's the other... What was the pre-Nazi state? The one that fell? This is escaping you as well.
Weimar.
Weimar, that's it. Okay, so that was just the German flag. Okay, I thought it was. Yeah, so the Prussian one was the one I was thinking of. Okay, interesting. No, I actually really like the colors. I like the colors of the German flag. It's a good yellow, it's a good red, and black. You can't go wrong. Really, like you really can't. Or is that the Weimar Republic flag? That looks like Syria's flag. It's an African country. No, that is the Weimar flag. Okay. Oh, they had both. Military. Ah. Oh, great. The Nazis co-opted the Prussian flag too. Fuck the Nazis. Dumb cunt. Yeah, like it's boring, but think about it, right? There's maybe 7 good flags on Earth. Mozambique being one of them.
By calling people names like isolationists, pretending they're like...
Nepal is another one, right? Unique, different, cool. Great, different kind of flag. Awesome. Give us different flags. Like, New Zealand was gonna put a fucking fern on theirs. Great. That's
laser
awesome.
kiwi.
A laser kiwi, even better. Right? Australia, if Australia had a, kept the colors. Actually, I think they might have done an Australian flag contest redesign. Because I know they did one in New Zealand.
Avenger plotting new course.
New flags. So there's a bunch of them. But like, okay, I got some critiques. These colors are dog shit. Can we get away from the greens and the yellows, please? Like, look at that fucking Aboriginal flag, right? That's awful. That's awful. That's awful. That's fine. That's better. Something like that would be okay. Because this integrates the Aboriginal colors into like the kangaroo. Like, that's great. That's a good flag. Honestly, that's a good flag. Dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit. This is good. That's great. I would get rid of the blue and make it black. But that's just me. This is a good flag. Yeah? This, I would be happy to have that as the national flag. That's cool. The star here is a 7-point star that's on the normal flag because it's got all the states and shit. This one is like our Southern Pride thing, but it's got less racism and slavery attached to it. But it's most of them are like this, where they're green and fucking yellow. Disgusting. Gross. But look how boring this shit is. Like, get some fucking design. Perfect. Look. Bam. That should be the flag. Right there. Right fucking there. Aboriginal colors. Southern Cross. Kangaroo. Black, red, yellow. Perfect. Cannot get better than that. This should be the national flag. But again, the German colors, right? This one I've seen a little bit, actually. This is not terrible. But still, I don't know. Black and white. Fuck yeah, it goes hard. Ugh. Gross. That is one of the most busy flags I've ever seen. That's awful. Even here, the gold is fine. The yellows are bad. Like, yellow, bad. But you get the point. Nobody knows how to design a flag in this fucking country. But the Aboriginal flag goes pretty hard, honestly. Wouldn't be opposed to just like replacing the Australian flag with this, but Whitey would be mad. But integrating, as I said, integrating these colors into something designed to be uniquely Australian would be great. Instead, we have the British in our flag. Great.
They're like pro-Nazi or something, or as you did, claiming I'm an anti-Semite.
Right,
that's not a way to get to a solution or have a rational conversation. That's a way to make people be quiet. And I'm against that. And
Okay,
I
so
think
if you don't
these are
like the
hard
label
questions.
isolationist, how would you Look, Rand, and I served with Rand. Rand is a friend of mine, but Rand opposes every military action in every circumstance.
Of course I don't oppose every military. This whole thing is infantile, and you know that it is. It's a way to call people names.
So which of Trump's military actions do you support, or do you disagree with them all?
And make them be quiet.
Give me another name. If you don't like that, I'm not trying to have you be quiet. We've been talking an hour and a half. I'm asking, if you don't like the name isolationist, how would you describe it?
I would describe myself in the same way you falsely described yourself in this conversation.
Falsely?
Yes,
so
falsely.
What did I say false?
You said that the only thing that matters in a foreign policy decision is whether it helps the United States.
I didn't say the only, I said the predominant.
That's what I understood. Okay. So let me revise what you said and apply it to myself and say the only thing that matters is whether or not it serves you.
Okay. Now, for anyone unaware of what the laser kiwi flag is, this is it. The best flag ever designed. This one right here.
It's the real New Zealand flag.
There is a laser impact point off to the left as well, but I can't scroll. Hold on. Maybe I can do this. There we go. Laser impact point. You know, literally the best flag ever designed. You cannot get better than this. Peak flag design.
Serves the United States. And I feel very stung by what happened in Iraq, if I'm being honest. Possibly because, unlike you, I guess, I supported it. And I saw us get drawn into it in a way that nobody anticipated, and I saw the cost, just $3 trillion? And the cost on so many levels to the United States was just so profound, and I felt like,
mistake.
Gosh, it reminds me of Kaiser Wilhelm in 1914 saying, my men will be back by the time the leaves turn, and of course, that destroyed Christian Europe. So it's like you don't really know where these things are going once the shooting starts. That's my only point. And calling people names, anti-Semite, isolationist, to get them to stop talking, is not the way to serve your country. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation. Right. And look, a lot of this has been contentious. I wish it had not, because as we started out by saying, you and I agree vehemently on 80% of the issues. This discussion is focused on the 20% where we don't. You know, I will say, look, on Iraq, you look at the 2016 presidential campaign where you had 17 Republicans running. If you set Rand aside, and his views are on one side, there were only two candidates on that stage that opposed the Iraq war. Me and Donald Trump were the only two. Everyone else thought the Iraq war was a great thing. I think it was a disaster. So you and I agree on that as well. In my view, you went, I think your foreign policy has gone too far. So, I mean, let me ask you, is there a military action Trump has undertaken that you agree with? Because I've not heard anything.
A military, look, I would say it's really simple. I believe in self-defense. That's why I keep firearms at home. I think it's morally justified to defend yourself, your family, your property, your nation. And so to the extent that you can deter a threat through violence, violence always being the least appealing choice, violence always being, if I can finish, always being a tragedy, I think you can justify the use of violence in self-defense. That's my personal view. And
what about weaponizing state violence against the people? You support that? Of course you do.
And that applies to me and to the country that I live in. Those are my views. That's not an isolationist view. It's not an anti-Israel view. It's not an anti-Semitic view, with apologies. It is, I think, a pretty common sense view. But
also, you missed me standing up for the first 3 hours of the show. I decided I was going to stand today.
My problem is that lawmakers in Washington are light on detail with these things, and they speak, as you do, entirely in moral terms. These people are bad. These people are...
I'm not speaking entirely in moral terms. I'm not interested in killing bad guys. I'm interested in killing people who are trying to kill us.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump, and then you
that
said...
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay. So why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Everyone... Nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like...
What? So I've asked you the names of these people? I've asked
I don't know the names of the Iranian
information?
hitman. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly...
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying...
Oh my God. They've testified. Mind you, it's under oath. They can't lie. They're not allowed to. God doesn't allow it.
To murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting, because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't. You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying.
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran, so they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but are
in Iran.
the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Tucker, you took offense to the word isolationist, and I genuinely don't mean it as a pejorative. I disagree with it. But if you don't like that term, I don't know how else to describe what is a coherent foreign policy that says we're surrounded by two giant nations. By the way, isolationism has long been a school of foreign policy.
I believe in self-defense. I'm not okay, but not into the slurs, the anti-Semite stuff. I just don't like that. I'm telling you what I believe.
So, but is there a single military action Trump took that you agree with? So, did you agree with taking out General Soleimani?
Oh, I don't know. It turned out better than I thought, I guess.
I mean, you said at the time it would lead us to World War III.
I was worried about it. I've seen that
Well,
happen.
but that proved not the case.
I was wrong, as I have been many times.
Did you agree with taking out the ISIS caliphate?
Well, if we took out the ISIS caliphate, why are they running Syria right now? And you're for that. Why is that?
What do you mean? I didn't say I'm for that.
You don't seem to have a problem with it.
I didn't say
ISIS
that.
is now running.
ISIS is in Africa.
This interview rules.
I think the only real active ISIS group in the Middle East is ISK. Unless we're talking South Asia.
They're around, basically a prison gang at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's much ISIS in the Middle East left, right?
No.
They all fucked off to Africa?
Well, I mean, they're all dead. They killed them.
Running Syria, you're like, we'll see.
No, I
mean, I know why.
By the way, I know why push Assad out. Assad toppled.
It's hilarious.
You know why
Assad's bad, but no, ISIS runs Syria, but that's fine. We'll just kind of wait and see on ISIS. Not a big deal.
You know
not a
why?
big deal to try to kill
hold
Trump.
on a second. I want to get back. You know why I don't care, and why, and you do your trademark smirky laugh. I know why you don't care.
What are you even talking about?
What? Why don't I care?
I don't know why. You tell me. Because you think it's okay because they're not making angry noises or something, but by your own standards, ISIS is so immoral that they must die, but now they're running Syria, and you don't think that we should take military action against the government of Syria? Because why? They're ISIS.
What I said is, I don't know how good or bad it'll be. Look, I wasn't pushing Assad out. He fell. He fell on his own, in part because he was heavily supported by Hezbollah, and when Israel took out the Hezbollah leadership, he lost his base of support.
But the current ISIS leadership, you don't think is bad? You can't say it's terrible that ISIS runs a country?
I am concerned about it.
Concerned? Aren't you horrified?
I want to see what they do.
Oh, so you got a wait-and-see attitude on ISIS now?
On the government of Syria, they are not actively, that I am aware of, trying to murder Americans. And that's a real dividing line. Are you trying to murder Americans or not?
I'm just saying it's a little weird that we waged a war against ISIS and now they're running a country in the Mediterranean. I think that people would be very, very upset about that. But you don't seem
By the way,
upset about
did you agree with Trump taking out al-Baghdadi, the head of ISIS?
I'm totally opposed to ISIS. And what I care about is results, actually. And if taking out the head of ISIS ends ISIS, I guess I'm for it. But now ISIS runs Syria.
Okay,
so I'm wondering how does this work?
I mean, my point is...
At the time. I mean, I've taken so many different positions over the years, some of which have been wrong. I really do my best to be honest and correct if they are and admit that I was wrong. I'm not one of these people who's like, I've always been consistent. No, my views change all the time because the facts change all the time. You're not going to get consistency from me. You're only going to get sincerity.
Well, I will say this. And look, I believe you're sincere.
Yeah.
But...
I'm not God. I'm just some guy watching, trying to figure out the right thing for America.
And I think because you believe you were mistaken, and I agree previously, I think you overcorrected.
Overcorrected? I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess. That's the concern. And
by the way, that's a reasonable worry.
Look, I know it's reasonable. And I know even you're ready to call me all these names for asking, you're just asking questions. Yes, I am. So here's my question to you. If the Ayatollah is killed in Iran, and he very well could. So I have just read in the paper this morning that Israel tried to take him out twice and Trump told them not to.
I have read that. I don't have independent confirmation one way or the other.
Do you think that they should take him out?
So I actually talked about it. As you know, I do a podcast every week, Verdict with Ted Cruz, and I actually talked about it in the latest podcast. And I said, look, I've seen the reporting that says that Trump asked them not to take out the Ayatollah. And what I said in the podcast is I think it's reasonable for them to decide not to try to take him out. What they've done is targeted just about the entire top level of the military, the people that actually conduct the war. I can see an argument that taking out both a head of state and a religious leader could make him a martyr and could cause more problems than it's worth. And by the way, if you take out the Ayatollah, I don't know if the next guy isn't just as bad. And so I am...
What happens to the country?
I don't know, but you mentioned before, and I want to go back to this. You said something like, you, like most other politicians, are engaged in moral terms. And let me be clear, I am talking about national interest. I am talking about protecting America. So there are bad guys on planet Earth that I don't think we should take out, even though they're bad guys.
Good.
I'll call them bad guys, but...
Is Richie Medhurst white? These are the questions.
I'm not willing to use U.S. military force to take them out. In this instance, what Israel is doing is taking out their capacity to build nuclear weapons. Why? Because they judge the risk is too high if they've got nuclear weapons.
I understand that. I mean, I understand that. I think it's in progress. I think it'll probably be achieved, probably with U.S. military support. Who knows? But the president said he's for that.
And by the way, where the military support is most needed is Fordow, which is it's a bunker that's built under a mountain.
Right.
And Israel's taken out most of the rest, like Natanz, which is the big enrichment site. They bombed the hell out of it. Fordow was deliberately built deep into a mountain so that Israel couldn't take it out. And there's an active discussion because the U.S. has bunker buster bombs that are big enough to take out Fordow.
30,000 pounds.
Yeah,
yes.
and Israel doesn't. So the one military piece...
nor the aircraft to fly them.
Correct.
Right. But here's, I guess, what bothers me is that I said 2 weeks ago, the real goal here is regime change in Iran. It's not...
I don't think that's Trump's goal.
Well, it's your goal. It's Israel's goal. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying it's important to be honest and not lie and not attack people for telling the truth.
So I believe I've been assiduously honest in this, but words matter. You said the real goal here is regime change, and it's your goal, and I want to be clear.
Well, you said it was your goal.
I want to be clear because words matter. Do I support regime change, and would I like a government that doesn't hate America and isn't trying to kill us in Iran? Yes.
I mean, probably.
That's a good outcome. Is that the objective of these military strikes? I don't think necessarily. I don't know if it's Israel's. It's not my objective. My objective is taking out...
Should it be the U.S. if Israel decides we're going to decapitate the government and try to foment an uprising against it, should the United States participate in that operation in any way?
Look, I have not called for killing the Ayatollah. And there is, nations in war generally refrain from attacking and killing heads of state. Now, the Ayatollah doesn't. He's trying to kill Trump. We talked about that.
But we shouldn't punish him for it.
Look, there has been a long-standing... Nations in war have refrained from killing heads of state. I have not publicly called for killing the Ayatollah. What I've called for is doing whatever is necessary to stop him from getting nuclear weapons. In the first Trump term, what that meant was maximum pressure. So in the first Trump term, I spent a lot of time urging the president to withdraw from the disastrous Iranian nuclear deal that Obama had. President Trump agreed with me. He did that. And then I urged him to end the oil waivers and to sanction the hell out of the country. And it ended up crippling their economy. So Iran at the time was selling 2 million barrels of oil a day. 1 million barrels, I'm sorry, 1 million barrels of oil a day. When President Trump ended the oil waivers, it cut their sales to 300,000 barrels a day. At the end of the Trump term, the Iranian economy was in shambles. They had massive inflation. I think the regime was teetering. I think it might have fallen. I would use economic sanctions and I would use moral suasion to try to effectuate
if you
regime change.
Okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means, what happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because,
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that
relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even, you don't know anything about Iran.
Okay, no, this is pedantic. Like, as funny as that is, it's pedantic. It's entirely petty and pedantic. It really doesn't matter whether you know the demographics of a country or not. If the goal is to get rid of the government, the people will deal with it. Like, that's the regime change. Half the problem is setting it up. And if Americans are setting it up, it's going to end up like Britain setting up fucking Pakistan. So you defer to people from the country. So I kind of agree with both of them, where you should know, but also it doesn't matter. Because Ted Cruz isn't going to be the one directing the recreation of the state, right? That'll probably be somebody, some agent of America that lives in Iran that is going to do what America wants, realistically. So does it really matter? Not really. I don't know. What do you reckon? Do you think it matters?
What?
Like knowing the specific pedantic, like, breakdowns of Iran's population.
I think if you're planning an invasion, you would probably look at it.
True. Would Ted Cruz be a part of planning an invasion? Probably not.
What gun should I give this black Japanese guy?
I don't know. What does this have to do with the question?
I don't know.
So
okay,
actually,
I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says,
who's calling
hey,
for
you're
government.
You're the one who
don't know anything
claims
about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
Helldivers. The democracy officer, when we drop in, he goes something along the lines of, "We don't need to understand them to advocate their destruction." And I was like, wow, Ted Cruz.
That's pretty funny. That is a funny line.
Country, you're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
No,
you're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a
saying
good
you
idea to
don't
kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump?
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if
Okay,
you really
we're
believe that...
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied, on behalf of Trump, that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
We're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are.
He did say that they were supporting them. I will give him that.
Supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And why did you do the snide? Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries all over the world. Energy comes from there.
So
you
let me
don't
ask you,
want
Tucker,
another disaster. You don't want to be
Tucker,
reckless.
the Ayatollah refers to Israel as the little Satan, as America as the great
know.
Satan. Do you believe him when he says it's the great Satan? Do you think?
Of course I
do you
believe
think if
him.
the
I fucking hate moralistic arguments. Fuck off. I don't care what he thinks. None of this matters. This is justification. That's all
Eat
this
my
is.
whole ass.
This is Putin saying, "Oh, but there's Nazis in Ukraine. We care an awful lot about Nazis, even though we have a history of Nazi collaboration. We care a lot about not having Nazis on our borders. You know, remember Operation Barbarossa? Remember the history? We're going to denazify Ukraine. It's the same shit. Can we stop? Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop. Exactly, me.
the Ayatollah could murder both of us right now, that he would. I do. I believe it.
Okay, I assume no good faith on the part of the Ayatollah.
No, not
and if
good
your
faith.
implication
No,
is like,
it's not
I'm
good faith.
pro-Ayatollah or something.
No, it's not good faith. It's that...
Just saying, you're a lawmaker, you're a powerful person in Washington. This is the most powerful country in the world. If you're calling for toppling in government, it's incumbent on you to know something about the country and to think through the consequences of that. And you haven't, and you don't. And I'm saying that's right.
Did you see the clip
and
of
you have it,
iShow's
and you
feed?
don't.
Did you see the clip of iShow's feed that was playing some game that he launched orbital nukes at a country? And he was like, goodbye, Israel, but it was like Iraq?
I mean, it was the entire Middle East.
And he missed Israel. That's the funniest
I mean, they would
part.
have been cooked anyway.
And like he essentially targeted Kuwait.
Yeah, like it was like the Saudi Jordan area.
It was so funny. I saw it the first time. I'm like, that's funny. Then the second time I saw it, I watched it, and I'm like, hold on a second. That's the Arabian Peninsula.
I haven't thought... Okay, you engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts, and to be clear,
I'm not calling for the overthrow of a government.
You put out a newsletter attacking Donald Trump and calling him complicit.
Never
I can
attacked
read
Donald Trump.
Yes, you have. And by the way,
I campaigned for Donald Trump.
Okay, yes,
and this is after anti-Semitism, this is the last refuge. You're an anti-Semite and you hate Trump.
Okay,
I love Trump.
I will read. You put out a whole newsletter saying Trump has abandoned America first, and here's what Trump said in response. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America First, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I'm the one who decides that.
What?
For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. That was directed at you.
Man, you got me. Busted.
No, I'm just saying.
My views, look, I like Trump. I campaign for Trump. I know Trump. I talked to him last night. I'm not against Trump, and you know that.
But you're against his foreign policy.
I think that we should be very careful about entering into more foreign wars that don't help us when our country is dying. When our country is dying.
Look, yes, focus on our country. I'm all for it. But the naivete.
You don't even know how much money this costs. You don't know anything about the country whose government you want to overthrow, and you're calling me reckless.
I want to stop a lunatic who wants to murder us from getting nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans.
Fair.
You say, I can't see how that benefits America in any way. That is bizarre. And by the way, isolationism, your foreign policy is the foreign policy of Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Oh, absolutely.
And it doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm a big leftist. I mean, this is so silly. Now I'm Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama. Okay. Let me just say one last thing.
So how is your foreign policy different from Jimmy Carter's? Seriously.
Please.
But I asked that question seriously.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Jimmy Carter?
So
what century is this? I am the product of the last 25 years watching carefully, being involved in the periphery, and I see an unending string of foreign policy disasters that have impoverished and hurt.
Unending string.
An unending string. They would include Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and our inability to stop the Houthis, by the way, in Yemen, which exposes us as weak, and I grieve over that. So these are failures. You helped preside over some of them as a member of the Senate.
What failures, foreign policy failures have I presided over?
Well, we were unable to beat Russia in the war that you supported against Russia. You've been spending the last 3 years telling us that Vladimir Putin is evil and we're going to beat him with other people's children, and 1 million of those kids are now dead. You've never apologized for that. That was a full failure.
By the way, look, the number of falsehoods you lay out just in one statement are rather.
You haven't supported the war against Russia?
Are rather stunning. So the war against Russia was caused, which I have explained in great detail, by Joe Biden's weakness.
But you supported the war.
No, if you want to talk, we can talk Russia and Ukraine. I'm happy to talk about it.
It was caused by Russia.
Do you think that's been a success?
No, it's been an absolute disaster.
Okay, but you supported it. Shouldn't you apologize?
No, you should apologize. I'm not going to engage in the demanding of apologies. So
I'm like, that's my case. Never says I'm sorry.
Or do you just go out, like, if you want to talk, we can talk.
Okay, I do. I want to know. That seems like a true disaster for the United States. You have supported it.
Do you believe Joe Biden's weakness caused the war in Ukraine?
I think Joe Biden's aggression caused it.
His aggression? What aggression?
He demanded that Ukraine join NATO. How does that help the United States?
It is a terrible idea, and I have vigorously opposed Ukraine joining NATO.
Okay, so that's what caused the war.
No, it's not. Okay. Do you want to know what caused the war? Look, you do the dismissive. You're not actually interested in facts. You're like, okay.
Okay, tell me. It seems super obvious. You're absolutely right, and I'm sorry. That is a tick of mine that is wrong, and I mean this with sincerity. I'm sorry to do that to you. I just think it seems so obvious that sending Kamala Harris to the NATO Security Conference to say you're going to join NATO is what triggered the invasion days later.
Okay, so can I? This will take a few minutes to lay out because it's complicated, but I think the facts matter. I think two things caused the war in Ukraine. Number one, I think
this is going to be very fucking interesting. I do not think I've heard Ted Cruz talk about why the invasion happened. So I am incredibly curious what he's about to say and how wrong he is. Very excited. Give me 1 minute.
And I think Biden's incredible weakness and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, I believe we need to leave Afghanistan, but not with the incompetence that led to 13 servicemen and women being murdered by terrorists there. The way Biden did that was...
Hey, what about all the civilians they killed?
I'm on the move.
Pretty cool. Huh?
Objective in range.
I said the who?
Oh, and I'm talking about the U.S. military here, not the terrorists. Don't believe me? Look it up.
That was disastrous, and I think our enemies looked to the commander-in-chief and said, this president is weak. And when that withdrawal was so disastrous, I said publicly at the time, the chances of Putin invading Ukraine have just risen tenfold.
Right.
But secondly, and this is critically important.
Well, I agree, that was awful, the withdrawal.
And it was a major cause of, our enemies all said, hey, this president is weak. And so it invited, and by the way, look, I despise war, and I...
Well, if Biden is weak, and Trump is strong, why are the wars still happening?
I think weakness and isolationism produces war. Because it invites aggression from our bad guys. It's why I agree with Ronald Reagan's peace through strength. The best way you avoid war is being strong enough that your enemies don't want to mess with you. But let's get back to Ukraine and Russia. Look, Putin didn't wake up 2 years ago and decided he wanted to invade Ukraine. He's wanted to invade Ukraine for decades. Putin has referred to the collapse of the Soviet Union as, quote, the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And Putin has long been explicit. His desire is to reassemble the old Soviet Union and, in fact, reassemble the Russian Empire that was even bigger than that. If you want to reassemble the Soviet Union,
correct,
the natural place to start is Ukraine.
Do you really believe that Putin has territorial designs on Eastern Europe?
Yes.
What countries?
That is literally the goal of the Russian imperial movement, which he used the paramilitary wing of the Russian Imperial Legion in Ukraine in 2014, whose entire fucking goal is reclaiming the Russian Empire. You fucking uninformed moron. This is what happens when you literally get the fucking lies from the mouth of the horse. You actual fucking idiot. Unreal.
He has said that you can go and read his... Hold on. I don't want to lose the narrative of what happened, so we can go back and do that, but I don't want to lose telling the story first. So let me explain this, and then if you want to go back, we can take all sorts of digressions, but just give me a couple of minutes to lay out the facts of what happened. He has wanted to invade Ukraine a long time, and he's done it before. In 2014, he invaded Ukraine, invaded Crimea. When Barack Obama was president, he invaded the southern portion. He did not invade the rest of the country. Why? And the reason is the principal source of revenue for Russia is oil and gas, and the natural gas pipelines run right through the country of Ukraine, and he didn't want to jeopardize his ability to get gas to Europe.
Right.
So, in 2015, Putin started a project called Nord Stream 2.
Did anything happen in 2014?
In terms of what?
Wasn't there a coup in Ukraine run by the Obama administration?
Let me finish telling... I told you, we'll take lots of digressions in a second. Let me finish telling the narrative. 2015, Putin began building Nord Stream 2. Nord Stream 2 is an undersea pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The entire purpose of Nord Stream 2 is when it was completed and turned on, it would let Russia circumvent Ukraine and get its gas straight to Europe.
Correct.
In 2019, Nord Stream 2 was almost complete. And the conventional wisdom in Washington was, this is terrible, but there's nothing we can do about it. I didn't believe that. So I drafted sanctions legislation that was targeted to stop the pipeline. My legislation passed the Senate with overwhelming bipartisan support. It passed the House, and Donald Trump signed it into law.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't you want Germany to have cheap energy?
Because it empowers Russia. And I believe in making our enemies weaker and our friends stronger.
Has blowing up Nord Stream made Germany stronger?
Not being dependent.
Ukrainians blew up the pipeline. You fucking idiot. Just like if Russia doesn't like its infrastructure being hit by missiles, they can leave. If they wanted their fucking pipeline, they shouldn't have invaded. It's that simple. You know? Valid military target, bitch.
Being dependent on Russia has made Germany stronger.
Just you think Germany is stronger now than it was 4 years ago?
I think not being dependent on...
Germany is far fucking weaker than it was 4 years ago, or even 8 years ago. But that's not because of Ukraine. It's not because of the Nord Stream. It's because they believe the same Russian bullshit you believe. And they shut down their nuclear plants. And then became dependent on Russian gas. And after the pipeline got blown up, they buy it through Azerbaijan. Crazy. Who fucking knew? Oh, it's almost like if you destroy your energy independence, you become dependent on the mass exporter of energy. And guess what they usually are? Pieces of shit.
Bro, I never noticed this. Full screen this for 2 seconds. Just look at the car design here. It's like off-center. But
Yeah, it is.
I can't really center it and get the car in frame because you off-centered the video.
Which car?
Just like this red one and like the...
There's two red ones.
The one on the van.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's got like a hose coming out of it on the side with its gas tank. They both do.
Mm.
And then like
It's like the
they're like solar panels
it's
on
the
them.
Ecto 2. Yeah, it's Ecto 2. It's a Ghostbusting
It's like they're
vehicle.
like old mechanical cars that they've gutted and put batteries in.
Which is a thing that people do.
Yeah. I just thought it was an interesting like design thing. You know, it's like
it
here's
is
the
interesting.
police.
Very interesting.
On Russia. Germany has all sorts of problems, and many of them are domestic to their own politics. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to...
No, but what you're saying, it doesn't. Germany seems that its energy costs have spiked, and the manufacturing sector is collapsing because of that.
Let me finish. I'm focused on America's interest. I don't want Russia stronger because I believe Russia is our enemy. You and I disagree on that. We can talk about that. But I want our enemies weaker. I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I want our enemies weaker. I don't want Europe dependent on Russia. I don't want Putin rich with oil and gas revenues and able to invest in his military and pose a threat to America. So, the sanctions legislation that I authored, it passed. Putin stopped building Nord Stream 2 literally the day that President Trump signed my sanctions legislation into law. He signed it, if I remember right, at 7 p.m. on a Thursday. Putin stopped construction at 6:45 p.m. So the sanctions legislation worked, and it killed the pipeline. The pipeline lay dormant for over a year, just a hunk of metal at the bottom of the ocean. Joe Biden came into office. He was sworn in on January 20th, 2021. Putin resumed deep-sea construction of Nord Stream 2 4 days later, January 24th. He did so because Biden had foreshadowed weakness on this issue. That foreshadowing was accurate because several months later, Biden formally waived the sanctions on Nord Stream 2 and let Putin complete the pipeline. In January of 2022, I forced a vote on the Senate floor to reimpose sanctions on Nord Stream 2. The week of the vote, President Zelensky in Ukraine publicly called on the Senate, please pass this sanctions legislation. It is the last best hope of stopping Russia from invading Ukraine. At the same time, the government of Poland put out a formal statement from the foreign ministry to the Senate, calling on the Senate to pass my sanctions legislation, and said, if you do not, Putin will invade Ukraine. The day of the vote, Joe Biden came to Capitol Hill. It's the first time in his presidency he had done that. He went to the Democrat senators' lunch, and he personally lobbied them on this issue, not any other issue. This was his number one issue that he came to lobby them on. They came out of that lunch. Every Democrat had voted with me twice against Nord Stream 2. 44 Democrats flipped their vote. They voted in favor of Russia, in favor of Putin, and 4 weeks later, Russia invaded Ukraine. That was the direct cause of the war, and if Trump had been president, there would be no war in Ukraine.
So may I ask, I, of course, disagree with your analysis.
Was so with you for a little bit. And you fucked it up. Still blaming America for Russian imperial conquest.
He's also saying
you would think
while he's saying Trump would have prevented it, he's specifically saying I had the legislation to stop it.
Yeah, like everything about this is wrong. Like, to think the Nord Stream being sanctioned again was going to stop Russia invading is insane. Nobody, literally nobody at all was saying, you know what caused this? America not passing sanctions on Nord Stream. You fucking idiot. Like, they were literally in the Donbass for 8 years. 8 years. While you guys were fucking around with sanctions, thinking you're king fuckwits being able to control the world with sanctions. Unreal. Like, they are literally smelling their own farts. Fucking crazy.
Completely, but I want to be respectful.
Okay,
and
so tell me.
Let's go. Let's go, Tucker. Give us the Russian narrative.
It's such a long conversation. I've spent the last couple of years on this, and I just respectfully disagree with your analysis, but I don't doubt your sincerity.
You know what the funniest part is? He just admitted he's been looking at this for years, and he still hasn't found the correct opinion. Isn't that funny? Like, you got to be a pretty shit journalist to not be able to figure out that Russia sent Nazis into Ukraine under the auspice of an annexation and a revolution to create an insurgency during a time of chaos to try and steal a portion of Ukrainian land, just like they did with Georgia. Like, they've done it before. And you're sitting here telling me it's NATO's fault, there's Nazis, or America didn't sanction the pipeline? Okay. Sure.
That you believe that Putin is our enemy, that Western Europe should not be allowed to use Russian energy. I mean, you seem to really believe these things. My question is about results, because I think it's relevant to what we're seeing now in Iran. You look back after having you personally voted to send billions and billions and billions of U.S. tax dollars to Zelensky to support his civil service and the war against Russia and all this stuff. Can you say that what you did worked?
So I can say what I did personally, sanctioning.
Well, let me tell you, every time the Ukrainians get supplies, they make gains. So imagine if the bureaucratic bullshit from Republicans, let's be real, Republicans and their bureaucratic bullshit have directly resulted in tens of thousands of Ukrainians dying because they said that they would support them, and then because they are so compromised, but literally, we are witnessing it right now, literally believe Russian war propaganda. And what do we know about war propaganda? Like, anybody who believes war propaganda is so dumb that, like, words don't describe. A word describes it. And it's a clinical definition. It's retarded. Like, like you've got to be a special kind of dumb to believe war propaganda. Like, come on. This same fucking guy, right? Tucker Carlson, the same guy, actively calls out the equivalent war propaganda from the US when it comes to Iraq. Here's the anthrax. Look at all the anthrax. We have to invade Iraq. Or was it yellow cake uranium? Whatever the fuck it was. Whatever the excuse was that they used. Yeah, well, like whatever the excuse was.
That was like a big time
same
proven
shit.
hoax.
Like, literally, same shit. And Tucker Carlson, the guy who calls that out, is so dumb that he's unable to figure out that this is Russia's equivalent to justify their invasion of Ukraine. I just want everyone to observe that right now before he goes into spewing Russian propaganda.
Sanctioning Nord Stream 2 worked and prevented a war, and if Trump had still been there, if the sanction had been in effect, there would be no war. I'm in favor of avoiding wars.
But once the war broke out, you voted to fund it to the tune of billions and billions and billions.
And to be clear...
And did that work?
Okay, to be clear, what I voted for the initial tranche of funding, and then I voted against the subsequent one. So it hasn't worked. So I've been in between. I haven't been on the full...
Well, maybe... you withholding fucking aid, maybe getting the F-16s there quicker would have helped. Maybe giving them Patriot batteries or missiles or fucking allowing them to hit Russia would have allowed them to actually do something. Instead, they've been suffering and dying while Russia's been hitting hospitals, committing war crimes, fucking attacking Chernobyl. Breaking the containment shield of Chernobyl? Like, fuck Russia. Why were there restrictions? And you're wondering why the fuck it didn't work? I can't imagine why.
Ukraine full-throated hawk side or the anti from day one. I voted for the initial tranche of funding because I wanted Russia to lose. I think the Biden administration administered it in a horrible way.
Huh?
Francis Sniper, do you know it off the top of your head?
No. Should I?
Just asking.
I'm not sure what that is.
Way. I think they wasted a ton of money, and I think what they did was actually incoherent because they were funding...
Well, what they should have done was actually taken the Iron Dome from Israel, given it to Ukraine, and then taken all of the military aid and weapon sales from Israel, tell them to go fuck themselves, and then give it to Ukraine as military aid. Or even better, take the Israeli money, don't give them the guns, and make them pay some of the aid back, and then donate the guns that they paid for to Ukraine. Problem solved.
Funding both sides of the war. I was very vocal, and among other things, flooding $100 million to Iran, which was used, among other...
We saw that the F-16 took down an Su-35, yeah? It's pretty neat.
things to help the nuclear program, but also to make drones that Russia used to fight.
So here's my concern. I'm not going to defend the Biden administration. Really did a lot to wreck the United States.
Yeah, the most damaging administration
at the end, where we sit now, Russia is stronger. It's closely allied long-term with China.
I don't know that Russia's stronger. I don't think that's right.
Okay. I think it's pretty obvious that it is.
Oh my God.
But it's certainly not destroyed.
Stronger than when? What are you talking about? How much of Putin's dick did you put down your throat? Holy shit. Get up off your knees, you pussy bitch.
And it's allied long-term with China.
I'm British. I have British ancestry.
Maybe. Look, there's no doubt Biden's foreign policy drove Russia into the arms of China, and that's concerning. They also have a long history of animosity.
Western Europe is weaker and more in debt. The United States is weaker and much more in debt.
Look,
hold on. So you and I are agreeing
on a lot.
We're agreeing. Here's my question. Have you questioned any of your previous assumptions? Did you play any role in this at all? Are you responsible at all?
Of course, and like you said...
What have you learned?
Like you said you've changed your mind.
Yeah,
I voted for the first funding of the Ukraine war, and I voted against every subsequent funding stream because it wasn't working. And I looked at what was happening and said, this is not working. And had the money been spent in an intelligent way and not wasted, and had it been successful, I might have been willing to fund more. But it wasn't successful, so I voted no. And the war's going to end. Look, President Trump campaigned on ending the war. I think he's frustrated because Putin has been less than eager to reach a deal to end the war, but it's going to end. You're not going to see another dollar coming from Congress.
Do you think Zelensky wants to end the war?
Why does nobody ever bring up to these fucking idiots that the Baltic states are on Russia's border and in NATO? Why does nobody bring up that Russia invading Ukraine forced Finland and Sweden to join NATO, which they said that they would never do? So if NATO expansion is why Russia invaded, why is Russia NATO's biggest recruiter? How does that make sense? Oh, okay, so 2014 it was a coup. How come Yanukovych ran the fuck away to Russia, you stupid cunt? Even after he got poisoned. What do you mean? He was the 2014 one, yeah? John?
Who, Yanukovych?
Yeah. He got poisoned, right? I'm not wrong there?
Yeah, they poisoned him with...
They fucked up his face, right?
What's it called? It's the Agent Orange shit.
Face.
Exactly. But it's the shit that's in Agent Orange.
Okay. Dioxin.
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, I was right there. So, Yanukovych, if it was a coup, right, why did Yanukovych run off to Russia? You fucking idiot. And what about the Nazis that they sent into fucking Ukraine in the East Ukraine and Donbass? Huh? What about that? Oh, and then they, after they got told to fuck off, they sent Wagner in. So what? So Russia was using Nazis? Oh, and Azov didn't exist until this point? So Russia sending Nazis to Ukraine created the Ukrainian Nazis that Russia invaded to defeat? Seems like they made a problem that they then justified their invasion to fix. But really, it was imperialism. Because if we actually look at the ideologies of the groups that Russia used, they want to reclaim the Russian Empire.
Nazi.
And Putin loves the idea of the power of the Soviet Union. And I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that Putin has said that the only thing wrong with the Soviet Union was a lack of nationalism. But that could have been Dugan. No, I know, but they still created by Russia because they were Nazis who were pro-Ukrainian Nazis. Yeah, that's the difference. And now they're all dead. So who gives a fuck? It's not even an argument anymore. Like, Russia has literally come out. Gherkin, the dude who did it, has come out and said, this is what happened. Like,
Pickle.
They don't care anymore. It's not even a narrative that Russia upholds.
Imagine being named after a pickle. I said, imagine being named after a pickle.
Like, it's literally not even a narrative that Russia upholds anymore. So, like, I don't understand why Tucker Carlson is allowed to get away with this shit. Still, to this day, nobody said this to him. Nobody's challenged him on this. What is happening?
I think Zelensky has behaved horribly. I think his Oval Office meeting will go down in history as the worst Oval Office meeting of any leader that has ever come to the Oval Office. I think he behaved like a pompous ass. And I think he is unrealistic. I think Zelensky spends his time with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the New York Times, and he believed he was going to the Oval Office as a resist figure. And I think he's doing real damage to his country right now.
You described him many times as a hero.
Literally, every single person who saw that interaction that wasn't a conservative mouth breather loved how good Zelensky looked and how pathetic Trump, JD Vance, and his gaggle of fuckwit journalists looked in that entire thing. Why don't you wear a tie? Are you fucking kidding me? This is what you think looks good? Why don't you wear a tie? Why didn't you say thank you? Yeah, that looks very good on the international world stage, you fucking idiot.
I don't recall ever using the word hero. I will say, look,
I'm
not a Zelensky cheerleader, and I'm not in the business of saying everyone we support has to be a saint and everyone we oppose has to be a villain. I'm not in the morality game. I'm in the U.S. interest game.
Bro!
I'm not even gonna say a single fucking word. I'm just gonna let that sit for a minute.
Did you hear that?
I'm just gonna let that sit for a minute.
That was fucking awesome that he just got him to say that shit. That's so fucking funny.
Man.
Why did I want Nord Stream 2 stopped? Because it would strengthen Russia, and Russia's our enemies. It's entirely U.S. interest.
Did you support the industrial sabotage against it, blowing it up?
So I think you believe America did that. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay, I think the chances of that are zero.
You think Russia did it?
No, I think Ukraine did it. Okay, so I don't know. So I don't know who did it. In terms of the theories,
do we? Fuck. Let me just do something here. Okay, Okay, list of countries aiding Ukraine. All right. So. List of military aid to Ukraine during the Russo-American War. Okay, we've got Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Argentina, Georgia, Israel, Jordan, Ireland, Cambodia, Cyprus, Colombia, Malta, Morocco, NATO, New Zealand, Pakistan, South Korea, Kosovo, Serbia, Sudan, Japan. Okay? None of those really have anything worth noting except for NATO. Now, let's go have a look at the NATO countries membership. Okay, so NATO membership is Albania, Lithuania, Belgium, Luxembourg, Bulgaria, Montenegro, Canada, Netherlands, Croatia, North Macedonia, Czech Republic, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Estonia, Portugal, Finland, Romania, France, Slovakia, Germany. I'm getting to a point. Slovenia, Greece, Spain, Hungary, Sweden, Iceland, Turkey, Italy, UK, Latvia, and the United States. So, let's now look up best special forces divers in the world. All right. So Navy SEALs and the British SAS. There are also the Danish Frogmen, right? Bunch of their special forces. There are
Frogs.
also the Israelis and the Australians. The Canadians have pretty good special forces, from what I understand.
You look like a bird.
But also, like, all the countries around Russia, I guarantee they're sending trainers and people like that who have NATO training, special forces training these people. And it is not out of the realm of possibility that any of these nations trained Ukrainian divers to sabotage the pipeline. It is absolutely, and we know for a fact also the French Foreign Legion, as well as, what are they called? Gigan? The anti-terror squads. They are highly proficient operators. To think that France isn't sending people to train Ukrainian special forces, and to think that Ukraine wouldn't have the capabilities to do this, brother, they are sending fucking forces to the Middle East to fight Wagner. Ukraine has so much reach to hit Russia, you have no clue. And that just shows how ignorant you are, that you think that America blew up the pipeline just because they can. And I can almost guarantee that you, Tucker, believing that America blew up the pipeline is directly linked to, I think it was Jackson Hinkle that posted that fucking diving boot. That and Seymour Hersh, those two things alone, I guarantee is why he believes this. I guarantee that I just nailed down exactly where he got this from.
I love that Tucker, a foreign agent, is here being like, shouldn't Israel lobby be a foreign agent?
Very funny.
Shouldn't you be a foreign agent?
As I said, I was building
Tucker?
to a point, and I made my point. Also, can we talk about how good the Ukrainian
Eat
special
my whole
forces
ass,
are?
Ted.
Like, they're highly proficient. Like, to think that Ukraine hasn't got people in Russia at the moment planning shit, look at the fucking spiderweb operation. You think that's easy?
There's also that literal ISIS-linked Mujahideen commando group.
There sure is. Like, there's
constantly doing supply line raids.
Always. And it's like, it truly is, and I only came to realize how proficient Ukraine has become in like the last 6 months. And if you gave them the supplies that they needed, I reckon they'd end it in 6 months.
Keep your heads up out there, people.
Because I'm like, they're not putting people in because they don't have supplies, right? Like, that's half the problem.
Who?
Ukraine.
Who's putting who in?
Like, Ukraine is struggling with, not necessarily struggling, but they don't want to mobilize.
They have a manpower issue because they don't want to start opening
Yes.
drafts. You know how they constantly say, like, oh, they're conscripting men off the street in Ukraine? No, that's what they're actually actively trying to avoid.
Yeah, exactly. And I
But
feel
it
like
will probably happen soon.
they would open it up if they had supplies to arm them and train them properly, though. Like, if they had
maybe
real belief that they could end it with the supplies that they had, I feel like they would open it up and they would do a last push. They would, like, go for it. Because, like, I don't... And, like, obviously I'm not in the military and I don't have any experience here, but I would think I would try and, like... Because defensive positions are obviously easier to hold with less people. So like, hold what you can,
bitch.
But provided that they have like the missiles and shit, they should purely focus on missile barrages. Just hit Russia. Go fucking crazy. Just like non-stop, like exactly like they've been doing to Ukraine. Just hammer them. But that would require pretty much complete support from Europe. And I don't know if that's going to happen.
That had been put out there. The idea that Russia blew up their own pipeline never made any sense to me at all. That just, I can't even articulate why they would do that. The idea that Biden did that, look.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, if they wanted to instigate the war, maybe if the pipeline blew up, then they invaded. Maybe you could justify that. You could be like, oh, well, Russia blew it up because they were trying to false flag the invasion, right? But they were already in. So that is completely already discounted.
Look, I could see it being in U.S. interest to do that, to blow up Nord Stream 2. I just think Biden was too weak. I don't believe Joe Biden.
But are you in? I guess you in.
So that leads
the Norwegians, the Ukrainians, NATO, whatever.
Look, that leads me to you know who benefits.
Norway. Why would Norway care? The pipeline goes around Finland and Sweden. They weren't in NATO. They wouldn't have allowed this. No. Germans wouldn't have done it. Russians wouldn't have done it. I don't think Sweden and Finland definitely would not have allowed it. That's why it, like, process of elimination, it makes the most sense without actually having the answer. It makes the most sense that a Ukrainian would have done it, or a Ukrainian team would have done it. Like, it's a great target to hit because taking out that pipeline means Russia can't use it anymore for obvious reasons. So, like, that's great. And then they've got a pipeline through their country and they're drilling for gas and oil. Well, looks like they might be able to repurpose that pipeline. But it's like, I don't know, it seems most plausible that it was a Ukrainian team. Why would America do it? Why would they risk it? Why would Russia blow it up? It makes no sense. The war, if they think that they're so strong, the war ends, everything goes back to normal, Germany reopens the pipeline, business as usual, right? The only one with the interest is Ukraine. It's just it's a lack of logic, I feel.
And it leads me to think either the Ukrainians blew it up or Ukraine's allies. I don't think Biden did because Biden was so weak, I don't think he would give the order. I find that implausible.
But you're in favor of it.
Look, I was in favor of stopping it. I think blowing it up was a good thing. So I'm supportive of that, but I don't think America did that. I don't think Biden did.
I think the correct word is based.
Gave that order.
But in general,
I can see Trump giving that order, but he wasn't in office.
Yeah, and you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history?
Like that's exactly my point. Like I don't see any of those countries wanting the smoke from having allowed America to operate in its waters, to do something like that, or for any other country outside of Ukraine, because I doubt Ukraine would have asked for permission. They're just like, fuck you, we're doing this. And I guarantee, at the end of the war, Zelensky will probably come out and be like, it was us.
History helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members.
Look, I gotta say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely, like, I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that, tripling their energy costs and destroying their...
The home of my ancestors?
Tucker, my guy, you are literally repeating Russian talking points that justify their invasion.
That's so weird. It's the whole home of my ancestors shit he's been doing
so
is really
strange.
weird. And it seems like just to imply that Ted Cruz is a greasy Hispanic.
Moldova. It was Transnistria.
Growing their industrial
like,
base. Wait, not like. You just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are, but I haven't said that.
You are a Russian lackey. You literally went to Russia and soy-faced over basic-ass trolley mechanics. What do you mean? Oh my god, look at this Russian supermarket. It's a coin-operated trolley. My mind is blown. You fucking idiot. Give me a... Oh, look. Look. Oh, Tucker. Look. It's a specific coin that's not actually a coin that you can use in the trolleys. Isn't this an amazing invention? Crazy. Fucking idiot.
It's absurd. Yeah, those neocons that oppose the Iraq War,
right.
like that's
okay. But I haven't called you that because name.
Well, you just said which you are.
And it's so funny that they're now arguing over correct labels.
You just called that. Okay. Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names, and I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russian defender when in fact I'm defending.
You're triggered.
And I don't think that you.
Do you think Putin's our enemy?
Well, he's literally our enemy. You are funding a war against him.
But do you think he is our... No, you're saying we're his enemy. Do you think Putin is our enemy?
I think it is a tragedy that your policies, specifically yours, helped drive Putin in.
I love this. It's a very simple question, Tucker. It's a yes or no. It's not that hard.
To the arms of China, forming a bloc that's larger than us.
So you won't answer that question?
I don't... He is literally our enemy right now. That is a tragedy for the United States.
No, you're saying... But you won't say he is our enemy. Look, like
I know in what sense. I don't want to be enemies with Russia. It doesn't help us at all. It may help some people in the United States, but in general,
let me be clear.
I don't want to be.
I don't want to be at war with Russia. I don't think it is in our interest to be at war with
aligned
Russia.
With China. That is a disaster.
But listen, no doubt, and I want Russia and China.
They aren't. Russia literally sees China as a threat. What do you mean? It's the Soviet and American partnership post-Nazi collaboration with the Soviets. Like it's post-41 Soviet collaboration with the US. Same shit. China is working with Russia. Russia is working with China. Both of them have collective goals. Russia is invading Ukraine. China is shoring up support for their invasion of Taiwan. I don't understand why this is so hard to understand. Like, are you new to geopolitics? Are you fresh out of uni? Are you fucking new? Are you fresh born? Were you born yesterday? What the fuck is wrong with you? Wake the fuck up.
China attention. So I agree with you there. But I think Putin is a KGB thug. I think he is a bad man. Now, I don't want to go to war with him over that. Okay. But I'm not naive. And like I watched your
pro-Putin narrative. He's a bad man.
Okay. Look, I watched your episode where you went to the Russian grocery store, and I'm
was that disloyal, do you think?
It was just weird. It was like a promo video for Russia, and I don't understand. I'm not attacking you when I ask why, because I'm genuinely like, I don't get
like when you called me and said something. You weren't attacking me, you were just noticing. No, but may I ask you a question? So here, well, let me just answer yours by saying the United States, the Biden administration, with your helpful support, began this war on Russia in response to their invasion of Ukraine. And one of the things was they kicked Russia out of SWIFT, out of the international financial system. Yeah, and my first response was, it's going to really hurt the US dollar, which it has. And I hope we can have a conversation about that. It's really, really hurt the one thing that we needed, which was to retain dollar supremacy. So I was interested in the...
It might actually be lower now because of Trump. But, hold on. When did SWIFT... cut out Russia? It's 2022. Okay. US dollar reserve currency share. 2022 now. Alright. Let's hope this is an actual graph. Cool. That's perfect. Great. All right, here's a graph. 99. The blue is the US dollar. 2014, US dollar went up. Euro went down. Cool. Looks like since 2014, the US dollar has been dropping as the reserve currency. How interesting. It turns out... Whoa. It must have kept going down. Why does this happen? But I guess, where is it? Oh, look, the Chinese one isn't even here. Hilarious. Exchange rate. Cool. Now let's find. I can handle that. Now. What the fuck's a Chatham House?
Chatham House rules or something. It means you don't give direct quotes.
Right. Dollar dominance.
You just say, I was at a meeting and a guy said.
Okay, this one's from 2024. Okay. Great. Oh, cool. This is even better. Alright, US dollar index. 2020. Why does it not give me any further? Fuck me. That's interesting. Fluctuates. The other graph was a bit longer. Where are we going? Currency share, foreign exchange, US dollar, euro, still stops at 2022. So, wow. So I guess excluding them from SWIFT didn't actually do anything. I guess it was always dropping. Naturally, I imagine. As people are trying to move away from America. But this is interesting. Non-traditional share breakdown. Of RMB, which is China, Canadian dollar, and Australian dollar. Why is the Australian dollar traded? Fuck our fake money.
In the economic condition.
By the way, that's a reasonable point and a serious conversation.
I'm aware. And I was.
But I can agree with you. Like
no, but I was accused of being. I think it's weird that you went to a Russian grocery store and said it was prosperous. No, my point is.
It looked like a commercial. It looked like a commercial. Isn't this wonderful?
No, it was an argument against the efficacy of sanctions. Sanctions against Russia, which you casually and enthusiastically imposed, scoring a little moral victory every time, had no material effect that helped the United States. Russia is backstopped by China, and I recommend that you go there and see it. It is way nicer than Washington, D.C. Way nicer. To me, that's a tragedy. I was horrified and angry at my leaders, including you. It's like, I want to live in a country that's nice.
Well, go on then. Fuck off. Go join fucking Edward Snowden, you fucking dumb cunt. Or you can be like that Chad Bose dude, who's just some Russian bootlicker fucking Chinese fucking white monkey equivalent for Russia. It's crazy. Like, he just says he's a journalist, but all he does is fucking post Russian propaganda. Just do that. You'll be happy. They'll be happy to put you on RT. You can be the premier Russian propagandist, you fuckwit. Go see how nice it is when you're not visiting on a state visit that you're interviewing Putin. You fucking moron. Oh, wow, Russia's so nice. I'm getting a guided tour by Putin's mates. Wow, really, it's nice, is it? You should go do a guided tour in North Korea led by Kim Jong-un next. You fucking idiot.
With low food costs and no homeless people.
All right.
Hey, look at... Hold on. I got the perfect clip.
You got the perfect clip, you say.
I don't understand why that's too much to ask.
So do
Instead, I get worse with Iran. No, I just want lower food costs.
So look, it's a weird argument that you do often, which is, listen, things are crappy in America. Liberals have done bad things to America, so we shouldn't worry about any
not
enemies
liberals,
around
Republican
the world.
senators.
Can't see it. It's still on the Jew.
No. There we go. Look at this grocery store. This Russian grocery store is so nice. live POV of Tucker in North Korea.
They don't care about us.
It's a
They're focused on
lie?
other countries.
You wrote that
and
in
our
your-
country is dying, and you don't care because you're focused on Iran
you
or
don't,
Putin.
So you believe that I don't care about America. I guess you believe Donald Trump doesn't either. Like nobody cares.
I believe that your focus is way too on other countries. It's way too focused outward. The money that you send abroad could be used here and should be.
What money that I send abroad, by the way, I emphatically
How much did
agree
you
with.
send to Ukraine? You don't even know.
I emphatically agree with Donald Trump's, for example, dramatically slashing USAID. I think the only reason we should be deploying that is to benefit.
It's so funny. Because it was one of the dumbest fucking things you could have done. Like, that was literally your information warfare arm. And you shut it down. While the world is moving towards information warfare. You fucking idiots. Like, how dumb can you actually be? That's what you cut? And now what happens? Oh, look, there's a massive gap in propaganda now. Who's going to fill that gap, you think? You think it's going to be democracy-loving journalists who aren't getting funded by America? Of course not. It's going to be Russian-funded people pushing Russian-funded media and Chinese-funded media pushing Chinese narratives. You just lost. You just lost 2/3 of the world. What do you mean? It was literally how America got favor throughout the global south. And you cut that. How dumb are you? You want to see Africa's trade index between America and Russia and China? Let's see if I can pull this up. Here it is.
Homosexual.
Homosexual. Wow.
Stop your profanity.
I bet pulling all that stuff that gives America positive propaganda is gonna work real well in the country that's going to be the next powerhouse, or the continent that's going to be the next powerhouse. Unless China gets there first, which they are, and they continue to kneecap them, which they will. So, you know, that's just a little fun thing. Yeah. How's that pro-America?
Benefit U.S. interest, national security interest, and keep Americans safe. And so,
How is increasing support for China and Russia pro-America exactly? Wouldn't you want, like, if I'm running a country and I want to be the global hegemon, I'm running information warfare constantly. That's the most money I'm spending. I'm running journalism outlets, I'm running fucking CIA ops, I'm running all of this shit. Because the only thing that matters is people believe that America is the good
Christmas. He's Mr. Snow.
Like, that is the only thing that matters. And right now, America cut that out.
How much did you vote to send to Ukraine?
Look, you're in about $80 billion.
$80 billion.
Yeah. So you're in. You love just giving these broad characterizations that are not accurate. I'm genuine.
Hey, Tucker. How much is the piss dome gonna cost?
Hey!
Couple trilly?
Hey!
5
Hey!
trilly over time?
Hey!
Something like that? Gotta cut those costs. Gotta make sure USAID is gone. That definitely wasn't a infiltrating Germany to shut down their nuclear plants kind of information op. Nope. Not at all. Never happened, not even once. There hasn't been Russian propaganda about USAID constantly for years, peppering conservatives to the point that they actually believe literal fucking, essentially PSL narratives. That's essentially what they believe. They believe the same shit that PSL believes. That's the point we're at, where PSL and conservatives are the same fucking point. Isn't that great? What a cool world.
genuinely puzzled. Look, I don't want to go to war with Russia, but I don't think they're our friend. I think Putin...
I agree.
I think Putin is a murderer. I think he's a liar. And I think he does not wish well on America.
Okay.
And there's a difference between saying that, just like Reagan referred to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, and Putin was in the KGB. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba.
Bro was a desk bitch. I wonder if he ever desk
communist. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad. My aunt was imprisoned and tortured by Castro. I hate communists. I think communism is evil. And so I think there is a value...
Well, you shouldn't own land.
There is nobody who stands up to communist China more in the Senate than I do, because I think they're evil. Do I want to go to war with China? Of course not. That would be ridiculous.
They're not communists.
But I think we have all sorts of tools.
You should like them. They're fascists. They're just like you. Same people.
Tools to stand up to our enemies, and I think China is engaged in a 1,000-year war against the United States.
Okay.
They're trying to defeat us.
We're so all over the map. Your family in prison in Cuba and China and all this stuff. I agree with you. I'm totally opposed to communism. Always have been. I don't think that Putin loves us. I'm distressed by the moral condition of most leaders around the world. Most of them, they all kill people. I'm against that. I'm just saying, I wish the focus here was more on the United States. Can I say something?
I actually don't agree with that statement. They all kill people. There's a moral relativism. So I don't think Donald Trump is a murderer. He doesn't kill people. We don't have concentration camps.
Donald Trump a murderer.
Wait,
I'm
you just said.
That's a good point. Killed his ass.
Literally, Donald Trump did that. That was him. Directly attributable. Just like Obama was directly attributable to those American citizens in Pakistan or Yemen or wherever it was. Yemen, wasn't it? Same shit.
Just said world leaders all.
That's not meaning it isn't funny. It's just pointing something out.
Kill people, and there's a moral relativism.
I'm hardly a moral relativist.
But you are. You just, that statement was the essence.
I'm an anti-Semite, an isolationist, a moral relativist. I'm okay. No, I'm not.
Did you just say world leaders all kill people?
I'm saying I'm against killing people in general. And hyperventilating about how Putin was in the KGB or whatever. I just want to serve American interests, and pushing him to China is not in our interest at all. And you helped do it, and you haven't apologized. And,
and by the way, you're the cheerleader. I helped drive him into China.
You
it's
did.
a complete lie.
You funded the war against him.
No, I authored the legislation that shut down Nord Stream 2 that prevented the war. And if Trump had still been in the White House, we would have had the war. And look, the comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so dangerous.
I think if I brought up that China and Russia are only partners because Russia's invasion justifies China's invasion, because the justification is the same, like reunification, like we want to rebuild the empire. Ukraine is Russia. It deserves to be Russia again. Look at these Russians being killed by Ukraine. Same shit. Well, they're a separatist group. They're a separatist province of China. We need to reunify at all costs. Same shit. That is why China and Russia are partners. It's also funny, and this just proves that China is towing Russia's line to gain favor, is their position on Gaza. Right? They have positioned themselves as pro-Palestine, despite the fact that they are the Israel of the Taiwan Strait. Right? Despite Russia being the Israel of Eastern Europe. They position themselves as pro-Palestine. Why would that be?
So everyone kills people. No, there is a difference. The United States, we don't have concentration camps. We don't torture and murder people. You look at China.
Doubt.
Hang on.
Whole bunch of doubt.
We've said several things already that we need to start unwrapping.
Comment you made, the reason things like moral relativism are so dangerous. Oh, everyone kills people. No, there is a difference. The United States, we don't have concentration camps.
Guantanamo is literally off US soil, so it can be a concentration camp.
Yeah, well, Cuba has that, not the United States, duh.
Oh, of course.
We don't torture and murder people. You look at...
Let me hit a quick Google search there, Telos. Okay. Is execution still legal in America? The United States capital punishment, also known as the death penalty, is a legal penalty in 27 states. Interesting. So, let me just get up the definition of murder. Ah, interesting that it has unlawful. That's a very convenient definition. Where? Well, if we use not Google, see, it still says unlawfully. It's just the state getting away with it. Murder, to kill. Unlawfully and unjustifiably with premeditated malice. Well, it's definitely premeditated. Murder, English, Cambridge. Here we go, that's better. An actual definition. The crime of intentionally killing a person. That's a better definition. None of these bullshit fucking legal definitions. Fuck you. Crime of intentionally killing a person. Okay. So the US does murder people. Neat. Oh, what about like illegal occupations? Maybe like a certain invasion. No, US doesn't murder people. That's not happened. Vietnam.
They do
no.
not.
No,
Never.
that was definitely justified. Yeah, communism and shit.
Anwar al-Awlaki was Al-Qaeda.
South Korea. Oh, well, I can just bring up the Obama
Predator drones
example again. I believe
you will never see him coming.
Killings are in fact illegal. So, if Barack Obama is the president of the United States, would you say that he would be the sole and whole representative of the United States at that point? Yes.
What?
Like on the global stage, would you say the president is the sole representation of the United States?
No, but
when people think American, right? An American, if you go,
yeah,
hey, who's an American? They go president, right? Most time.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like they like half the time the president doesn't show up to shit. You know, it's like some
Sure. But I'm talking like
member.
In general, like people don't know fucking Mike Pompeo, right? They're gonna know Obama though, and Trump, and Biden. They know all those people. Even people not affiliated with politics or people who don't give a fuck about politics, they know who the president is. So if the president does an extrajudicial killing of an American citizen in a foreign country, is that murder? By the legal definition? I would say so.
I like murder.
I mean, extrajudicial, by definition, is illegal.
I did it.
So, I don't know, Ted. It seems like the US does torture and murder people. How interesting. Would you consider prison, isolation? What's it called? What's the isolation thing called? Solitary confinement?
Solitary.
Yeah, so would you consider solitary torture?
The UN does.
Okay. So, great. So the US, in fact, does torture people, and it does murder people. Okay.
It would seem.
And it does have concentration camps too. To come as well.
Look at China, where they've got 1 million prisoners in concentration camps. You look at Putin, where he's got prisoners in Siberia.
Well, you could call them concentration camps, but they're prisons. We don't know about the black sites. That could be concentration camps. We don't really know. It could be based off Guantanamo. Like they have pointed that they have based their anti-terror operations off the US. I don't know, probably, but it was still without due process, and I think that was what the sticking point was for that specific strike. And that's why I say extrajudicial, and why I say it's murder. But that's, yeah, it could be argued, but that's what I'm sticking with to make the point. Yeah, I'm not going to die on this hill.
Chinese guy.
Siberia. He tortures and murders his political opponents. Donald Trump doesn't do that. America doesn't do that. And by the way,
what are you
most
even talking
other countries
about?
don't do that.
I see the game. It's like, I'm
you're the one
distressed.
playing a game.
I'm distressed.
No, I'm responding with facts. You don't like the facts.
I don't even know what facts you're talking about. I'm not saying that Trump puts people in concentration camps. I campaign for Trump. I love Trump.
So did I.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with Trump. I'm merely saying,
When you said every world leader kills people, it puts
just
them
want
all
more
in the
emphasis on what's happening inside the country. That's it.
Is there a moral difference between America and our enemies? Is there a
You
moral difference
joking?
between
Of
America?
course.
And what is it? Articulate
I'm
it. It's
American.
valuable to say why. Why are we a better country founded on...
Hold on, ask the question again. Go on, ask it.
Oh, let me check the date. Hang on. What'd she say?
She goes, would you eat something that's best before December 2025? No, you're not allowed to eat things with the expiry date 6 months in the future.
It's my night shift dementia brain. It's alright.
It's rubbing off.
Founded on better values than China.
I'll tell you why.
And I know,
because the whole purpose of America is to protect the God-given.
It was 6 months in the future.
Rights that each person possesses by virtue of being created by God.
Amen.
By being human. That's the point of our founding documents. And no other country articulates that in the way that we do. And that's what I love about America. My family's been here a long time. I'm never leaving. So I really love the country. Despite going to a Russian grocery store, despite asking questions about AIPAC, I love America, is the truth. And I love Trump. So, but I just want more emphasis on America. That's it.
I emphatically agree with America first. I think Donald Trump does it.
There is literally no country that talks about their own fucking country more than America. What do you mean?
We're gay for ourselves.
Well, 6 months in the future?
Does as
Was it
well.
cheese?
And I think his foreign policy has been vigorously protecting that, and I agree with the president.
Good. Well, I appreciate your taking all this time.
Sure.
And I know you didn't mean it. When you called me those names. Thank you, Senator.
Weird.
Is this a rice?
So it turns out that you...
That's cheese.
What a weirdo. Okay, do we want to see what people said about it?
Sure.
Let's see what Pac-Man says.
Truly one of the most entertaining, but also most informative things that I have ever seen. Ted?
Really?
I mean,
That's
it was.
the descriptor you're going with?
It certainly was informative.
Cruz and Tucker Carlson sat down on Tucker's show yesterday. Ted and Tucker are both Trump guys, at least publicly. The reason I say at least publicly is Trump has previously viciously attacked Ted Cruz and his family, even calling his wife ugly. But publicly, Ted says they've made up and he's pro-Trump. All right. Tucker publicly is pro-Trump, but he has been caught privately texting things like, I despise Trump. But as far as he says publicly, he still generically is a supporter of Donald Trump. So the topic of Iran comes up. On this particular issue, Ted Cruz is publicly all for the United States joining the war against Iran. Tucker Carlson is not. And then the following happens. There is so much going on here. Let's take a look.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's, it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
Hey, people watching. Should we clip up us watching it? Do you think it's worth clipping up?
No.
I'll let you guys decide.
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay,
No, it's not even. You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay,
actually, the
I am
country,
not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says,
who's calling.
She's always talking about it. Give it a shot.
Okay, you're the one who claims. You're the one who claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe
we're
that,
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Why do they only use these clips? Did these guys not watch the interview? Do they only watch clips? They can't get their own clips? What the fuck is happening?
That's the thing, is everyone just talks about the same fucking thing.
Well, this is why I'm thinking that maybe it would be a good idea to clip it up and take the stuff that nobody's brought up. Like the Russian part at the end, like with
we
the
could start a
Nazis and
polycule with his mom.
Don't even get me fucking started. I'm ignoring it.
This is truly amazing to watch for a few reasons. Now, first of all, this is not a serious foreign policy debate that you just saw, okay? This is a branding crisis inside of MAGA. This is like a public relations meltdown between two guys who helped sell Trump to the American people. Trump's anti-war mask is slipping off. And now you've got people like Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson who helped build this monster.
Mask flips are my favorite thing. I love pulling people's masks down. It's so much fun. Like,
okay, bet you rip off hijabs too, monster.
Love when it happens.
I bet you do, monster.
Trying to figure out what to do. Ted Cruz wants war with Iran, but he doesn't even really know very much about Iran. Okay. Tucker Carlson isn't offering anything real either. His big argument is you don't get to have an opinion on the war unless you know the ethnic breakdown and the population of the country. What is the bar now, right? You get to comment on foreign policy if you pass a pop quiz. But the important thing here is, of course, this is a building civil war within MAGA. Last night I was on Chris Cuomo's show on News Nation. And before I was on, there were two MAGAs debating going into Iran or against it. This is a building civil war within MAGA. But the bigger problem is that this is not about...
He's so boring. All right, let's see what these nerds say.
Carlson absolutely humiliated Ted Cruz. It was beautiful. Let's watch.
All right. Same clip, you reckon?
Probably.
I reckon it's going to be the same one.
Love Tucker Carlson. Hey, I'm a Tucker fan now. Let's watch the clip.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
Oh my God.
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
Tough start. Tough start.
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that? The United
They're
States
so
government
artificial
is at war with
about
Iran
it.
right now. People are listening.
Okay.
Oh, people are listening. I am.
Yeah, people are listening. Not you guys, though. There's so much worse. Like, that's literally the most mild shit from the whole thing. Like, if that wasn't the clip that I saw, I wouldn't even have remembered that part. Like the only reason
that's the clip that everyone is showing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's the only reason that I know about that clip. Had we watched that without me seeing that clip, it wouldn't have stood out at all. I would have been like, oh, whatever. Who gives a shit? So much worse. Like, clearly nobody watched it.
It was 2 hours, so that's
I
a
know.
lot
Are
of
you a
work
Tucker
for
fan
them
now,
to
too?
do.
Look, I enjoyed that very much. Wondering why.
What, they can't fucking go to the gym and listen to it at the gym? Take notes? I'm sure they have fucking Apple Watches. Use your voice memos, dickheads.
Use your voice
there
memos,
aren't more
dickheads.
journalists who can, I don't know, conduct interviews like Tucker Carlson conducted there? What?
I was texting with Mehdi Hassan about this last night. Like, ask a simple...
Like, seriously, do you understand how fucking useful this is? Unfucking real. Like,
they're
so
saying they
lazy.
had conversations with other people in the industry outside of work now. Did you all coordinate the one clip you were going to show? You all didn't say, hey, you didn't communicate, maybe show different clips, maybe not everyone show the same clip?
The same redundant clip that really doesn't do anything but make Ted Cruz look embarrassing when it's like... No problem, boss. The whole thing is embarrassing? Yeah, I'm talking about the people... I'm talking about the people like this, who are showing the same clip, who clearly didn't watch it. They're only basing it off this clip alone.
When they don't know. Follow up.
Well,
Why does anyone do this?
You can say that it's like gotcha to know the exact population, but the larger point that he's making is very salient, which is clearly Ted Cruz wants regime change in Iran and is now trying to back into the justification, even though he doesn't know what it's going to mean, what the consequences might be, what the day after taking out the regime is going to look like, what the plan is.
It's not his job. Like, as I said when we spoke about it, not his job. His job is to pass the legislation. His job is to tick boxes and sign sheets. He's not the war planner. That's the Pentagon's job.
And is all the
CIA.
same Iraq shit coming back again.
Famously, before the Iraq War, one reporter went around and asked a bunch of members of Congress whether Iraq was a Sunni or Shiite country or what the difference was, and none of them knew. So that clip was from an episode of Tucker Carlson's show.
Was that, what's his face? Borat?
Borat?
I swear that's something Borat, or like one of Sacha Baron Cohen's characters would do.
The rest just dropped. We literally cannot wait to watch it. What we saw there, though, was
so you haven't watched it.
Of this growing rift within the MAGA movement that could lead to the
They
first
just
real
told you.
crack in Trump's
They haven't
coalition
even
that we've
watched
seen.
it.
But again, don't take my word for it. Here's Tucker Carlson again.
Donald J. Trump gets elected in November on the back of this amazing coalition, unprecedented coalition, and it kind of feels like it's being blown up over this war in Iran. That's my observation. Correct me.
If you look at the 3 planks, stop the forever wars, seal the border, and deport the illegal alien invaders, redo the commercial relationships in the world around trade deals, and bring high value-added manufacturing jobs back here, they're trying to shut all 3 down. The one that they're obsessed with the most, which I find strange, is the forever wars, and particularly in the Middle East.
Tucker Carlson on his show again, talking to Steve Bannon. So, John, on Pod Save
That's
World
such
this week, we
horse
played
shit.
a supercut of a bunch of hawks, all the folks you'd expect: Lindsey Graham, Tom Cotton, Mark Levin, the crazy Fox News guy. But then another supercut of all these MAGA anti-war voices. It was Matt Gaetz, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and Steve Bannon again. And I just can't tell you how weird it is to listen to that supercut and think, okay, MTG is the one making the smartest, substantive, rational, and like empathetic points against this war.
I mean, I see it as there's some people who, whether we like their beliefs or not, have a cohesive worldview that they're sticking by, even when dear leader departs from it. And I think, Steve Bannon accurately described that worldview. I think the Trump administration, they're 1 for 3 on that. They're trying to do the tariff shit. That's not. They're backing off a lot of that
kinda
too.
gave up.
The immigration stuff, that is
All in.
new, different than the past Republican Party. We hate it. They all love it. But the war stuff, it is revealing who actually believed the shit they talked about.
We didn't watch it, they said.
They're trying to show into
Trump gets
into this growing rift.
They literally
within the
said
MAGA
they didn't
movement.
watch it.
of this
No, I
amazing
know,
coalition.
I'm going back to find it because I actually missed it. I heard you yelling about it, but I missed them actually saying it. Was it before or after Bannon?
Before.
It's going to mean, what the consequences might be, what the day after taking out the regime is going to look like, what the plan is, all the same Iraq shit coming back again.
Famously, before the Iraq War, one reporter went around and asked a bunch of members of Congress whether Iraq was a Sunni or Shiite country or what the difference was, and none of them knew. So that clip was from an episode of Tucker Carlson's show. The rest just dropped. We literally cannot wait to watch it. What we saw there, though, was an example of this growing rift within the MAGA movement that could lead to that clip was from an episode of Tucker Carlson's show. The rest just dropped. We literally cannot wait to watch it.
Okay. I realize what's happened. So, these guys have fallen for an ad.
Yep.
Everybody is watching an ad for what we just watched. Boy. Couldn't just wait. Couldn't just wait.
Emergency podcast. Damn.
I hate this so much.
What we saw there, though, was an example of this growing rift within the MAGA movement.
Nothing you have to say is relevant. Let me find Sam Cedar. I want to see what Sam says.
Your resistance must end. And in return, this world is mine. I will require your return to captivity, Commander.
2003, whatever the name of Crossfire. And Tucker Carlson at that time was promoting the Iraq War, but he wasn't really into it, I think was the quote that I heard about their conversation backstage. And he later on a radio program, like a morning zoo show, called the Iraqis monkeys and said, I don't care about that.
Semi-literate, I think, was the adjective.
And so his lack of interest in engaging in that part of the world has been consistent. Not necessarily for reasons that you might agree with, but just because.
Rooted in bigotry, as is all of the right-wing isolationism, whereas I don't want to waste my time with these dirty, people in the Middle East, basically is fundamentally what they'll say, or if it's rooted in this kind of like anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that the Jews are starting all the wars.
100%. Understand, you can be, you can have an issue with Israel because it is an ethno-nationalist state running an apartheid regime, among other problems. Or you can have an issue with Israel because you see it as a Jewish nation. Because they don't have a problem. These people did not have a problem with South Africa. I can assure you of that.
Yep.
Tucker literally told Trump about the South Africa white genocide conspiracy theory in 2018. Trump tweeted thanking him for bringing it to his attention.
And now we're bringing over white refugees from there. Yeah.
Nevertheless, particularly in a run-up to war, any type of fractures are helpful. And, like we say, a broken clock is right twice a day. You still don't want to carry around that clock to tell you time. But
it's good to see someone that is actually fucking consistent. Like, it's honestly refreshing. I now understand why people are scared of him. It's just the overwhelming consistency. There's nothing to dip into fallacies for. There's no avenue for it. There's no opening. There's nothing. They've got nothing. It's great.
This was an interesting exchange with Tucker Carlson and his fellow podcaster, Ted Cruz, who also moonlights as a senator.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
Lawyer, former moot court debater, is pretty good. Why is it relevant whether it's 80 million or 90 million or 100 million? I got news for you. Had Tucker said it's 16 million, Ted Cruz would have said, what difference does it make? It's 16 million, 20 million, 18 million?
That's a good point.
Yep.
Ted Cruz had no idea that Iran was so large. Absolutely, I will go to my grave. I will tell you that had Tucker...
See, this is why we come to Sam. Because this is a point I don't think anybody else would bring up.
Mm.
Did you think about that when we were talking
No.
about it? I didn't think about that.
Tucker Carlson said...
Like, if I had thought of that, my position would have completely changed.
20 million, that Ted Cruz would not have batted an eye and would have said, what's the difference?
Yeah.
20, 21, 25.
Tucker should have made him guess.
It was interesting to see also the glee on Tucker's face where he feels like he got him. But
he did.
The reason it's relevant, Ted, is as Tucker Carlson said, you're calling for regime change in this country, which was also almost identical to the calls prior to the Iraq War, which is half the size in population and a fourth in the size of geography.
Because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Yeah, but the
why is it
density
relevant?
in the
Whether
north
because
of Iran is not like other nations. You know, like it's as dense as the Levant.
Really?
Yeah, and then the north, like look up a population density map.
I'm literally doing it now. I was already doing it.
Like,
and there are literally uninhabited zones.
Yeah, but that's
Crazy.
mountains. That's the thing is that the mountain range kind of dissects the country. But the Caspian density as well.
Yes, obviously, for obvious reasons.
But, you know, this is like one of those regions where, like, if you were talking about, like, way in the future, like something that fuses into a mega city.
Yeah.
Like, this is one of those regions where you would see,
Yeah.
like, a massive... There's the triangle right there between Tehran and the two Caspian Sea
up here
locations. Like, that
Yeah,
could
kind of,
basically
yeah.
all turn into, like, some, like, basically... You know, it wouldn't be all skyscrapers.
It would
But
be like suburbs and unit
multi-floor buildings.
Mhm.
You know, at least 2-floor buildings throughout like the whole thing.
Yeah. Even like through all of the Kurdish areas, heavily populated.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. It does get very sparse down the bottom.
That's what I'm saying is like when we're talking about Iran, we're really only focusing on this little northern horn.
Like, look down here. Like, some of this
Yeah,
is
that's the
like
Baloch region.
1 to 5 per square kilometer. That's
Mhm.
fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And then there's like whole pepperings of uninhabited zones. Crazy.
But you see what I mean? We're really only talking about like maybe a quarter of the country.
Yeah.
90.
That's like how
million or 80 million
Libya
or 100 million.
is, you know?
Why is that?
Libya is like
Yeah.
only the coastline. There's not anything like to the south.
Well, it's all desert, isn't it?
I mean, again, just pull up a population density of Libya.
Moving to position. Asset secure. Seems doable.
This is what I'm fucking talking about.
See what I mean?
Yeah, these are the kind of fucking population density maps I love. You know, like the one in Russia. Where are we? Loyally.
As one dies, another is already born to take his place. Kaiser, you don't. Let's move already. That's it.
I wonder if whoop. There we go. I wonder.
They are Persians and.
I wonder if Tucker knows about the Kurds.
Sure thing.
Probably.
He would have to, right? Like all the coverage of the wars. Surely he knows who they are.
Probably.
Predominantly Shia. Okay, this is
no,
cute.
it's not
Okay.
even. You don't know anything about Iran.
Incorrect. Predominantly
So,
Shia.
I am not the Tucker Carlson
No, but
expert on Iran.
You're a
who
senator
says-
who's calling
Okay,
for the
you're the one
overthrow
who
of the
That's actually a really good point.
Only about a third of the
government.
population.
You're the one who
Yeah, it's not that high.
Don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
No, I'm not saying that.
Who can't figure out a
Pause
thing.
it for a
You gotta
second.
get a kid.
I don't know why. We should probably do a little breaking news here. 90 million people trying to kill Donald Trump.
Yes.
That's the nature of the country. The entire country trying to kill Donald Trump.
And
Also, why are they doing that? If you wanted a history lesson, maybe because we did an assassination on one of their top leaders.
There's no basis for this claim. The shooter, there's no evidence that we've seen that
Oh,
the shooter
he
was
was
more than a
talking
lone
about-
wolf trying to make a name.
You know what? He was talking about Soleimani.
Of course he was.
I thought we were doing
For
the most
himself,
dick.
but this is him, AIPAC, awash in AIPAC money, Ted Cruz doing Netanyahu's bidding, trying to appeal to Donald Trump's Messiah complex that apparently he's completely bought into, that he now has a mandate from God that saved him. Like the reporting says that is what he truly believes after the assassination attempt.
Doesn't surprise
So he's trying to appeal to his
God
ego
did that.
here.
I
Yeah,
believe
God
that
did
too.
that. Right. And it could work. That's
God
what's scary
did.
because Trump has no moral character.
Well, the irony is that I am quite convinced, although I'm not exactly sure of this, that Trump at one point did reference George Bush, George W. Bush, wanting to invade and overthrow Saddam Hussein because Saddam
Probably higher.
Hussein had a plot to kill George Herbert Walker Bush. I mean, I would never protect my dad, but me? Wait a second. All right, go back just a little bit.
Senator who's calling for the
You're the one who
overthrow of the
claims-
government.
you're the
and
one
you
who
don't know
claims-
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims
No,
they're not
you.
trying to murder Donald Trump.
No, you.
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who
No,
can't figure
you.
out if it was a
Saying
good
you
idea
don't
to kill
believe-
General Soleimani, and you
don't
said it was bad.
believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation.
you.
If you really
We're
believe that.
No,
carrying out
you.
military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
We're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high
as their-
stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war
we're-
with Iran right now, people are listening.
Hey,
God. Honestly, like, it is fun to watch Tucker Carlson's creepy, petty,
Cackle.
weird cackle deployed against someone who is equally creepy, cackling, and loathsome. I mean, this is, if there was ever a moment where we should play the drop, let them fight, this is
the
it.
comedic cutaways
when you
of
see, this is your face.
Going, I'm sorry, I brought tacos. Like, I don't remember what he said, but it was so fucking funny.
It's when you accidentally reveal state secrets on Tucker Carlson's program. Do you remember this?
Ted Cruz.
What's the,
that was that
on 9/11.
Porn that Ted liked.
that was that woman making that face. That's my joke for the day.
Oh, all right.
He just revealed that we were involved, which Trump is denying.
It's the royal we. It's the royal we, as in
me and the Israel lobby.
And the 51st state.
I mean,
you don't
this
understand.
is-
I'm Israel.
First off, I mean, aside from the fact that
I
Tucker
wumbo,
Carlson
you
tricked
wumbo.
Ted Cruz
He,
into
she,
admitting
we
that
wumbo.
we, the United States, or maybe he means his family, is involved in helping the Israelis bomb Iran.
Wumbology? The study
Iran,
of wumboism?
this, I mean, this is so dangerous because if Iran is in the position of not being able to pretend that the United States is not involved in this, they're going to have domestic pressure to attack U.S. assets, and then Donald Trump is going to attack. I mean, that is where we're at this point. Unfortunately, you know, Ted Cruz may be considered enough of a joke, and Tucker Carlson's program...
Didn't you know? They're gonna false flag the Nimitz.
It's considered enough of a joke that this was not going to be taken seriously. But this is how close we are to getting sucked into this. And Donald Trump is obviously like going back and forth. It depends on, you know, which of his last advisors he will be talking to. You know, Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity are going to have to duke it out in some arena or something. But we are very, very close to getting sucked into this.
And the
People are so close to coming on board with my gladiator pit idea. I'm so fucking here for
it. That's what you took from that, huh?
The reason the size of the country is so relevant is because of how much of a boondoggle Iraq was. Just compare it. And Iraq, we killed up to 1 million people.
Oh my God.
Like, this was such a...
She
the
said
fact that this
up to,
country's
it's fine.
memory hold this is crazy. And what Trump is hearing from Netanyahu is Hezbollah is severely weakened. Syria, Assad was toppled, who was allied with the Iranians and with the Russians, and that this is the time to strike. This has been the wet dream of neocons since the pre-Iraq War days. And what he's hearing from Netanyahu and all of those other hawks in his administration, which, you know, whatever, he can be swayed, is now's the time to strike. And that's why it's so important that, because we're not in power right now.
Okay. It kind of makes sense now. Why the tankies and shit. Because they're so anti-America. Why they're pro-Assad. Why they're so susceptible to Assadist rhetoric and shit. It makes sense. I thought they were just stupid. It's worse. It's much, much worse. His support
It's because America bad.
The support for Assad is collateral. It's collateral support for team sport politics. I fucking hate the world.
Yeah.
Now it's only the Republicans in the House and Senate.
Because America
if Tucker
is
Carlson
bad.
and Marjorie Taylor Greene are going to say don't do this, we have to take it for right now.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Hey, folks.
All right. Are you gonna keep streaming? What are you doing?
I might play a game or two of Helldivers.
Alright. Well, I gotta get ready and go change house. Because I am dog sitting for the next week and a half.
You're sitting on dogs?
Yes, I will be squishing dogs. I'll take my laptop.
Is that like a fetish thing?
Yeah, sometimes. But I'll be taking my laptop.
Oh my god, there's so many fucking guys.
I will let you know if I bring my PlayStation. I'm thinking about it.
I mean, we gotta get that shit in. It's only like a week before the next one comes out at this point.
So I'll try and figure out what the fuck is wrong with that thing. Hopefully it just works with my laptop. Should work. Theoretically. But I'll let you know. But yeah, so we might not be able to do the games, but we'll let you know.
I'm here.
So yeah, okay. I think that's all. But I will be taking that one, so I will have the sound bites.
I agree.
So yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. I am going. Goodbye. Goodbye. Wait, where's my thing? Yeah.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir. Not ending the stream. Goodbye.
Bye. He's gone. He's already been gone.
Not even close.
Come on. Come on.
¿Cuántos van ya? Pero cargas.
Whoa.
Your forces grow weaker with every breath.
Bro had a gun made out of thunder, I guess. Mr. Poopy Butthole.
Born by the Elder's hands. Not all are created equal. There is no shame in their defeat. They know nothing of their actions.
On my way. Moving to Overwatch. Adelante. Es hora de matar.
Nice.
Only the best. I'm running low on ammo.
En movimiento. Bersaglio nemico a terra.
You just gotta go for it, you know? Send it. Flippin' puppet. Can I not click it?
And now you seem very open to the idea of potentially taking U.S. action. Obviously, you're not going to tell us that. Can you walk us through what contributed to that change, how you got to where you are in making your decision now?
Well, I think it started the first night. I mean, you know, that first night was devastating.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it really knocked the one side off, as you know. It was a devastating.
Knock it off.
Devastating evening, day.
Very
and,
devastating.
Pretty much proceeded that way. I have a meeting in the war room in a little while.
Skip this.
Especially, war is very bad. There was no reason for this to be a war. There was no reason for Russia, Ukraine. A lot of wars there was no reason for. You know? You look right up there, I don't know, see the Declaration of Independence, and I say, I wonder if you know, the Civil War, it always seemed to me maybe that could have been solved without losing 600,000 plus people. So
People say that?
It's very sad to see. It's very sad to see. What's happening. But with that being said, I would say right now,
Nice,
Israel,
got him.
From the standpoint of winning a war, is doing pretty well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably...
Did he say?
maybe
He said
know
the
Iran
Civil War
better.
could have been resolved without losing that many
See what's
lives.
going on, and he agreed
Thunder
with me.
gun over there.
The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, you know, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago.
Oh, India
Just
guy.
left, and we're working
India
a trade deal
guy.
with India.
Oh.
We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And
Trade
they
with
were both
Pakistan.
here, but I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, you know, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers.
Yep, that's true.
Big ones.
Two
big,
smart
big
people.
nuclear powers. And they decided not. So I was honored to meet him today.
And if I can, Mr. Keefer, sir.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, that is a W. We never talk about this a whole lot. We always talk about the wars that keep going, but the fact that India and Pakistan were able to de-escalate from what seemed like a really bad conflict, that's a very good W. Huge, huge, huge thing.
W chat.
And for anyone who may want to answer, how has the travel ban from certain countries affected fans maybe coming in for the games, or is that not a consideration?
Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's not a concern for us. For the games now in the Club World Cup, everything has been done in a very smooth way. We have an excellent collaboration, of course, with the president, but with the task force in particular. For next year, the World Cup, we have one more year to work.
I just realized I have the same hairline as Abraham Lincoln. Fuck.
And the learnings that we have this year with the Club World Cup, which is historic, I say this to all the Americans, because it's the first ever Club World Cup, and it's played in the United States of America. So the learnings we'll have for this will apply them next year.
And they're largely sold out, so
But
I don't know. I don't think he's too worried about the travel ban. He doesn't know what the travel ban is, I don't think. Johnny, tell me what the travel ban is. He doesn't know what it is. He's largely sold out. Like tonight is totally. I've had friends, they heard about this meeting. They said, can you give me tickets? I don't know if I can get tickets. He won't give them to me. Maybe John will give them to me.
Wait, so is he saying that he has friends, people that are hitting up the president to get him tickets for some sports game? Hey, Donald! Bro, can you get me locked in? I'm trying to see this game.
Mr. President, two questions, if I could. One about Iran and then one domestically. With Iran, what's your message to Americans, both here and abroad, who are not only concerned about the U.S. potentially getting involved in another conflict in the Middle East, but worry about the potential for retaliation here at home?
Great question. Well, I don't want to get involved either, but I've been saying for 20 years, maybe longer, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've been saying it for a long time. And I think they were a few weeks away from having one. And they had to sign a document. I think they wish they signed it now. It was a fair deal. And now it's a harder thing to sign, you know.
In my opinion, I think this a few weeks away thing versus a few years away is a complete stupid thing to say. Because, like, really, why? Because I'm deciding if I'm going to say it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Everybody generally is under the agreement that aborting a baby earlier in the pregnancy is better than later, right? So, like, do you want to abort a baby in the 9th month or like the 3rd month? So, like, if we know that they're trying to do this, wouldn't it be better to nip this in the bud as soon as possible? Like, I feel like, really, I mean, that's just, I mean, I'm just thinking about, that's the way my brain works, okay? Now, should it work that way? Probably not. But it does.
A lot of water over the dam. But, you know, it's very, I say it very simply. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
Too much devastation.
Saved her.
And they'd use it. You know, I believe they'd use it. Others won't use it, but I believe they'd use it. So that's it. It's very simple as far as I'm concerned. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
And then domestically, Missouri Senator Josh Hawley came out this week as the lead sponsor of a bill to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. It stands out because he's a Republican. There's still 20 states that have it at $7.25. Do you support the legislation or the idea?
Well, I haven't seen it. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a very good friend of mine.
Yeah.
That's interesting that Josh did that.
Should be $20 an hour.
I'm going to have to think about that one. Some people agree with it, some people don't. You know, some people say it really turns away business, restaurants close, and a lot of things happen. Other people agree. I'd have to speak to Josh. He's a good guy.
I'm the kind of guy, I think if you can't pay people a living wage to do work, then maybe you don't have a good business model.
Based?
The possibility of an Iran deal. Is the destruction or the dismantling of the Fordow nuclear enrichment center, is that a prerequisite for a deal? Is that a red
question mark?
No, it's just something that people talk about having. We're the only ones that have the capability to do it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do it at all.
Doesn't mean
yeah, we have the best military equipment in the world. You see that with this fight. We have planes that are undetectable, flying around like, you know, nobody's able to see them stealth. You guys want to be stealthy tonight, you know, you can be stealth, you'll never lose, right? But these are incredible planes and weapons. We have the best weapons in the world, by far.
Somebody said that we wouldn't have restaurants if we had $20 an hour minimum wage. Did you guys know that in some of the Nordic countries, they actually do have a wage that pays that much for a number of people, and it actually is totally fine. The false idea that the only way that restaurants can run is if they pay their employees slave wages. This is a lie that's been fed to you by capitalist, and I love capitalism, but these are, you know, cynical capitalist restaurant owners in order to have you continue on a tipping tradition that was precipitated by slavery.
Base?
No.
Question mark?
Do not live inside that framework. It's a lie.
Pretty close, and I mean, certain countries take advantage of that. Israel has incredible weaponry, so we'll see what happens. I've been asked about it by everybody, but I haven't made a decision.
Mr. President, you talked earlier today about having daily conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah.
How have those conversations weighed on you in terms of getting more involved? He's been lobbying for the U.S. to get more involved. Has that had an impact on kind of your evolution, sir?
Look, we talked, and I'd like to see everything done. I would have preferred having just an agreement, a strong agreement, you know, verifiable agreement.
Yeah.
But it was such a shame. They were so close. You know, Iran was very close to signing what would have been a very good agreement for them.
But in the end,
and maybe that could
didn't
still
even
happen,
matter.
I guess. You know, they do want to come and see us. They want to see me in the White House. That's a big statement, but it's very late.
Is it enough of a statement?
It's late. Wait. They want to go to the White House now? Oh my God.
What?
Hold off.
We're going to see what happens. Look, we're going to see what happens. Ending it as soon as you can would be good.
Have you closed the door on meeting with them?
No.
Okay, so it's still open to them coming here in your
Yeah, I mean, they asked if they could come. We'll see if that happens. It's not that easy for them to come. They can't get out. You know, they're in Iran, and in one case, the guy wanted to come so badly, but he can't get out because there's bombs dropping all over the place.
What?
You and I both know we only had one on Skype.
Oh my God.
It's worse for
You've seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview. It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
It is.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's
This does seem to be true, by the way. The overwhelming majority of Republicans support this. I can show data for this later on. There was a video that was done.
This guy, he called and apologized.
I can show data.
Wow, look at that. So, bro, Tucker Carlson knew. He was not about to pull a fucking Elon, man. Like, yeah, he was not trying to start some drama. He's like, Donald, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would not do that. Absolutely not, yeah. Cucker?
He thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And
he did, yeah, I mean, I think Tucker Carlson came off a little bit too hard. He did. And I think that this entire conflict, combined with the way that Tucker Carlson has covered Ukraine and Russia, I think that it's damaged his long-term credibility as being an accurate news source. I think so. You didn't watch the whole interview? Yeah, and most people won't. They're just going to see the clips that he posted. He posted the clips.
Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right?
Yeah.
But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But nobody thinks it's okay. People that don't want, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do. Maybe we won't have.
I think this is the right call, by the way. I think he's right about this.
To fight. Don't forget, we haven't been fighting. We add a certain amount of genius to everything, but we haven't been fighting at all. Israel's done a very good job of that. But we'll see what happens. The bottom.
So people are disagreeing. They like Tucker Carlson. I actually like Tucker Carlson too. I do. But I'm speaking in terms of like what I think the population sentiment is, and not necessarily what my sentiment is. Like, does that make sense? Like, I'm like, on a scale of like 1 to 10, how much do I trust Tucker Carlson? I'd say like a 7, or like a 6 to a 7, which like for a journalist is like a 12 out of 10. Usually most journalists are around like the 2, maybe a 3, usually a 2.
Line is they can't have nuclear, and if I can't imagine that Ted Cruz said it's okay for Iran to have nuclear, including Tucker. I don't think Tucker says it's okay.
He did not.
The problem is then they get themselves into a thing. They don't want them to have nuclear, but then they say, well, we don't want to fight. Well, you're going to have to make a choice, because it's possible that you're going to have to fight for them not to have nuclear.
Yep.
And it's interesting, because I did ask Tucker, I said, well, are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran. And he sort of didn't like that. He didn't want to really, but he sort of didn't like that. And
Because
I said,
he knows. He knows. He knows. Everybody knows.
well, if it's okay with you, then you and I do have a difference. But it's really not okay with him. Therefore, you may have to fight, and maybe it'll end, and maybe it'll end very quickly. But there's no way that you can allow, whether you have to fight or not, you can allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, because the entire...
I think Trump seems... Is there something that's keeping Trump awake at night? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, probably, yeah.
The entire world will blow up. Not going to let that happen.
A couple of things, yeah.
You had a bit of a row with President Emmanuel Macron of France the other day, the G7,
No,
it sounded like.
he's a nice guy. Look, he said I was going back home to make a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We're long beyond ceasefire. And I said, why do you say that? Why would you say ceasefire? It's a bad term to use. Because a ceasefire means like everything's going swimmingly, we'll take a little time off. It's not. We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
Yep.
Mr. President.
So I thought it was a very badly worded statement by him, and obviously I let him know that.
On the southern border, you've had record low numbers for the month of May, 95 apprehensions, 0 releases, compared to that of the previous administration exactly a year.
Gotta catch them all.
Cringe.
Year ago, more than 60,000 releases.
Cringe.
What do you attribute that success to?
I like you. Who are you with?
Turning Point USA, sir.
Well, they're very good. Turning Point. Charlie, very good. See, that's what I call a good question, fellas. 1 out of 10, John.
Shut up.
1 out of 10, but that's a really good question.
Oh my God.
No, we had record
This
good
buffoon
numbers
man.
on the border. And people are coming in, but they have to come in legally. Like some of these guys behind me, they have to come in legally. And if they come in legally, we want them. They have to say they love America, they love our country.
That's right.
And if they can't say that, we don't want them.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Very nice. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. Thanks to Pulitzer Prize.
So this is a new one. It just got 1 out of 10 questions. Yeah, it wasn't a whole lot, right? And I'm glad he gave up on the immigration membership stuff. Well, I don't know about that. Our economy is propped up by the military-industrial complex that require forever proxy wars to keep the country afloat. The political world makes a lot more sense when you know that. I think that their economy is, and for sure. But like whenever you say the economy, you're talking about like this graph. Whenever you say the economy, this is this abstraction of wealth that
numbers,
is not
how do they
observed by
work?
the
I don't know what
person.
numbers mean, man.
So whenever you think that, this is not our economy, this is their economy. And keep in mind, all you need to do is look at the amount of growth and the amount of money that the top 1% made following COVID. And then you can see, by judging the economy and looking at like an average person's like lifestyle in, anywhere in the US based off of a GDP line is a total fucking lie. I think there should be another economic status or observing graph for the majority of working class people that reflects a more realistic expression of their lives today. Sure.
Yodel boy.
You want to see that?
Advent has constructed a psionic transmitter in this.
Say it ain't so. Yeah, you don't want to see that at all. There you go. Yeah, all the real graphs. That's what the real graphs show. But they got a bunch of people that are thinking that like these stocks and everything are where all the money is, even though most of these stocks are held by super rich people.
Moving to designated coordinates. On the move.
Donald Trump left the G7. He said it wasn't to deal with peace. It was bigger than that. People all over the internet with images of mobilization of U.S. air assets. Iran, it appears, clearly does not want to involve the United States in this conflict. I would imagine, for the most part, they don't want any part of this conflict whatsoever. They were in the midst of attempting to negotiate a deal with the United States to allow them to just have a civilian nuclear program. You know, like Abundance would want. Really, basically, they were just trying to negotiate for the Abundance program. And
that's what's up, guys.
Donald Trump was either tricked by the Israelis or participated in a ruse to leave Iran vulnerable to a surprise attack.
He could have also been tricked by the guys like Marco Rubio that he's hired, and they could. Rubio's a long-time hawk, and there's so many hawks in the administration too that could have been. There were reports about poison pills being put into the negotiations prior to this.
Oh, I think you're right. I mean, it's quite possible that when Netanyahu said to Witkoff, maybe to Rubio, we're going to attack Iran, they got a yellow light from Rubio and Witkoff as opposed to a red light. I mean, we've seen this before, right? In fact, the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait was supposedly because they felt that the Bush administration had no issue with that. The first Bush administration.
And this is where, like, Trump does want to be a deal maker, right? And so that impulse is something that we talked to Shrita Parsi last week that was like potentially an improvement. But then when that runs into his like desire to be a tough guy, GT wrote about this, you have a contradicting set of kind of impulses there from Trump, because maybe in theory he would want to do a deal with Iran, but he wants to beat them into submission prior to it and feel like he won. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the bombing happened after Trump's 60-day timeline that he imposed on the Iranians for these negotiations. The day after that expired, Israel bombed Iran and said that they were and the United States claimed that they had no involvement, despite removing our personnel in the anticipation of the strikes. Like, it was so clear that the United States was behind this, and no one believes it. But they're trying to pretend like our hands off.
Or aware of it.
But you're involved if you're aware. I mean, the Israelis and the United States exchange intelligence all the time.
And a yellow light means, like, hit the gas pedal, historically, with
all our arms.
America and Israel.
But I think in terms of providing provable material support, I don't think Iran even wants to know that that's the case, because then they're obligated to respond. Now, the question is,
that's a good point.
Will Trump pass that threshold to where it is obviously and undeniably clear to the Iranian population and to the rest of the world that the United States was involved? And that feels like where we're at. And the bizarre thing that's going on here is, I remember quite well the run up to the Iraq War. It was really a 18-month long, maybe 2-year process where they were trying to create all sorts of different stories. They were literally attacking people who were undermining their false stories about yellow cake uranium and outing CIA agents. And what's fascinating about this is that there doesn't seem to be, it's as if essentially Trump said, like, well, I don't need to pretend all that stuff. I'm just going to do it. Here he is and this is really the extent of his effort. We have video of 3 weeks ago, Tulsi Gabbard, director of intelligence, saying that none of the intelligence services believe that Iran is anywhere close to enriching enough uranium for a bomb, that they haven't made any attempt, that they're at least 3 years away. 3 years away from having a nuclear weapon, and that would be involved. They would have to decide tomorrow that we want to do this.
And go for it full
Then
bore.
go for it. Here's Donald Trump, and this is I don't need to send somebody to United Nations and hold up some talcum powder and mushroom cloud. No.
You've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
I don't care what my own director of national intelligence says.
I didn't put her there because I thought she was smart.
I mean, I saw those yoga videos. Jimmy Dore sent them to me. I just went crazy.
Just the way the Iranians talked to me, I could tell. They had that swagger.
I mean, so Netanyahu is contradicting that claim immediately, right?
Well, of course, but Netanyahu has been claiming that Iran is a week away from a bomb
since the 90s.
I mean, literally for multiple decades.
Yes, there's this old footage of him testifying in 2002 in front of Congress, talking about how the invasion of Iraq and regime change with Saddam Hussein would be this like incredible positive for the region. And now he's doing the exact same playbook. You guys played this yesterday.
He got what he wanted out of it.
But I couldn't get over that footage of him so nakedly trying to appeal to our dumbass president about saying that Iran was behind the assassination attempt against him and like trying to appeal to his most like base sense of self to pull this country into what would be such a disastrous war that like I mean,
the progressives are actually regressive.
The damn like Iran is 4 times the size geographically of Iraq and 2 times the population size, and is more mountainous and much more difficult to like. The fact that we're even talking about this is insane.
Here is, I mean, this is the way that it goes down. Is if the United States participates in a way that is undeniable. All the assets in the region will be under attack. And Trump will then have to deal with, does he go in and attack because U.S. assets have in some way been attacked and save face? Or does he at that point go, just pretend it doesn't happen and negotiate a deal? I mean, this is why the next step is so consequential. Here is Tulsi Gabbard, just so that we can put it on the record, back in March, testifying to the Senate. And they were mad about this.
The Israel lobby definitely was.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its...
Suspended in 2003. Go ahead.
That's it.
To monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
That in 2003 when she said that, right, which is amazing, is because that Netanyahu is using claims from the International Atomic Energy Agency from back during that time period in the early 2000s, where they had claimed that there was some sort of effort to create a nuclear bomb. Netanyahu is saying that that set of like reporting that also there has been some criticism of that constitutes an emergency, so much so that it would justify a preemptive attack on the nation of Iran. And then calling it defensive. A report from like 25 years ago, basically.
I mean, look, the college football teams have been running the option offense for a long time, and every once in a while it scores a touchdown, so why would they reinvent the wheel?
It's insane. Israel is such a rogue state and threat to the entire globe that we can't be overstated. They're committing genocide in Gaza. They're attempting to annex the West Bank. They are illegally occupying large swaths of Syria. They are bombing Lebanon, and they have now just bombed Iran in an offensive way. Like if this is not a rogue state, I would, you know,
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing. They are a threat to the rest of the world with every action that they take. And Netanyahu, like, he narrowly survived that no confidence motion. My guess is he'll continue to narrowly survive those, because generally the policy within Israel is kill as many Arab people as you can, no matter what. And Iran's been the big bad for quite a while.
Well, to be fair, Iranians are not Arabs.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Persians.
Persians. Apologies.
But I think the point still stands.
Yes.
And reminds me of this Vincent Bevins tweet. If you can pull that, just pull the video. Yeah, there you go. You can fade to it. In the final years of South African apartheid, the white government decided it must 1. Overthrow the government of Angola, 2. Install a puppet regime in Namibia, 3. Attack Zimbabwe, 4. Attack Botswana, 5. Attack Zambia in order to survive. This did not work.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Protect their people. You can't let them down. I think you will find our results have exceeded expectations. The science is eager to begin, Commander.
Ted Cruz claims the Bible commands Christians to defend the nation of Israel. No.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who...
To allow for their subordinates to receive new orders psionically. The implanted chip, though I was never witness to one rapid physical evolution.
Oh, fuck.
Is a testament to both the
Oh, come on, bro. Like, why do you have to fucking do this? Why?
curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
What?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the...
It's in Genesis, but... So you're quoting a Bible phrase, you don't have context for it, and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
oh. Oh, God. Shut up. Shut up. What, are you kidding me?
I agree. This fucking bitch yapping
this is
over
so
here has been...
stupid. What are you talking about? Lying Ted's back to his old tricks. Yeah?
Hold on. Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this.
Yeah?
We are commanded as Christians with the government of Israel?
we are commanded to support Israel. And we're
What does that mean, Israel?
But why? Why? Also, like, wait, that doesn't even make sense. Because, like, so... Didn't they make Israel in 1948? And didn't they make the Bible a lot before then? So how could you be commanded to support Israel if the Bible didn't even know what Israel was? Like, I don't know. I think it's that's dumb.
This is
What the hell
awesome.
are you talking about?
Told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is?
What is it?
That would be the country you've asked like 49
Well, the Bible didn't know what Israel is, so what's Israel?
questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the descendants
God's
of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is.
How do you... No. Who decided that?
Maximum power.
That's bullshit. This is insane. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
He's the
but
guy.
just like America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
This is
there.
silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe that's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
for
That's fucking.
thousands of years. Now, there was
this
a time when
it's so wacky.
it didn't exist, and then it was recreated.
What a
just over
loopy
70
thing
years.
to
I'm
say.
saying, I think most people
Like, if I was Ted
understand
Cruz, I would have held back
that
on this and
line
not
in
think it was the
Genesis
win.
to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
Oh my God. How fucking embarrassing.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
92 million.
What?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
Pre-wash? That's not pre-wash. They've talked about it 5 times.
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's, it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
What would it matter what their ethnicity is if they have a nuclear bomb? This is the reason why I don't like these online debates, is because it's a blood sport for retards. To be fair, Ted Cruz should have known there's about 10 to 11 million people in Tehran. Right? You gotta know that because you just had them evacuate. Like, you should know that. And you should know how many people are in the area. You absolutely should know that.
Oh my God.
And so it's a quiz show. It's 16 million. I heard it was 10 to 11. But Ted guy is right. The majority are Persian and Shia. Well, I'm not sure. It's your basic homework. You should know. He should know. He definitely should know the population. But you understand that, like, that's not really an argument against, like, what he's saying. It's got nothing to do with what he's saying. It's basically like, I am going to argue against a point that you're not making. Or sorry, I'm going to argue in favor of something that has nothing to do with the topic so I can make you look bad in a tangential way. It's a gotcha question. It is. It's a gotcha question. And nobody gonna know everything, right? It's a side topic. It is. You're a retard. If you don't even know the ethnicity or population, you're probably also not read enough to know if they have the ability to make anything correlated. So if you don't know the population, like, I don't know about that. I mean, you think about it like, there's plenty of countries that are, like, I mean, if people say Israel has bombs, Israel's not a huge country at all. It's not true, yeah. I mean, you should know the GDP maybe or something else, how much money they put in the military, but that's it. The ethnic groups can inform people on local politics, knowing who's most likely to overthrow current administration, who's brainwashed to defend it, etc. Well, you already know what the data on that is. I don't know if Ted Cruz does know.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe...
Because that's not the right option. That's not the way to do it. Well, why would you do that?
Carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, this
fucking obviously.
You're breaking news here because the...
It's not breaking news. This has been happening for 10 years, 20 years.
U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
Yeah, we're giving them money.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear...
I have to say that the way the light is on this, really makes it look like Ted Cruz has a Hitler mustache. I gotta say it. And
oh my God.
I'm right, aren't I? Look at it. Look at you. Do you see it? Uh-oh. That's a whole lot. That's bad.
Capacity. That makes America much safer. So you want to ask...
So, that, I mean, these are just clips, bro. They're just clips.
It's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where's that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the?
Well, yeah, because they probably don't want to say it because then that's gonna. I mean, this is probably what I assume. I bet there have probably been over 50 attempts on Donald Trump's life that we don't even know about. Because the Secret Service stops him before it even goes anywhere. But and they're not gonna go out and say it's classified. Yeah, it's classified information. But it's fucking exactly.
The evidence. Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because
he has access to classified documents and information that you don't. Obviously. Like, what do you mean? He's a senator and you're not. Like, I mean, that's obviously the reason why.
We have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
If they knew Iran was trying to assassinate him, they would bomb Iran? No, they wouldn't. Why would they do that? So, no, because like then that has its own risk. No, they wouldn't.
Congress has in the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know
that, bro. You see what he's saying, bro. He loves doing this. He is not answering the question because it's classified. Like, the thing is, I wish Ted Cruz would just go say, like, listen, like, I can't talk about this shit. Like, this is classified data information. That's it. The people around did not try and kill them, so why bomb them? Yeah, exactly.
That Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States.
Yes, and by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should, like, have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to...
No.
Assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why are we at war with them?
Well, we are trying to
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's no...
Please tell me he lost him. Come on, Asmund.
We gotta
say something.
Ask Grok or Google it. It's public info released by the Department of Justice in November 2024. Iran tried to kill Trump. Man. Is this I don't know. Why would you even say this?
Nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder...
What the fuck?
Nuclear weapons. See,
whatever
part of the problem of...
So what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
No. No, maybe not. He's absolutely being disingenuous. You can't decor anyone who poses a threat. Yes. Let's see. I'll look at a few of these.
Say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely, like, I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia. Say,
I have no idea what's happening.
Bro, that was some Joker laugh.
Defending Russia.
That was some Joker laugh shit. God damn, what's going on with this?
said that they're willing to spend money to do that.
Totally opposed to that. It's awful. I am against killing anybody, actually. And
Okay.
But I just want to.
Well, we are trying to.
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to? I am against killing anybody, actually. And
Okay.
Ted Cruz only shows clips that put him in the best light? Yeah, and what do you think Tucker Carlson is showing?
We haven't heard from Glenn Beck in a long time, but there's a war to sell. And so it's all hands on deck. All of these people who, claim to be non-interventionist or anti-war or
Against
about
the deep
peace,
state.
against the deep state, or, all of a sudden, when it's time for a possible war, wow, now we've got something we can actually get behind and talk about. I mean, this is a godsend, I think, for some of these people. They think literally, because the only other thing that's happening is Donald Trump rounding up mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, workers to be deported for no apparent reason, or they are cutting literally tens of millions of people's health insurance or nutritional support or Medicare. And so to get a war, they are so thirsty for this because it's going to give them something to talk about. Here is Glenn Beck explaining that this is not like Iraq.
This time will be different.
It's not like Iraq where they wanted regime change and they were going to meet us with flowers and candy and Saddam Hussein's a bad guy.
We love the people.
Oh, wait, I mean, it's just like Iraq. Go ahead.
Has Israel asked us to fight their war? Answer, no. Is this another Iraq? Or is it something entirely different? Well, let me tell you what makes this moment unlike anything else we have faced before. First, this was not a call to war. This was not a land invasion. This is not a campaign to topple a regime and then sit around for 20 years trying to rebuild a culture that doesn't want what we have. Even though Iran, the Iranian people are good people, the Persians are great people, and they do want a life like ours. But this was targeted, this was surgical, this was preemptive. Not against an idea, not against a guess.
We should just say,
against the...
as far as being targeted, it blew up a bunch of apartment buildings. I mean, it was targeted in the sense that they're willing to take out 50 civilians to get to one individual. How does preemptive in any way justify anything? Now, first off, it's not preemptive because there was no imminent, there's been not even a shred. I don't even know if there's been a single allegation that Iran was imminently going to attack Israel, or frankly, ever going to attack Israel. Our own director of intelligence said there was absolutely no weaponized nuke program that Iran has had since 2003. So this is not preemptive. It's basically, I mean, you could call it preventative, but it's basically just a war of choice. It's just a offensive strike.
2014 Politico. Beck admits liberals got Iraq war. Liberals said we couldn't force freedom on people, Beck said at the start of his Tuesday radio show. Let me lead with my mistakes. You were right, liberals. We shouldn't have. Beck's comments came as he discussed it. We were a mess back in 2008. From the beginning, most people on the left said we're against going to Iraq. I wasn't.
You're going to use that as a badge of honor, Glenn Beck? Good luck.
He's just an attention seeker.
But this was targeted, this was surgical, this was preemptive. Not against an idea, not against a guess.
Also, preemptive is bad.
Against the very real, very stated
I'm sorry. Like, the accusation that was critical of the Iraq war was that it was preemptive.
Yeah.
And now he's saying, "Oh, don't worry, it's not preemptive. It's just what Netanyahu said, preventative, basically, which means nothing."
That's what Israel does.
Stated intentions of a regime run by men who do not think like we think, okay? They do not want what we want. We choose life. They literally choose death. That is as clear as it is. Do you choose life or do you choose death? That is a culture of death. So I want to start.
How can you say that in defense of Israel? Like,
start with the clerics of Iran. The Ayatollahs, the supreme leader, the mullahs, the puppet masters of the so-called Islamic Republic and their Sharia law. I have said this for years and years and years. If you don't understand this, you don't understand Iran. These are 12ers. They are followers of a branch of Shiite Islam that believes not just in the return of the messianic figure called the Mahdi, but also
can you
that his
imagine
return...
a religion that is centered around an idea of a Messiah
who's returning,
like almost like a Christ figure? How deranged is that?
they don't think like us.
They're completely different than we are. They have this sort of like notion of like a Christ figure who's going to rise up again in some weird, like loony. That's crazy.
4 months ago on YouTube, new evidence from the Glenn Beck program. New evidence: Shroud of Turin shows exact moment of resurrection? Question mark. So I'll be checking out that after the show.
It would be really scary if Iran thought that a certain ethnic group had to go to a specific geographic location. And that had to do it by force in order for a majority of them to burn up so that the Messiah could return, and that likely that whole ethnic group, a majority of them, would have to die in that instance.
If only Muslims found their holy book, in the ground in like the 1800s at some point.
Also, that his return can and must be, in their words, hastened or accelerated. And the only way to do that is to, quote, using their words, wash the world in blood.
Pause it for a second. Okay, wait a second. Are you telling me that there are people out there who are trying to bring about the return of some sort of like Messiah figure and try and hasten it, and that it has to be, the way that it's to be brought about is with some type of like thunder and like fire and brimstone? Is that, my God? That sounds terrifying.
It's the first time hearing this.
I didn't expect him to make my point stronger in the next sentence about how this is all projection, is it not?
And they say there's going to be 4 horsemen.
Right. Understand, these people do not think like us.
If I had heard this in a vacuum, I would have literally thought he's talking about evangelical Christians in this country and their whole view about Israel.
To do that is to, quote, using their words, wash the world in blood. Okay, I think I'm out at that. That's my first stop on the train, and I'm like, I'm going to get off here, please. Let me say this again. The highest religious leader who actually is in charge of the entire country, the one who commands the Revolutionary Guard, who fund the terror groups by Hezbollah and Hamas, the ones who train children to chant death to America in the streets, believe the world must be engulfed in destruction and flames to usher in the end times.
And so we play this trick on them where we're like, hey, let's do a peace deal.
Exactly. And then we bomb them.
Because they love violence so much.
Right. It really is so scary when you hear that there are people who have a slightly different notion of how we should quickly bring about the end times than we do.
I like how Glenn Beck's like, I'm getting off this train. It's like, but I will get on the next train, but with Christians going on the exact same track. I'm just going to wait for the next one.
It's more like I'm getting off this train and, dude, you're at the station already.
Right.
You are just getting off the train at the front of the train.
You're on the express.
You're just at the back of the train. It's all the same station. You're just in the car that just serves a different type of food. That's all.
Understood.
Yeah, it's not like Iraq. He's right. It would be way worse
It's
somehow.
Yeah.
2 times the size in population, 4 times the size in landmass or geography.
You have this problem if you're a right winger because you have nothing to talk about because the immigration stuff, all the polling is starting to go south on you. All of it. And you have pitched Donald Trump as fundamentally different than the deep state. And you have been pitching Donald Trump to young people. And the thing that they love about Donald Trump is he's not the same old. He's authentic. And the other thing that they love about Donald Trump, he is anti-war. He is not going to get us mired in some type of conflict,
Quagmire.
some faraway country on behalf of somebody else's interest. No,
we got problems
it is
here.
America first. And despite the fact that the reconciliation bill will cut millions of Americans' health care, and despite the fact that it will also keep food literally out of the mouths of millions of Americans, and despite the fact that it's a giveaway in some, there's a tiny couple of giveaways where we're giving away
Would they have
several
paid him
$100 million
first? They might.
in special favoritism tax cuts, and just
if he
despite the
asked.
fact that the overwhelming 80% of the tax cuts go to the wealthiest in this country, we still have the fact that Donald Trump is not going to get us into needless wars. What do you do if that's been your pitch? And it starts to look like Donald Trump is going to get us into a needless war, and in fact has been midwifing attacks on Iran, despite the fact that they pose no threat to the United States, and frankly, a minimal threat to anybody, no more or less than any other country, certainly in that region.
And there's such little popular support for this. I mean, comparing it to the fervor after 9/11, this is an entirely different scenario. Public opinion about Israel is in the shitter, and this administration is trying to sell a deeply, deeply unpopular war or intervention to the public right now.
And what do you do? What do you do? Well, if you're Charlie Kirk, you tell your followers, hey, I think it's time for you to take a little nap. He writes on Twitter, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. Don't pay attention to the news for a while because it may not comport with what I have been suggesting for a while.
So this is
so far
after
beyond.
A couple days earlier, he did a poll here of his followers because apparently he didn't know his position on this. Should the U.S. get involved in Israel's war against Iran?
Maybe she should watch the whole
90%
interview
of
herself.
500,000 votes, just
Let's
about
see how she
said
feels then.
no, and 10% said yes. And so Charlie had said, Trump voters, especially young people, supported President Trump because he was the first president in my lifetime not to start a new war, which it's one thing to provide defensive support for our allies when missiles are raining down on civilians, but there is
Did Joe Biden start a war?
I mean,
or maybe he was the first president.
I guess he was there for Gaza and Ukraine, which they talk about, but that starting it is another thing. But there is historically little support for America to be actively engaged in yet another offensive war in the Middle East. We must work and pray for peace. And now we don't need to work and pray for peace. We need to read scripture and turn off our phones.
Yeah, let's
Yeah, right. Don't pay attention.
Hey guys,
we're not going to win this one, guys.
It's summer, so how about you hit the beach and we'll see you in the fall.
This is like a more scientific poll is the AP that did it a few months ago, but I just think this is a really interesting development. I saw this cited, and I was reading a good article by our friend Ed Germentum on his Substack about how like the anti-war movement needs to be rebuilt to kind of combat this, and that there was a lot of false promises that were taken a little too seriously by Republican supposed anti-war people. But among the Republican base, at least like, and this is probably a reaction to Gaza and to Ukraine, but a majority of Republicans say that they want the United States to take a less active role in foreign affairs. And only 24% say more active role. Now, like, again, this changes if whatever politician is saying it and who's communicating it. But this is like what you see some of these right-wing influencers and people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are responding to there is like, now Fox News, yeah, they're talking to the grandpas and they're very well funded, but there's really well funded online Republican media that has a different position on this a little bit.
No, without a doubt. Here is Marjorie Taylor Greene on One America Network with what was his name again? I've forgotten him already.
Matt Gaetz.
Almost a
Matt Damon.
Matt
I thought you were joking.
No, I honestly, as soon as I can shuffle like one of these characters out of the front of my brain, I will do it. I frankly was hypnotized by his forehead. I find that fascinating. But here is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene believes there are Jewish space lasers. So when Bibi Netanyahu says something that sounds threatening, he has control over the weather lasers and whatnot. With that said, she apparently has decided that it's in her best interest to
parlay her anti-Jewish beliefs into something a bit more palatable, which is this kind of
Yeah. This is Pat Buchanan stuff.
Yep.
This is the same stuff. I remember back in 04, 05, I would be brought on Pat Buchanan's show on MSNBC. He would sometimes be filling in, I think, for Tucker or something. And Buchanan would bring me on because I was the only Jew he could find who was willing to criticize Israel. And it gave him some measure of cover. And it took me a while to realize this.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I was a little bit naive at that time. It didn't occur to me until I think I was at the 2004 Democratic Convention talking to some right-winger on Radio Row. He didn't realize that I was, well, I think he knew that I was at Air America, but he didn't realize much else. When he said to me, he goes, I'm not like one of those, neocons. I'm like a, Pat Buchanan guy. Those neocons, they're all Jews.
There you go.
Gotcha.
A little clarifying. Candace Owens is also in that bucket. Tucker Carlson too, right? So those are the people that, for right now, we need them if we want to pressure Trump not to go into war with Iran.
Well, they'll exist whether we need them or not. They're there.
Fair enough.
Will take work, I guess.
Sure.
Congresswoman Greene, you have been a voice of reason and America First policy. Tell us how you see this conflict between Israel and Iran.
Matt, I see it just as you do, and you laid that out so well. That's the America First message, but it's also the truth that the American people have woken up to. We've watched for decades propaganda news. I'll call out Fox News and the New York Post. They're known to be the neocon network news. We have propaganda news on our side just like the left does. And the American people have been brainwashed into believing that America has to engage in these foreign wars in order for us to survive. And it's absolutely not true. Prime Minister Netanyahu said, I saw on video, he said today that America first is America dead. And that sounds like a threat to me, and I completely
I feel threatened. I'm a white lady who's threatened.
In order for America to not be dead, it's to stay America first. And this is what the American people want. It is not anti-Semitic to say that we do not want to go to war against Iran or any other country. That is not anti-Semitic at all. It's actually rational, it's sane, and it's loving to people all over the world. A Middle Eastern war will pull America back 20 years, just like you showed in your intro for your show. It's exactly the lies that we were told after 9/11, and many people know it's not true. So I'm completely opposed to this war. Of course, we don't want to see the people in Israel bombed, but they're only being bombed because Israel attacked Iran first. And that's the truth that we need to be talking about. And Matt, I want to add on one more thing that I think is incredibly important, because Fox News and all these other news stations are not talking about it. Last week on Thursday, they held a vote in the Knesset, and Netanyahu only won by 2 votes, because the polling is showing that if an election was held today, he would lose. What he's doing is not popular among the people in Israel. They are tired of war. They are so devastated after October 7th. But they are tired of war, and that vote happened last Thursday, and then.
I mean, she's rambling here, but
that part's not true. They love the genocide part,
and a lot of them ready for war too.
But interesting. I think this is a little interesting, just a little bit, right?
Well, she's doing like as you pointed out, she's doing what Trump did in 2016.
Yes.
And why is there low-hanging fruit here for her to go pluck like this? It's because Chuck Schumer was recently saying Trump is a taco for not standing up to Israel.
Exactly. Because you had Chuck Schumer going out there and basically saying that Trump was not... was complaining that Trump was not attacking Iran.
No side deals. No side deals, Mr. Trump. Tell the American people.
We got to figure out what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
On one hand, I can look at a video of a U.S. senator being tackled by ICE and handcuffed, and I'm not going to react until I get more information. On the other hand, why are we not invading Iran?
What kind of bull is this?
Trump's all over the lot. That's what he said.
He's all over. It's crazy town.
I mean, I have it right here. It's just an abdication of leadership, right? It's an abdication of leadership by Chuck Schumer.
The corruption of leadership by both him and Jeffries.
What the hell?
I mean, this is the thing. How can any Democrat who takes AIPAC or DMFI money be trusted on this issue? Well, who's the best one? Who's the best Democrat at standing up to war that has taken that money to run their campaigns?
Chuck Schumer in that video, it was just so astounding to me.
Josh Gottheimer?
I was actually showing that video on Friday with some family because I was just like, I want you to watch this so you can see what my criticisms are of Democratic leadership. And I said, can you see what the message is that comes out of this video that Chuck Schumer put out there? There's no clear message. There's nothing actionable about it that would galvanize people politically. All it is saying, one, Trump's chickening out on being more hawkish with Iran by negotiating, and two, that he's all over the lot and he's flip-flopping. Like, even if you were in favor of war with Iran or something like that, but you were a Democrat, you're supposed to have attacks that hit them in a clear way. And Schumer's attack is just that he's vacillating.
No side deals.
Who's the constituency for this outside of the Israel lobby and the donors that they're going to come to you? Ugh.
Can we just, though, for a moment, point out the fact that you were doing this on the eve of your wedding?
Yes.
You were.
It was during the daytime.
First of all,
I'm so happy you're all here to celebrate my wedding. But first, this critique of Chuck Schumer.
Yep.
We won't rest. We won't
rest. Yeah.
He's the
they know
bomb.
what they're getting with
Chuck
me.
Schumer rules, dude.
That's awesome. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out
I
our daily
fucking
show.
love Chuck
We do it
Schumer,
every day
man.
at 12
He's
p.m.
like probably the funniest politician right now.
Donald Trump left the G7. He said it wasn't to deal with peace. It was bigger than that. People all over.
These findings will likely prove crucial to our ongoing efforts, Commander.
In case you think you've accidentally clicked on a video from last week, featuring last week's news, no! So last week, the Democratic politician that ICE agents violently detained over nothing and falsely accused of assault was California Senator Alex Padilla. This week, the Democratic politician that ICE agents violently detained over nothing and falsely accused of assault was New York City comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander. We can only guess which Democratic politician they'll do it to next week. But a pattern is certainly beginning to emerge here, folks, especially when you factor in the previous incidents where New Jersey politicians were detained while trying to visit an ICE detention facility, and a county judge in Wisconsin was arrested for helping an undocumented immigrant evade ICE agents waiting for him outside of her courtroom by simply letting him exit through a different door.
And this is becoming a thing. There was another politician who was just like, hey, let me in. And they're like, no. And he just went, all right. And you gotta come a little more prepared than that now. You already know that's gonna happen. You have to anticipate that you're probably gonna get detained at the very least. And you should show up knowing that this is going to happen and probably fight a little bit harder.
Put your body on the line. Like, I'm sorry, you were elected to...
Yeah. Now, this latest incident might be the most alarming one yet, though, because Trump is clearly at war with big American cities. He said this. These are his words. Cities like LA, Chicago, and New York. And there's a half-decent chance Brad Lander might be the next mayor of New York. Due to the number of candidates and new ranked choice voting system, it's kind of anyone's ball game at this point. But at a time when Trump is attacking the sovereignty of cities like New York and has Eric Adams, boo, installed as his current puppet mayor, a lot of New Yorkers want someone who will actually stand up for them, and Brad Lander has just demonstrated a willingness to do that. His detainment by masked federal goons occurred while he was part of a group that has been escorting undocumented New Yorkers to their immigration court appearances to basically provide strength in numbers to potentially deter ICE agents from snatching them up. It's a clever idea, but it turns out ICE agents are willing to brutalize anyone that stands between them and their prey, even if they're a major elected official in the biggest city in the United States. Here's local outlet The City with what went down.
Federal agents detained New York City comptroller Brad Lander inside a Lower Manhattan immigration court building Tuesday morning as he attempted to escort a man from his court appearance there. Lander, who is also running for mayor in next week's Democratic primary, was held inside the building for over 4 hours before he was eventually released without charges after an intervention by Governor Kathy Hochul. I know I will get due process and that my rights will be protected, Lander said to a throng of supporters who gathered spontaneously in Foley Square that evening after his release. But Edgardo will sleep in an ICE detention facility, God knows where, tonight. He has been stripped of his due process rights in a country that is supposed to be founded on equal justice under law, Lander continued, naming the immigrant detained by federal agents at the same time the comptroller was taken into custody. And again, this is a case where this is an immigrant who is literally doing everything exactly how the immigration process would like him to. He's showing up for his appointments. I mean, even calling them undocumented is inaccurate because they're very documented.
They're doing the documents.
They're very documented. They're going out of their way to be documented.
And it's further proof that these ICE agents aren't going after the people that the Trump administration had been portraying them
criminals
for months, if not years now. And they're going for these, not even just the softest targets like a Home Depot or a restaurant anymore. They're just showing up where they know that these people are legally obliged to be.
Yeah, in a process that already exists, that works, they have decided that the immigration court system doesn't matter, and we're just going to use it as a trap.
It's infuriating. It continues. Lander had been inside 26 Federal Plaza to observe hearings and accompany immigrants leaving routine court appearances. It was his third time observing federal immigration hearings since masked federal agents began staking out immigration courtrooms last month, targeting immigrants for arrest. At around noon, Lander had linked arms with Edgardo, leaving an immigration courtroom on the 12th floor, refusing to let go as agents pushed into the crowd attempting to pull him away. In the chaotic scene, Lander asked the agents repeatedly to show a judicial warrant. "You do not have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens," Lander repeated, as the officers tightened handcuffs to his wrists. The federal agents escorted him into an elevator, with one member of his NYPD security detail alongside him. A reporter from The City had overheard one agent say to another minutes before Lander's arrest, "Do you want to arrest the comptroller?"
You bad enough, dude?
Yeah.
I like
and not even bad in the 80 cents, just an actually bad person.
And yeah, are you a terrible enough person? And I mean, it sounds like they also detained like literal NYPD. So that's interesting. I wonder how the NYPD feels about that, because they're gonna have to pick sides pretty fucking soon. I have a feeling I know which side they'll pick, but It is interesting to note that how ICE views even local law enforcement.
Scratching their chin saying, maybe all cops are bastards. I wish I could be down in the subway playing Candy Crush.
I miss the Candy Crush, man.
Wow.
They're making me do work out here. It's summertime. They're making me put on all this riot gear. And I have allergies, and I'm shooting off all this tear gas. It's making me sniffle.
And if you're in LA, you go, well, 5 o'clock, toot, toot, and then steamroll over a bunch of protesters.
Time to let the aggression out. So yeah, this whole thing was understandably pretty outrageous. And it did a great job of unifying the city's residents and politicians at a time when, you know, due to the upcoming election, things weren't so unified. Several of Brad Lander's opponents in the race quickly arrived on the scene to publicly support Lander and call for his release. In a show of unity, with one notable exception.
5 fellow mayoral candidates came here within 90 minutes of you being arrested. They came out, they spoke, called out for your release. What does that say about the tenor of the mayor's race, that here we are, voting has already begun, we're a week from the election, and people are racing down to your defense?
Was one of them Andrew Cuomo?
It's not. I wasn't going to say that.
Imagine that.
I guess Andrew Cuomo was busy that day.
Yeah, he was busy speeding through school zones, as was reported by his license plate numbers.
Ton of fucking tickets.
In like 3 months, he got multiple tickets speeding through school zones.
Yeah, well, he had a lot of women to ogle on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Like, awooga, awooga. Hey, is your grandma in a nursing home? Maybe we should kill her.
Yeah, he was in, it was the same school zone. He kept repeatedly driving back to go, woohoo!
What? I'm Italian.
Yeah,
I
that's
can
what
do
we
that.
do.
Anyway, Kathy Hochul, the person who replaced Andrew Cuomo as governor of New York when he resigned in disgrace just 4 years ago, not only intervened to get Lander released from custody, she also did not mince words about the situation.
That's how you know she's serious. She did a swear.
Do you want to know what I really think? It's bullshit. How dare they take an elected official who's been going down there for weeks to escort people who are afraid to walk into a courthouse in the United States of America, because despite them having legal status and following the rules and making their appointments, that they don't know what's going to happen to them.
New York is so
Brad Lander
cringe,
has
bro.
stepped up to be a guiding help for them.
Imagine if Cuomo
And this
wins
is what happens to him?
and it's those two back
What the hell is
together
happening
again.
to this country? I just left Little Haiti. People are being traumatized. Small businesses. People walking down the street. When I was there in August,
I have to go out
the
there and
streets
pretend
were
I
mobbed.
care and have empathy.
People
Watch.
walking down the sidewalks. There were vendors everywhere. The traffic was
I'm
crowded.
trying to be America's governor.
Today,
but nobody
there's
likes
silence. People are living in fear. One woman just told me the ICE agents are going in and out of buildings there. They came here with legal status. Temporary protective status was legal. Tens of thousands of people came here with legal status, and it's literally ripped away from them overnight. So, I know Brad Lander will be okay. We'll have attorneys, a lot of people paying attention. But what about all the people who don't have that high-profile position? And I'll say this. I told President Trump, I will work with you to better the state of New York and the city of New York. I'll work with you when our interests can be aligned, hopefully many times. But when you challenge the values and our rights and the people of our state, I'm going to have to fight and stand up. That day has arrived.
Yeah,
not bad.
No, but it really is separating the politicians who are willing to show up and do the work and at least put their necks on the line. It's very obvious when certain politicians and certain sports teams do not.
Yeah, Dodgers. I mean,
Come on.
Kike Hernandez
Yes.
is like the one at this point who's said anything, and it's really frustrating.
It
but
is.
yeah, damn. All right, Kathy Hochul. But you know, meanwhile, here's the Department of Homeland Security's official version of events. New York City Comptroller Brad Lander was arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. Our heroic ICE law enforcement officers face a 413% increase in assaults against them. It is wrong that politicians seeking higher office undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. No one is above the law, and if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer, you will face consequences.
Who was that law enforcement officer? Please tell everyone who the officer is that they assaulted.
Yeah, what's
their name? What's their badge number?
Not really a uniform he's wearing. Can't really tell what agency they're from. If it even is a he, I can't tell. It's like a full mask on.
Yeah, maybe a badge number would help, and yeah, that would be something. Okay, yeah, so this is a fun statement because it describes what Brad Lander did as assault on an officer, which it very clearly was not. So when they say in the next sentence that there's been a 413% increase in assaults against ICE agents, you are left to assume that this statistic is total bullshit if that's how they're defining assault. We said it recently when there was another stat that came out about this, but I'm sure that they're using verbal assault under the blanket of assault. Like, hey, stop doing that. Everybody, look, there's an iPhone. Can I get your name and birth date so we can tell people to find you? And that's like, oh, they're assaulting ICE officers by asking information about either us or the person we're detaining.
Yeah, I mean, conservatives, they love to take like the most like Tumblr core version of reality and make a joke out of it. But they're the ones here out in real life acting like violence is happening to them.
Yeah.
Words are violence.
And they
is
buckle
violence.
under the slightest pressure. It is like the protests where like a couple people would show up last week during the No Kings thing. And
That was very violent of them to show up.
Fuck you. And then like immediately people would argue with them and they'd go, oh, and they'd leave and scurry back to their fucking holes.
It's violence against their feelings.
Anyways, you could extrapolate those stats further because even when ICE isn't involved, what's considered assault on any law enforcement officer is usually laughable.
Yeah, next time you hear about someone assaulting an officer or resisting arrest, like...
Anytime they're detaining someone, they're like screaming that you're resisting, no matter what.
Yeah, which is like a very natural, like involuntary reaction to
if
being grabbed.
If you tense up while they're arresting you, which is, of course, a natural response from your body, that is assault. And it's also assault if you go limp. So I don't know. No one's going to
There's a Goldilocks zone in there somewhere.
Yeah, you have to like work with the police officer. You kind of have to like, but not too much or you'll get them horny and then that's also assault.
You got to do a bit of a tango.
Yeah. Now, if a cop is touching you, technically you're touching a cop and that's assault. So the DHS statement also accuses Brad Lander of trying to create a viral moment, which even if that were true, who cares? He put his body on the line for his values. Good for him. But the ones who made this a viral moment were the ICE agents who decided to arrest an elected official. It wouldn't have gone viral.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have gone anywhere
Yeah,
if they were just like, yep, I understand you're doing your job, and what I'm doing is actually cruel and inhumane.
Yeah, it's like the Karens who get like mad about being filmed, and it's like, well, just stop doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
And no one's gonna. It's not gonna go viral.
For someone who
shut the fuck up.
For someone who claims to love and represent the rule of law, you sure don't like it when it's used against you.
Anyway,
by me filming in a public place.
Yeah. So while Andrew Cuomo did eventually, to his credit, call out this bullshit for what it is, current New York City Mayor Eric Adams, play the music, New York. Eric Adams, who would be on trial for blatant corruption right now, if not for Trump shutting down the case. He used the incident as an opportunity to rewrite history and paint himself as actually the real hero.
Did anyone check that detainee's backpack for maybe some drugs or drug paraphernalia?
Just a common backpack, but inside, what do we find?
Exactly.
Like $10,000 worth of cocaine in this child's backpack.
You never know.
It's a good place to hide a gun.
During a June 18th interview on the
That
Reset
video's the
Talk
best.
Show, Adams declined to join other Democrats in bashing ICE's actions against Lander and immigrants, instead seeking to rebuff criticisms that he has mostly stood silent during a dramatic escalation in Trump's mass deportation effort. Adams told the host, J.R. Gittins, he does not need to be arrested to show he is standing up for immigrants because, in his view, he was already hit with federal charges for doing exactly that.
My God. They were corruption charges.
No, I think you'll find that actually Eric Adams was charged for loving immigrants too much.
Turkish immigrants.
Well, some of them were Turkish. Who's to say?
Who's to say?
You know,
I had to go there and see in person.
New York is the Istanbul of America. It's
And by the way,
Mexico City of
beautiful
America.
airport. Beautiful.
It's the Kuala Lumpur of America. It's the Vatican City of America. It is
A city so beautiful, you will go 15 hours out of your way just to spend 2 hours inside of it.
And you never know what's going to happen. Maybe someone's starting a new business. Maybe 9/11 is happening. And
You never
people
know.
are falling out of the Twin Towers. You never know, and that's what makes New York beautiful. And I hate rats, and I'm going to kill each and every one of them.
Uh-huh. Well, it does continue.
If people are saying, Eric, go get arrested like Brad Lander to show your outrage, I was arrested when I stood up and fought for migrants and asylum seekers, Adams said, repeating his unfounded claim that federal prosecutors went after him for publicly criticizing former President Biden's immigration policies.
Several mayoral candidates came to Lander's defense on Tuesday by releasing forceful statements framing his arrest as part of an authoritarian abuse of power. But Adams instead appeared to place the blame on the comptroller. I think it was more politics instead of protecting people, he said Tuesday. It's unfortunate that he took that action, because that is not the role of an elected official, what he did today. Adams maintained that he believes he was prosecuted in the first place because he was critical of the Biden administration's handling of the migrant crisis between 2022 and 2024. That's why they came at me in the first place, Adams said on the Reset talk show. I know what it is to be arrested for standing up and fighting on behalf of migrant asylum seekers. Trust me, every time I look at the $3 million legal fee that I have, I know what it is to get arrested by federal authorities because you're fighting to say it's wrong what you were doing to migrants and asylum seekers. So they're just joining the club. They're late to the dance. I was already dancing. Huh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, the fact that Andrew Cuomo has even a shot at this election does again demonstrate that Americans have no memory whatsoever, and COVID-19 made that even worse.
Yeah.
And we're just like, the shit he did happened 4 years ago, and everyone's completely forgotten. They're like, hey, maybe...
Hey, whoa. Andrew Cuomo, where do I know that name?
Yeah.
He must be a good guy.
But, like, Eric Adams is doing that now with, like, an even shorter time span, and who knows? It might actually, like, it could work. People are like, yeah, Eric Adams was arrested for loving immigrants too much, for standing up for immigrants.
And he solved the rat problem. Famously, New York is free of all rats.
I mean, I will say that's like the one thing he's had a lot of. I mean, obviously, eradicating rats is like something humanity has been trying to do for centuries.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'd say what he has done has been pretty successful, and by which I mean he's done just the most basic fucking no-brainer shit about rats that every other city in the world has been doing for a very long time.
Elliot, you forgot.
New
he
garbage
invented
can.
the trash can. You see that? Trash goes in the bin.
Which, like, I've talked to New Yorkers, and it sounds like the vast majority of trash in New York is still just going on the sidewalk. It's
They have very
these are
short
like-
memories. The Andrew Cuomo thing, putting trash on the street. It's like, look, we've been doing things the wrong way for a long time.
Yeah.
And we're not going to stop now. That's what makes New York, New York.
Well, they have a different sense of time there. They have what's called the New York Minute.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Whoa!
You know, it's hard to remember things from the past
Mm-hmm.
because you're always moving. I'm walking. You're moving forward all the time. And
Yeah.
you can't.
No time to stop and think.
No. So wow, yeah, Eric Adams, what a fucking piece of shit. Hopefully, whoever New York City picks as its next mayor doesn't also totally suck.
It's up to you.
But moving on now, from one horrifying incident in our current hell world to another even more horrifying incident. So in our previous episode this week, we covered the highs and lows of this past weekend. The high point, of course, being the millions who peacefully took to the streets to protest Trump, while Trump himself had the lamest birthday party ever. And the low point being the assassination of a prominent Minnesota Democrat and her husband, and the attempted assassination of another prominent Minnesota Democrat and his wife. Political assassinations are thankfully not something that happens here very often. So when it does, it's quite alarming. And under normal circumstances, you would expect that regardless of politics, the President of the United States would at least have the decency to pick up the phone and make some quick calls to offer his support and condolences. But these are not normal circumstances, and this isn't a normal president, so yeah. Here's Rolling Stone.
This week, after a spree shooter killed former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman, her husband, and severely injured State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, President Donald Trump hasn't bothered to pick up the phone to speak with Minnesota's head of state. Shortly after 3 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, Rolling Stone asked Governor Tim Walz's office if he had received a call from Trump yet. A spokesperson for the Democratic governor replied, "We haven't heard from him. adding that former President Joe Biden called yesterday midday, shortly after all the news broke. Asked if Trump had ever called Walz, who took office in 2019, in previous moments of crisis or emergency, to speak cordially or professionally, the governor's spokesperson said flatly, yes. On Monday, Walz told reporters that he had yet to hear from President Trump in the aftermath of Saturday's murders, which resulted in a statewide 2-day manhunt before the suspect, 56-year-old Vance Bolter, was apprehended. By Tuesday morning, it appeared the president was not just committed to giving Walz the silent treatment, but to openly spurning the governor, who ran against him and J.D. Vance
What
as
an
the vice
asshole.
presidential candidate on the 2024 Democratic ticket.
Speaking to reporters Tuesday on Air Force One, Trump stated that he had no interest in calling the former vice presidential candidate. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling, Trump said. The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, you know, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time? This wasn't a one-off moment of being loose-lipped with reporters. A source with direct knowledge of the matter says that Trump has been relentlessly trash-talking the Minnesota governor behind the scenes since the horrific news broke. He's not letting up, the source said. When Trump asserted to reporters on the presidential plane that he had no interest in speaking to Walz, he justified himself by claiming that the governor had appointed this guy to a position, seeming to suggest that Walz himself may bear some responsibility for the tragedy. Bolter, who allegedly had a hit list of over 45 local and state lawmakers, including Walz, previously served as a political appointee on the Minnesota Governor's Workforce Development Board. The appointment did not originally take place under Walz, but under his predecessor, former Governor Mark Dayton, also a Democrat. Walz renewed Bolter's term in the low-profile political position in 2019.
This was like a bipartisan coalition of people that were just working for things in Minnesota. It was...
So clearly, this Vance Bolter, he's a socialist, far-left liberal.
Just the basic human decency to, even if it wasn't to Tim Walz, to like any of the other representatives from the state who were on the fucking hit list, and just be like, hey, this is bad. We don't put up with this in our country.
Yeah,
political violence is not acceptable.
It's alarming.
Yeah, and like, why would I call? Big waste of time. Like, is just so heartless and disturbing that I would be shocked if I haven't been ground down to just emotional deadness with this guy.
Yeah, it's so everything's so fucking beyond the pale.
But yeah, a guy who is a big fan of Trump, a huge fan of Trump, just murdered 2 people, attempted to murder 2 more, and had a long list of other Democrats he intended to murder, including Tim Walz himself. And Trump's only response is to publicly and privately talk shit on a political opponent. It's not surprising at this point, but it's still yet another example of just how disgustingly self-centered and morally bankrupt this guy is. But yeah, this wasn't the only tragedy to occur on No King's Day. But before we get to all the confusion over what went down in Salt Lake City, oh
my God,
it's awkward time. Time to awkwardly jam a sponsor break into the middle of our episode, because there really isn't a single moment in today's show where it wouldn't be jarring and weird.
Sorry.
We don't make the news, we just report on it, and we'll never apologize for reporting the news. You get the story by now. So here we go. It's time to let you know this episode is sponsored by Shopify. When we started the show, it seemed like we had to figure out pretty much everything on our own.
15% off for new customers using our exclusive code TechNewsDay15 at Huel.com. Please see our description for the terms and conditions. Skip the stress, not the nutrition. Try Huel today for complete nutrition bottled.
Okay, with that out of the way, it is time to talk about the other No King's Day tragedy from this past Saturday. Now, during the protests in Salt Lake City, an attendee was killed by gunfire. And what actually went down turns out to have been a lot less clear-cut than it initially seemed. And really reaffirms our belief that a heavily armed society is a society where a lot of innocent people get accidentally killed by the good guys with guns, who assume other good guys with guns are actually bad guys with guns. Now, with any mass gathering of people on the left side of the political spectrum, there's always a very justified fear that some right-wing nutjob is going to see it as an opportunity for political violence. And that fear was definitely elevated on Saturday with that news coming out of Minnesota. So when gunfire broke out at the Salt Lake City No Kings rally, resulting in the death of an attendee, the initial version of events was pretty much exactly what everyone feared. And that's how it was initially reported. Turns out, though, it is way more complicated than that. So here's some of the clearest reporting on it so far from Marissa Cavas at The Handbasket.
Here's what we can say for sure. Approximately 10,000 people gathered in downtown Salt Lake City on Saturday for the No Kings protest and march, organized by the Utah chapter of the 50-51 movement. Among the attendees was Arturo Gamboa, 24, a local man openly carrying a rifle, which is legal in Utah. An armed safety volunteer in a bright yellow vest spotted Gamboa, perceived a threat, and fired his weapon in his direction. He struck Gamboa, and in the process struck and killed protester Arthur Folasa Alu, 39. Gamboa, who police say did not fire his gun, was arrested a few blocks away and booked in county jail for suspicion of murder. The early, and now clearly wrong version of events went something like this. Gamboa was seen manipulating his gun, aimed it at the crowd, and began running towards people. The safety volunteer, previously referred to as a peacekeeper, spotted Gamboa advancing on the crowd, fired his weapon to stop him, and accidentally struck and killed Alu. An initial and now deleted statement from organizers even referred to Gamboa as a domestic terrorist. But in the days since the chaotic scene, video evidence and eyewitness testimony appear to show Gamboa made no such threat. The volunteer took matters into his own hands, and it seems that a man who never fired a shot is being scapegoated as the villain.
So a few things. Now, first of all, Utah is an open carry state, meaning anyone who can legally possess a firearm can just walk around in public with a loaded gun, even an AR-15 rifle. The issue a lot of people have with this is, of course, that no matter a person's intentions, it's easy for other people to interpret this in a very threatening way, especially depending on the context. Secondly, Arturo Gamboa has been attending political protests while open carrying an AR-15 and dressed in all black for a while now, and he's definitely not a right-winger. He shows up to left-wing protests armed like that specifically to be the good guy with a gun in case a bad guy with a gun shows up. And in images where he's marching with crowds, it's clear that he's on their side. But this past Saturday, he seems to have been just walking up to the protest alone, dressed in all black, holding an AR-15, which to the other good guys with guns, the yellow-vested safety volunteers working for the event's organizers, could very understandably have looked like a bad guy with a gun showing up to shoot at protesters. Now, it's still not entirely clear what went down in that specific moment that made them feel the need to just start blasting in a crowded area, but it does make sense that Gamboa could have been seen as a threat. What makes less sense is blaming the death of an innocent bystander on a guy who never fired a single shot, but it does make sense in the context of how things were initially believed to have occurred. So let's go back to the article.
That evening, Utah 5051 issued a statement that pinned responsibility for the tragedy on Gamboa without naming him. We are grateful to the SLC first responders and our safety team at the event for their quick response to the shooting, for apprehending the suspect before he could injure more people, and for helping get the protesters to safely clear the area, the statement read. We condemn the shooter and all violence directed at our peaceful community members in the strongest possible terms. About 2 hours after the incident, Salt Lake City Police Chief Brian Redd said they detained Gamboa, who had also suffered a gunshot wound, about 2 blocks away from where the shooting happened. Redd said they also had detained 2 other people involved. On Sunday, Salt Lake City police told the now highly disputed version of events that the 5051 peacekeepers told police that they saw Gamboa move behind a wall, remove an AR-15 style rifle from his backpack, and manipulate it. They said they confronted Gamboa and ordered him to drop the weapon, but he ignored that command. One of them fired 3 rounds at Gamboa when he allegedly began to advance on a group of protesters. Both of the men were armed.
As of right now, Gamboa is in jail, but prosecutors still haven't filed any charges. Meanwhile, the person who actually fired the shots that resulted in someone's death hasn't even been identified, let alone charged. Legally speaking, it's possible that neither Arturo Gamboa nor the person who shot at him technically did anything illegal. It's entirely possible that despite someone being shot and killed on a public road in broad daylight, no one will face any charges for it, which feels totally insane. But it's also kind of the natural, logical endpoint of gun laws like these. If someone showed up in all black with a rifle at any of the parades or protests or whatever you want to call it we were at,
I would
be fucking terrified.
Yeah, and
because it's intimidating on purpose.
Yeah, I don't carry a gun because first of all, it's not legal here, and secondly, I think it
makes
situations worse. Yeah. If I was carrying a gun and I saw someone all black, wearing all black with a fucking rifle, I would probably draw my weapon and prepare for the worst.
Draw my weapon.
But this is what
which I
fucking
am against
happens,
having.
like, when you live by the rules of the Wild West.
Yeah, I mean, to us, this would indicate that the
Jesus
laws are
fucking
bad,
Christ,
and you shouldn't
bro.
be letting people walk around open carrying guns, hoping today will be the chance that they get to play the hero, because this is the shit that can happen.
Yeah, it's, I mean...
Yeah,
and
man.
it's all kind of like... It doesn't all make sense together. Like, if everyone can walk around with a gun and in public and displaying it and scaring the shit out of other people, and you are also allowed to defend yourself with lethal force if you feel at all threatened. Like, those things are very much at odds with each other, and they add up to situations like this,
Ow.
where neither person technically did anything wrong, but someone else is fucking dead. Someone who had nothing to do with this, they're dead, and the only justice they can really expect here is if they take them to civil court.
Or they change the fucking laws.
Well, that's not gonna fucking happen. It should, because this shit's fucking stupid. I do not want to be around someone who feels the need to carry a fucking loaded AR-15 with a round in the chamber
Again,
around in
like-
public. I don't want to be near that person.
We went to 2 separate protests, one of which had over, reportedly 200,000 people. And I never felt unsafe at any point in time, unless there were fucking cops that had rifles on them and riding horses around near us.
Yeah.
And there was no violence until the cops started beating people.
Yeah, and I mean, and the thing is, like, the level of violence LA has experienced. These are cops that safely and correctly assume that they're dealing with an unarmed population. And like, you could be naive and say like, oh, well, if the protesters in LA were armed, the cops would be more careful. No, the cops would just shoot them with real fucking bullets if that was the case. It just escalates everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, what a fucking stupid tragedy, and
Stupid tragedy. Why do you say it like
what
that?
a fucking mess. This sucks. But hey, with all the horrible stuff going on, let's not forget that we're also potentially getting dragged into yet another war in the Middle East that has the potential to be an even bigger boondoggle than George W. Bush's war in Iraq.
I've been ripping my hair out the whole week being like, we already did they're doing WMDs in the Middle East 25 years ago.
Yeah, people can't even remember why Andrew Cuomo resigned as governor. You think people can remember 22 years ago the shit that led up to Iraq? No, it's too long ago. No.
Actually, I do remember. Saddam Hussein flew a plane into the Twin Towers.
Well, yeah. And we had what are we supposed to do? Nothing?
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, at this point, Israel and Iran, they're still at the launching rockets at each other from afar stage of this conflict, which is bad.
Yeah.
But it's also, it can and possibly will get much worse. A U.S.-led full-scale war with Iran has been a dream for a lot of American war hawks for decades. They have had a hard-on for going to war with Iran, I mean, since the 70s, honestly. And the fear of Iran coming into possession of nuclear weapons has intensified things quite a bit in recent years. Now, of course, President Obama solved that problem a decade ago by making a deal with Iran where they agreed not to make nuclear weapons in exchange for some sanctions relief. But in Trump's first term, he immediately tore up that deal, and here we are now. But even if Iran did have a nuke, I mean, kind of baffling to think that they would just use it, knowing full well that that would definitely result in Iran itself being nuked into oblivion. It's called mutually assured destruction, and there's a reason the only time nuclear weapons have ever actually been used in war was during the brief window when only one country had them.
Yeah.
Us. It is pretty, it's so fucking, it's gotta seem insane to people outside of this country that the U.S. would lecture fucking anyone on nuclear weapons when we're the only people that's ever actually used them on people.
The idea that anytime
we did it twice. We dropped one and we're like, wow, that was fucked up. And then like a week later, like, maybe another one.
Yeah. The fact that they would also have like the capability to use it in a way that would, it's just insane. Russia has so many nukes. Other countries have so many nukes. There's a reason that we're not constantly launching them.
Yeah.
Because we would all destroy each other instantaneously.
I mean, listen, similar to how people think about guns. I certainly wouldn't want people walking around with a nuclear bomb in public, but I think there is some value to just every country on Earth having a nuke.
Or none at all. But that's certainly not going to happen.
That would never happen. So if we have to have nukes, I feel like if every country had just one break glass in case of emergency nuke, I feel like that would be, in a lot of ways, better for the world because countries would be a lot more cautious about fucking with each other. No one actually wants to launch a nuke because, again, you launch a nuke, you get nuked.
Yeah, this is just it's just the.
But that's the thing is once the taboo is broken,
it's just like we got to do it because they're gonna have a nuke and they're gonna nuke all of you in America. They're gonna do it right now, and we got to stop it.
And do they have a nuke?
No, probably not. Tulsi Gabbard, like weeks ago, was like, no, they don't. So, and Trump goes, well, I don't believe that.
Always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
So yeah, even Trump's own loyalist hacks were saying just 2 months ago that Iran isn't building nukes, but Trump's just ignoring that and going off vibes here.
Enough
and
of
speaking
me.
of vibes,
I
on
go
Tuesday,
into bed.
Trump shared a text message from Israeli Ambassador Mike Huckabee